Gold in the Sky, Part 1 of 5 stories by Alan E. Nourse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. 5 stories by Alan Nourse. Gold in the Sky, Part 1. You'll meet Greg Hunter, test pilot, happy only when his life hung in the balance. Tom Hunter, a pioneer, his frontier was hidden in test tubes. Johnny Coombs, a prospector, he returned from the asteroids too soon. Merrill Tawney, an industrialist, he sought plunder even beyond the stars. Major Briarton, a government man, his creed was law and order. They fought with whatever was handy, not bothering to figure the odds. The sun was glowing dull red as it slipped down behind the curving horizon of Mars, but Gregory Hunter was not able to see it. There was no view screen in the ship's cabin. It was too tiny for that. Greg twisted around in the cockpit that had been built just big enough to hold him, and shifted his long legs against the brace webbing, trying to get them comfortable. He knew that he was afraid, but nobody else knew that. Not even the captain waiting at the control board on the satellite, and in spite of the fear, Greg Hunter would not have traded places at this moment with anyone else in the universe. He had worked too hard and waited too long for this moment. He heard the countdown monitor clicking in his ears, and his hands clenched into fists. How far from Mars would he be 10 minutes from now? He didn't know. Farther than any man had ever traveled before in the space of 10 minutes, he knew, and faster. How far and how fast would depend on him alone. "All set, Greg?" It was the captain's voice on the earphones. "All set, Captain." "You understand the program?" Greg nodded. 24 hours out, 24 hours back. 90 degrees to the ecliptic, and all the acceleration I can stand both ways." Greg grinned to himself. He thought of the months of conditioning he had gone through to prepare for this run, the hours in the centrifuge to build up his tolerance to acceleration, the careful diet, the rigorous hours of physical conditioning. It was only one experiment, one tiny step in the work that would someday give men the stars. But to Gregory Hunter this moment was everything. "Good luck, then." The captain cut off, and the blast-off buzzer sounded. He was off. His heart hammered in his throat, and his eyes ached fiercely, but he paid no attention. His finger crept to the airspeed indicator, then to the cut-off switch. When the pressure became too great, when he began to black out, he would press it. But not yet. It was speed they wanted. They had to know how much acceleration a man could take for how long and still survive, and now it was up to him to show them. Fleetingly he thought of Tom. Poor old stick-in-the-mud Tom, working away in his grubby little Mars-bound laboratory watching bacteria grow. Tom could never have qualified for a job like this. Tom couldn't even go into free fall for 10 minutes without getting sick all over the place. Greg felt a surge of pity for his brother, and then a twinge of malicious anticipation. Wait until Tom heard the reports on this run. It was all right to spend your time poking around with bottles and test tubes if you couldn't do anything else. But it took something special to pilot an XP ship for Project Starjump. And after this run was over, even Tom would have to admit it. There was a lurch, and quite suddenly the enormous pressure was gone. Something was wrong. He hadn't pushed the cut-off button. Yet the ship's engines were suddenly silent. He jabbed at the power switch. Nothing happened. Then the side jets sputted, and he was slammed sideways into the cot. He snapped on the radio speaker. "Control, can you hear me? Something's gone wrong out here." "Nothing's wrong," the captain's voice said in his earphones. "Just sit tight. I'm bringing you back in. There's a call here from Sun Lake City. They want you down there in a hurry. We'll have to scratch you on this run." "Who wants me down there?" "The UN Council office. Signed by Major Briarton himself, and I can't argue with the Major. We're bringing you in." Greg Hunter sank back, disappointment so thick he could taste it in his mouth. Sun Lake City! That meant 2 days at least, one down, one back, maybe more if connections weren't right. It meant that the captain would send Morton or one of the others out in his place. It meant... Suddenly he thought of what else it meant, and a chill ran up his back. There was only one reason Major Briarton would call him in like this. Something had happened to Dad. Suddenly tense, as 1,000 frightful possibilities flooded his mind. It could only mean that Dad was in some kind of trouble. And if anything happened to Dad... The sun was sinking rapidly toward the horizon when the city finally came into sight in the distance. But try as he would, Tom Hunter could not urge more than 35 miles an hour from the huge lurching vehicle he was driving. On an open paved highway, the big pillow-wheeled Sloppy Joe would do 60 in a breeze, but this desert route was far from a paved road. Inside the pressurized passenger cab, Tom gripped the shock bars with one arm and the other leg, and jammed the accelerator to the floor. The engine coughed, but 35 was all it would do. Through the windshield, Tom could see the endless rolling dunes of the Martian desert stretching to the horizon on every side. They called Mars the Red Planet, but it was not red when you were close to it. There were multitudes of colors here: yellow, orange, brown, gray, occasional patches of gray-green, all shifting and changing in the fading light. Off to the right there were worn-down peaks of the Mesabi II, one of the long, low mountain ranges of almost pure iron ore that helped give the planet its dull red appearance from outer space. And behind him, near the horizon, the tiny sun glowed orange out of the blue-black sky. Tom fought the wheel as the Sloppy Joe jounced across a dry creek bed and swore softly to himself. Why hadn't he kept his head and waited for the mail ship that had been due at the lab to give him a lift back? He'd have been in Sun Lake City an hour ago, but the urgency of the message had driven caution from his mind. A summons from the Mars coordinator of the UN Interplanetary Council was the same as an order, but there was more to Tom's haste than that. There was only one reason that Major Briarton would be calling him to Sun Lake City, and that reason meant trouble. Something was wrong. Something had happened to Dad. Now Tom peered up at the dark sky, squinting into the sun. Somewhere out there between Mars and Jupiter was a no-man's land of danger, a great circling ring of space dirt and debris, the asteroid belt. And somewhere out there Dad was working. Tom thought for a moment of the pitiful little mining rig that Roger Hunter had taken out to the belt, the tiny orbit ship to be used for headquarters and storage of the ore, the even tinier scout ship, Pete Racy's old Scavenger, that he had sold to Roger Hunter for back taxes and repairs when he went broke in the belt looking for his big strike. It wasn't much of a mining rig for anybody to use, and the dangers of a small mining operation in the asteroid belt were frightening. It took skill to bring a little scout ship in for a landing on an asteroid rock hardly bigger than the ship itself. It took even more skill to rig the controlled Marexide charges to blast the rock into tiny fragments, and then run out of the shiny magnetic net to catch the explosion debris and bring it back into the hold of the orbit ship. Tom Hunter scowled, trying to shake off the feeling of uneasiness that was nibbling at his mind. The asteroid mining was dangerous, but Dad was no novice. Nobody on Mars knew how to handle a mining rig better than Roger Hunter did. He knew what he was doing out there. There was no real danger for him, or was there? Roger Hunter, a good man, a gentle and peaceful man, had finally seen all he could stomach of Jupiter Equilateral and its company mining policies 6 months before. He had told them so in plain, simple language when he turned in his resignation. They didn't try to stop him. A man was still free to quit a job on Mars if he wanted to, even a job with Jupiter Equilateral. But it was an open secret that the big mining outfit had not liked Roger Hunter's way of resigning, taking half a dozen of their first-rate mining engineers with him. There had been veiled threats, rumors of attempts to close the markets to Roger Hunter's ore, in open violation of UN Council policies on Mars. Tom fought the wheel as the big tractor lumbered up another rise, and the huge plastic bubble of Sun Lake City came into view far down the valley below. He thought of Greg. Had Greg been summoned too? He closed his lips tightly as a wave of anger passed through his mind. If anything had happened, no matter what, he thought Greg would be there, taking over and running things as usual. He thought of the last time he had seen his brother, and then deliberately blocked out the engulfing bitterness. That had been more than a year ago. Maybe Greg had changed since then. But somehow, Tom didn't think so. The Sloppy Joe was on the valley floor now, and ahead the bubble covering the city was drawing closer. The sun was almost gone. Lights were appearing inside the plastic shielding. Born and raised on Mars, Tom had seen the teeming cities of Earth only once in his life. But to him, none of the splendors of Earth could match the simple, quiet beauty of his Martian outpost settlement. There had been a time when people had said that Sun Lake City could never be built, that it could never survive if it were. But with each successive year it grew larger and stronger, the headquarters city for the planet that had become the new frontier of Earth. The radiophone buzzed, and the airlock guard hailed him when he returned the signal. Tom gave his routine ID. He guided the tractor into the lock, waited until the pressure and atmosphere rose to normal, then leapt out of the cab. 5 minutes later he was walking across the lobby of the Interplanetary Council building, stepping into the down elevator. 3 flights below, he stepped out into the office corridor of the UN Interplanetary Council on Mars. If there was trouble, this was where he would find it. He paused for a minute before the gray plastic door marked Major Frank Briarton in raised stainless steel letters. Then he pushed open the door and walked into the anteroom. It was empty. Suddenly he felt a touch on his shoulder. Behind him a familiar voice said, "Hello, twin." At first glance they looked like carbon copies of each other, although they were no more identical than identical twins ever are. Greg stood a good 2 inches taller than Tom. His shoulders were broad, and there was a small gray scar over one eye that stood out in contrast to the healthy tan color of his face. Tom was of a slighter build, and wirier, his skin much more pale. But they had the same dark hair, the same gray eyes, the same square, stubborn line to the jaw. They looked at each other for a moment without speaking. Then Greg grinned and clapped his brother on the shoulder. "So you finally got here," he said. "I was beginning to think I'd have to go out in the desert and find you." "Oh, I got here all right," Tom said. "I see you did too." "Yes," Greg said heavily. "Can't argue with the Major, you know." "But what does he want?" "How should I know? All he said was to get down here fast, and now he isn't even here himself." "Is Dad on Mars?" Tom asked. Greg looked at him. "I don't know." "We could check the register." "I already checked it. He is not logged in, but that doesn't mean anything." "I suppose not," Tom said glumly. They were silent for a moment. Then Greg said, "Look, what are you worried about? Nothing could have happened to Dad. He's been mining the belt for years." "I know. I just wish he were here, that's all. If he's in some kind of trouble." "What kind of trouble? You're looking for spooks." "Spooks like Jupiter Equilateral, maybe," Tom said. "They could make plenty of trouble for Dad. With the UN in the driver's seat here, they wouldn't dare. Why do you think the Major rides them so hard with all the claim filing regulations? He'd give his right arm for a chance to break that outfit into pieces." "I still wish somebody had gone out to the belt with Dad," Tom said. Just then the door opened. The newcomer was a tall, gray-haired man with UN Council stripes on his lapel, and Major's rockets on his shoulders. "Sorry I'm late, boys," Major Briarton said. "I'd hoped to be here when you arrived. I'm sorry to pull you in here like this, but I'm afraid I had no choice. When did you boys hear from your father last?" They looked at each other. "I saw him 6 weeks ago," Tom said. "Just before he left to go out to the belt again." "Nothing since then?" "Not a word." The Major chewed his lip. "Greg?" "I had a note at Christmas, I think." "What did he say in the note?" "He said Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Dad isn't much of a letter writer." "Nothing at all about what he was doing?" Greg shook his head. "Look, Major, if there's some sort of trouble—" "Yes, I'm afraid there's trouble," the Major said. He looked up at them and spread his hands helplessly. "There isn't any easy way to tell you, but you've got to know. There's been an accident out in the belt." "Accident?" Greg said. "A very serious accident. A fuel tank exploded in the scooter your father was riding back to the Scavenger. It must have been very sudden, and by the time help arrived—" The Major broke off, unable to find words. For a moment there was utter silence in the room. Outside, an elevator was buzzing, and a typewriter clicked monotonously somewhere in the building. Then Tom Hunter broke the silence. "Who was it, Major?" he said. "Who killed Dad? Tell us, or we'll find out." For a moment Major Briarton just stared at him. Then he was on his feet, shaking his head as he came around the desk. "Tom, use your head," he said. "It's as much of a shock to me as it is to you, but you can't afford to jump to false conclusions." Tom Hunter looked up bitterly. "He's dead, isn't he?" "Yes, he's dead. He must have died the instant of the explosion." "You mean you don't know?" "I wasn't there at the time it happened, no." "Then who was?" Major Briarton spread his hands helplessly. "Nobody was. Your father was alone. From what we could tell later, he'd left the Scavenger to land on one of his claims using the ship's scooter for the landing. He was on the way back to the Scavenger when the rear tank exploded. There wasn't enough left to tell what went wrong, but it was an accident. There was no evidence to suggest anything else." Tom looked at him. "You really believe that?" "I can only tell you what we found." "Well, I don't believe it for a minute," Tom said angrily. "How long have you and Dad been friends? 20 years? 25? Do you really think Dad would have an accident with a mining rig?" "I know he was an expert engineer," the Major said. "But things can happen that even an expert can't foresee mining in the belt. Things like a fuel tank exploding? Not to Dad. They would never happen. I don't care what anybody says." "Easy, Tom," Greg said. "Well, I won't take it easy. Dad's too careful for something like this to happen. If he had an accident, somebody made it happen." Greg turned to the Major. "What was Dad doing out there?" "Mining." "By himself? No crew at all?" "No, he was alone." "I thought the regulations said there always had to be at least 2 men working an asteroid claim." "That's right. Your father had Johnny Coombs with him when he left Sun Lake City. They signed out as a team, and then Johnny came back to Mars on the first shuttle ship." "How come?" "Not even Johnny knows. Your father just sent him back, and there was nothing we could do about it then. The UN has no jurisdiction in the belt, unless a major crime has been committed." Major Briarton shook his head helplessly. "If a man is determined to mine a claim all by himself out there, he can find a dozen ways to wiggle out of the regulations." "But Dad would never be that stupid," Greg said. "If he was alone when it happened, who found him?" "A routine UN patrol ship. When Roger failed to check in at the regular 8-hour signal, they went out to see what was wrong. But by the time they reached him, it was too late to help." "I just don't get it," Greg said. "Dad had more sense than to try to mine out there all by himself." "I know," the Major said. "I don't know the answer. I had the patrol ship go over the scene of the accident with a comb after they found what had happened, but there was nothing there to find. It was an accident, and that's that." "What about Jupiter Equilateral?" Tom said hotly. "Everybody knows they're out to get Dad. Why don't you find out what they were doing when it happened? Bring them in for questioning." "I can't do that. I haven't a scrap of evidence," the Major said wearily. "Why can't you? You're the Mars coordinator, aren't you? You act like you're scared of them." Major Briarton's lips tightened angrily. "All right, since you put it that way, I am scared of them. They're big, and they're powerful. If they had their way, there wouldn't be any United Nations control on Mars. There wouldn't be anybody to fight them and keep them in check. There wouldn't be any independent miners out in the belt either, because they'd all be bought out or dead. And the Earth would pay through the nose for every ounce of metal that they got from the asteroid belt. That company has been trying to drive the UN off Mars for 30 years, and they've come so close to that it scares me plenty." He pushed his chair back sharply and rose to his feet. "And that is exactly why I refuse to stir up a mess over this thing, unhappy as it is, without something more suspicious and rumors to back me up. Because all Jupiter Equilateral needs is one big issue to make us look like fools out here, and we're through." He crossed the room to the wall cabinet and opened it, and pulled out a scarred aluminum box. "We found this in the cabin of the Scavenger. I thought you boys might want it." They both recognized it instantly. The battered old spacer's pack that Roger Hunter had used for as long as they could remember. It seemed to them, suddenly, as if a part of him had appeared here in the room with them. Greg looked at the box and turned it away. "You open it," he said to Tom in a sick voice. There was nothing much inside: some clothing, a pipe and a tobacco pouch, a jackknife, a half a dozen other items so familiar that Tom could hardly bear to touch them. At the bottom of the pack was a heavy leather gun case which had always held Roger's ancient .44 revolver. Tom dropped it back without even opening the flap. He closed the box and took a deep breath. "Then you really believe that it was an accident and nothing more?" he said to the Major. Major Briarton shook his head. "What I think or don't think doesn't make any difference. It doesn't matter. In order to do anything, I've got to have evidence. And there just isn't any evidence. I can't even take a ship out there for a second look with the evidence I have, and that's all there is to it." "But you think that maybe it wasn't an accident just the same," Tom pursued. The Major hesitated. Then he shook his head again. I'm sorry, but I've got to take a stand on what I've said, and I think you'd better stand on it too. There's nothing else to be done." It should have been enough, but it wasn't. As Tom Hunter walked with his brother down the broad upper ramp to the business section of Sun Lake City, he could not shake off the feeling of helpless anger, the growing conviction that Roger Hunter's death involved something more than the tragic accident in space that Major Briarton had insisted it was. "He didn't tell us everything he knew," Tom said fiercely. "He didn't say everything he wanted to say either. He doesn't think it was an accident any more than I do." "How do you know? Are you a mind reader?" "No." "Well, Dad wasn't a Superman either. He was taking an awful risk trying to work a mining rig by himself. And he had a bad break. Why do you have to have somebody to blame for it?" "Keep talking," Tom said. "You'll convince yourself yet." Greg just jammed his hands in his pockets and they walked in silence for a moment. For Tom and Greg Hunter, Sun Lake City had always been home. Now they walked along the main concourse, Tom with the aluminum box under his arm, Greg with his own spacer's pack thrown over his shoulder. They didn't talk. Rather than being drawn closer by the news of the tragedy, it seemed that they had drawn farther apart, as though the one common link that had held them together had suddenly been broken. Finally, Tom broke the silence. "At least there's one thing we can do," he said. "I'm going to call Johnny Coombs." He shortly found a phone booth and dialed a number. Johnny had been a friend of the family for years. He and Roger Hunter had been partners in many mining ventures in the asteroid belt before Roger had taken his position with Jupiter Equilateral. If Johnny had any suspicions that Roger Hunter's accident had been more than an accident, he certainly would not hesitate to voice them. After a dozen rings, Tom hung up, tried another number. There was no answer there either. Frowning, Tom rang the city's central paging system. "Put in a personal call for Johnny Coombs," he said when the record signal flashed on. "Tell him to contact the Hunters when he gets in. We'll be at home." They resumed their silent walk. When they reached H Wing on the 4th level, they turned right, down an apartment corridor, and stopped in front of a familiar doorway. Tom pressed his palm against the lock plate, and the door swung open. It was home to them, the only home they had ever known. Soft lights sprang up on the walls of the apartment as the door opened. Tom saw the old bookcases lining the walls. The drafting board and the light were at the far end of the room. The simple chairs and dining table, the door which led into the bedroom and the kitchen beyond. The room had a slightly disheveled look that it had had ever since Mom had died. A slipper on the floor here, a book face down on the couch there. It looked as though Dad had just stepped out for an hour or so. Tom was 3 steps into the room before he saw the visitor. The man was sitting comfortably in Roger Hunter's easy chair, a short, fat man with round pink cheeks that sagged a little, and a double chin that rested on his neck scarf. There were 2 other men in the room, both large and broad-shouldered. One of them nodded to the fat man, and moved to stand between the boys and the door. The fat man was out of his seat before the boys could speak, smiling at them and holding out his hand. "I wanted to make sure to see you before you left the city," he was saying. "So we just came on in to wait. I hope you don't mind our butting in, so to speak." He chuckled and looked from one twin to the other. "You don't know me, I suppose. I'm Merrill Tawney, representing Jupiter Equilateral, you know." Tom took the card he was holding out, looked at the name and the tiny gold symbol in the corner, a letter J in the center of a triangle. He handed the card to Greg. "I've seen you before," he told the fat man. "What do you want with us?" Tawney smiled again, spreading his hands. "We've heard about the tragedy, of course. A shocking thing. Roger was one of our group so recently. We wanted you to know if there's anything at all we can do to help, we'd only be too glad." "Thanks," Greg said, "but we're doing just fine." Tawney's smile tightened a little, but he hung on to it. "I always felt close to your father," he said. "All of us at Jupiter Equilateral did. We were all sorry to see him leave." "I bet you were," Greg said. "He was the best mining engineer you ever had. But Dad could never stand liars or crooked ways of doing business." One of the men started for Greg, but the fat man stopped him with a wave of his hand. "We had our differences of opinion," he said. "We saw things one way, your father saw them another way. But he was a fine man, one of the finest." "Look, Mr. Tawney, you'd better say what you came to say, and get out of here," Greg said dangerously, "before we give your friends here something to do." "I merely came to offer you some help," Tawney said. He was no longer smiling. Since your father's death, you two have acquired certain responsibilities. I thought we might relieve you of some of them." "What sort of responsibilities?" "You have an unmanned orbit ship which is now derelict in the asteroid belt. You have a scout ship out there also. You can't just leave them there as a navigation hazard to every ship traveling in the sector. There are also a few mining claims which aren't going to be of much value to you now." "I see," Greg said. "Are you offering to buy Dad's mining rig?" "Well, I doubt very much that we'd have any use for it as such, but we could save you the trouble of going out there to haul it in." "That's very thoughtful," Greg said. "How much are you offering?" Tom looked up in alarm. "Wait a minute," he said. "That rig's not for sale." "How much?" Greg repeated. $40,000, Merrill Tawney said. "Ship, rig, and claims. We'll even pay the transfer tax." Tom stared at the man, wondering if he had heard right. He knew what Roger Hunter had paid for the rig. He had been with Dad when the papers were signed. Tawney's offer was 3 times as much as the rig was worth. But Greg was shaking his head. "I don't think we'd sell it at that price." The fat man's hands fluttered. "You understand that those ships are hardly suited to a major mining operation like ours," he said. "And the claims—" He dismissed them with a wave of his hand. "Still, we'd want you to be happy with the price. Say 45,000? Greg hesitated, shook his head again. "I guess we'd better think it over, Mr. Tawney." 50,000 is absolutely the top," Tawney said sharply. "I have the papers right here, drawn up for your signatures, but I'm afraid we can't hold the offer open." "I don't know. We might want to do some mining ourselves," Greg said. "For all we know, Dad might have struck some rich ore on one of those claims." Tawney laughed. "I hardly think so. Those claims were all Jupiter Equilateral rejects. Our own engineers found nothing but low-grade ore on any of them." "Still, it might be fun to look." "It would be very expensive fun. Asteroid mining is dangerous business even for experts. For amateurs," Tawney separated his hands, "accidents occur." "Yes, we've heard about those accidents," Greg said coldly. "I don't think we're quite ready to sell, Mr. Tawney. We may never be ready to sell to you, so don't stop breathing until we call you. Now, if there's nothing else, why don't you take your friends and go somewhere else?" The fat man scowled. He started to say something more, then saw the look on Greg's face and shrugged. "I'd advise you to give it some careful thought," he said as he started for the door. "It might be very foolish for you to try to use that rig." Smiling, Greg closed the door in his face. Then he turned and winked at Tom. "Great fellow, Mr. Tawney. He almost had me sold." "So I noticed," Tom said. "For a while I thought you were serious." "Well, we found out how high they'd go. That's a very generous outfit Mr. Tawney works for." "Or else a very crooked one," Tom said. "Are you wondering the same thing I'm wondering?" "Yes," Greg said slowly. "I think I am." "Then that makes 3 of us," a heavy voice rumbled from the bedroom door. Johnny Coombs was a tall man, so thin he was almost gangling, with a long nose and shaggy eyebrows jutting out over his eyes. With his rudely cropped hair and his huge hands, he looked like a caricature of a frontier Mars farmer, but the blue eyes under the eyebrows were not dull. "Johnny!" Tom cried. "We were trying to find you." "I know," Johnny said. "So have a lot of other people, including your friends there." "Well, did you hear what Tawney wanted?" "I'm not so quick on my feet anymore," Johnny Coombs said. "But got nothing wrong with my ears." He scratched his jaw and looked up sharply at Greg. "Not many people nowadays get a chance to bargain with Merrill Tawney." Greg shrugged. "He named a price and I didn't like it." 3 times what the rig is worth," Coombs said. "That's what I didn't like," Greg said. "That outfit wouldn't give us a break like that just for old time's sake. Do you think they would?" "Well, I don't know," Johnny said slowly. "Back before they built the city here, they used to have rats getting into grub. Came right down off the ships. Got rid of most of them finally, but it seems to me we've still got some around, even if they've got different shapes now." He jerked his thumb toward the bedroom door. "In case you're wondering, that's why I was standing back there all this time. Just to make sure you didn't sell out to Tawney no matter what price he offered." Tom jumped up excitedly. "Then you know something about Dad's accident." "No, I can't say I do. I wasn't there." "Do you really think it was an accident?" "Can't prove it wasn't." "But at least you've got some ideas," Tom said. "Takes more than ideas to make a case," he said at length. "But there's one thing I do know. I've got no proof, not a shred of it, but I'm sure of one thing just as sure as I'm on Mars." He looked at the twins thoughtfully. "Your dad wasn't just prospecting out in the belt. He had run into something out there, something big. The twins looked at him. "Run onto something?" Greg said. "You mean—" I think your dad hit a big strike out there. Rich metal, a real bonanza lode. Maybe the biggest strike that's ever been made," the miner said slowly. "And then somebody got to him before he could bring it in." End of Gold in the Sky, Part 1. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Gold in the Sky, Part 2 of 5 stories by Alan Nourse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. For a moment, neither of the boys could say anything at all. From the time they had learned to talk, they had heard stories and tales that the miners and prospectors told about the big strike, the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, the wonderful, elusive goal of every man who had ever taken a ship into the asteroid belt. For almost 150 years, since the earliest days of space exploration, there had been miners prospecting the asteroids. A few hundred others, ranging in size from 10 to 100 miles in diameter, had been charted and followed in their orbits by the observatories, first from the Earth's airless moon and then from Mars. There were tens of thousands more that had never been charted. Together they made up the asteroid belt, spread out in space like a broad road around the sun, echoing the age-old call of the bonanza. For there was wealth in the asteroids, wealth beyond a man's wildest dreams, if only he could find it. Earth, with its depleted iron ranges, its exhausted tin and copper mines, and its burgeoning population, was hungry for metal. Earth needed steel, tin, nickel, and zinc. More than anything, Earth needed ruthenium, the rare earth catalyst that made the huge solar energy converters possible. Mars was rich in the ores of these metals, but the ores were buried deep in the ground. The cost of mining them, and of lifting the heavy ore from Mars' gravitational field and carrying it to Earth, was prohibitive. Only the finest carbon steel and the radioactive metals, smelted and purified on Mars and transported to Earth, could be made profitable. But from the asteroid belt, it was a different story. There was no gravity to fight on the tiny asteroids. On these chunks of debris, the metals lay close to the surface, easy to mine. Ships orbiting the belt could fill their holds with their precious metal cargoes and transfer them in space to the interplanetary orbit ships spinning back toward Earth. It was hard work, and a dangerous work, but most of the ore was low grade and brought little return. But always there was the lure of the big strike, the lode of almost pure metal that could bring a fortune back to the man who found it. A few such strikes had been made. 40 years before, a single claim had brought its owner $17 million in 2 years. A dozen other men had stumbled onto fortunes in the belt, but such metal-rich fragments were grains of sand in a mighty river. For every man who found one, 1,000 others spent years looking and then perished in the fruitless search. And now Johnny Coombs was telling them that their father had been one of that incredible few. "You really think Dad hit a bonanza out there?" "That's what I said." "Did you see it with your own eyes?" "No." "You weren't even out there with him?" "No." "Then why are you so sure he found something?" "Because he told me so," Johnny Coombs said quietly. The boys looked at each other. "He actually said he'd found a rich lode?" Tom asked eagerly. "Not exactly," Johnny said. "Matter of fact, he never actually told me what he'd found. He needed somebody to sign aboard the Scavenger with him in order to get a clearance to blast off, but he never did plan to take me out there with him. "I can't take you now, Johnny," he told me. "I've found something out there, but I've got to work it alone for a while." I asked him what he'd found, and he just gave me that funny little grin of his and said, "Never mind what it is, it's big enough for both of us. You just keep your mouth shut and you'll find out soon enough." And then he wouldn't say another word until we were homing in on the shuttle ship to drop me off. Johnny finished his coffee and pushed the cup aside. I knew he wasn't joking. He was excited, and I think he was scared too. Just before I left him, he said, "There's one other thing, Johnny. Things might not work out quite the way I figure them, and if they don't, make sure the twins know what I've told you." I told him I would and headed back. That was the last I heard from him until the patrol ship found him floating in space with a torn open suit and a ruined scooter floating a few miles away. "Do you think that Jupiter Equilateral knew that Dad had found something?" Tom asked. "Who knows? I'm sure that he never told them, but it's awful hard to keep a secret like that, and they sound awful eager to buy that rig," Johnny Coombs said. "Yes, and it doesn't make sense. I mean, if they're responsible for Dad's accident, why didn't they just check in for him on schedule and then quietly bring in their rig to jump the claim?" "Maybe they couldn't find it," Johnny said. "And if they'd killed your dad, they wouldn't have dared hang around very long right then. Even if they'd kept the signal going, a patrol ship might have come into the region any time. And if a UN patrol ship ever caught them working a dead man's claim without reporting the dead man, the suit would really start to leak." Johnny shook his head. "Remember, your dad had a dozen claims out there. They might have had to scout the whole works to find the right one. Much easier to do it out in the open, with your signatures on a claim transfer. But one thing is sure, if they knew what Roger had found out there and where it was, Tawny would never be offering you triple price for the rig." "Then whatever Dad found is still out there," Tom said. "I'll bet my last dime on it." "There might even be something to show that the accident wasn't an accident," Tom went on. "Something even the Major would have to admit was evidence." Johnny Coombs pursed his lip, looking up at Tom. "Might be," he conceded. "Well, what are we waiting for? We turned Tawny's offer down. He might be sending a crew out there to jump the claim right now." "If he hasn't already," Johnny said. "Then we've got to get out there." And Johnny turned to Greg. "You could pilot us out and handle the navigation. As for Tom, he could get stuck all over the place and keep us busy just taking care of him," Greg said sourly. "You and me, yes, not Tom. You don't know that boy in a spaceship." Tom started to his feet, glaring at his brother. "That's got nothing to do with it." "It's true, isn't it? You'd be a big help out there." Johnny looked at Tom. "You always get sick in free fall?" "Look, let's be reasonable," Greg said. "You just be in the way. There are plenty of things you could do right here, and Johnny and I could handle the rig alone." Tom faced his brother angrily. "If you think I'm going to stay here and keep myself company, you're crazy," he said. "This is one show you're not going to run, so just quit trying. If you go out there, I go." Greg shuddered. "Okay, twin, it's your stomach, not mine." "Then let me worry about it." "I hope," Johnny said, "that that's the worst we have to worry about. Let's get started planning." Time was the factor uppermost in their minds. They knew that even under the best of conditions it could take weeks to outfit and prepare for a run out into the belt. A ship had to be leased and fueled. There were supplies to lay in. There was the problem of clearance to take care of, claims to be verified and spotted, orbit coordinates to be computed and checked, 1,000 details to be dealt with, any one of which might delay embarkation from an hour to a day or more. It was not surprising that Tom and Greg were dubious when Johnny told them that they could be ready to clear ground in less than 24 hours. Even knowing that Merrill Tawney might have already had a mining crew at work on Roger Hunter's claims, they could not believe that the red tape of preparation and clearance could be cut away so swiftly. They underestimated Johnny Coombs. 6 hours after he left them, he was back with a signed lease, giving them the use of a scout ship and fuel to take them out to the belt and back again. The ship was in the Sun Lake City racks waiting for them whenever they were ready. "What kind of ship?" Greg wanted to know. "A Class 3 Flying Dutchman with overhauled atomics and hydrazine side jets," Johnny said, waving the transfer order. "Think you can fly it?" Greg whistled. "Can I? I trained in a Dutchman. Just about the fastest scooter there is. What condition?" "Lousy, but it's fueled, with 6 weeks' supplies in the hold, and it doesn't cost us a cent. Courtesy of a friend. You'll have to check it over, but it'll do." They inspected the ship, a weather-beaten scouter that looked like a relic of the 90s. Inside there were signs of many refittings and overhauls, but the atomics were well shielded, and it carried a surprising chemical fuel auxiliary for the cabin size. Greg disappeared into the engine room, and Tom and Johnny left him testing valves and circuits while they headed down to the UN registry office in the control tower. On the way, Johnny outlined the remaining outfitting steps. Tom would be responsible for getting the clearance permit through registry. Johnny would check out all supplies and then contact the observatory for orbit coordinates of Roger Hunter's claims. "I thought the orbits were mapped on the claim papers," Tom said. "I mean, every time an asteroid is claimed, the orbit has to be charted." "That's right, but the orbit goes all the way around the sun. We know where the Scavenger was when the patrol ship found her, but she's been traveling in orbit ever since. The observatory computer will pinpoint her for us and chart a collision course so that we can cut out and meet her instead of trailing her for a week. Do you have the crew papers Greg and I signed?" "Right here." They were stepping off the ramp below the ship when a man loomed up out of the shadows. It was a miner Tom had never seen before. Johnny nodded as he approached. "Any news, Jack?" "Quiet as a church," the man said. "We'll be held up another 8 hours at least," Johnny said. "Don't go to sleep on us, Jack." "Don't worry about us sleeping," the man said grimly. "There's nobody round but yourselves, so far, except the clearance inspector." Johnny looked up sharply. "You check his papers?" "And his prints. He was all right." Johnny took Tom's arm, and they headed through the gate toward the control tower. "I guess I'm just naturally suspicious," he grinned. "But I'd sure hate to have a broken cutoff switch or a fuel valve go out of whack at just the wrong moment." "You think Tawney would dare to try something here?" Tom said. "Never hurts to check. We've got our hands full for a few hours getting set, so I just asked my friends to keep an eye on things. Always did say that a man who's going to gamble is smart to cover his bets." At the control tower they parted, and Tom walked into the clearance office. Johnny's watchman had startled him, and for the first time he felt a chill of apprehension. If they were right, if this trip to the belt were not a wild goose chase from the very start, then Roger Hunter's accident had been no accident at all. Quite suddenly, Tom felt very thankful that Johnny Coombs had friends. "I don't like it," the Major said, facing Tom and Greg across the desk in the UN registry office below the control tower. "You've got an idea in your heads and you just won't listen to reason." Somewhere above them, Tom heard the low-pitched rumble of a scout ship blasting from its launching rack. "All we want to do is go out and work Dad's claim," he said for the second time. "I know perfectly well what you want to do, and that's why I told the people here to alert me if you tried to clear a ship. You don't know what you're doing, and I'm not going to sign those clearance papers." "Why not?" Greg said. "Because you're going out there asking for trouble, that's why not." "But you told us before there wasn't any trouble. Dad had an accident, that was all. So how could we get in trouble?" The Major's face was an angry red. He started to say something, then stopped and scowled at them instead. They met his stare. Finally he threw up his hands. "All right, so I can't legally stop you," he said. "But at least I can beg you to use your heads. You're wasting time and money on a foolish idea. You're walking into dangers and risks that you can't handle, and I hate to see it happen. Mining in the belt is a good job for experienced men, not rank novices." "Johnny Coombs is no novice." "No, but he's lost his wits taking you two out there." "Well, are there any other dangers you have in mind?" Once more the Major searched for words and failed to find them. "No," he sighed, "and you wouldn't listen if I did." "It seems everybody is warning us about how dangerous this trip is likely to be," Greg said quietly. "Last night it was Merrill Tawney. He offered to buy us out. He was so eager for a deal that he offered us a fantastic price. Then Johnny tells us that Dad mined some rich ore when he was out there on his last trip, but never got a chance to bring it in because of his accident. Well, until now I haven't been so sure Dad didn't just have an accident, but now I'm beginning to wonder. Too many people have been warning us." "You're determined to go out there, then?" "That's about right." The Major picked up the clearance papers, glanced at them quickly, and signed them. "All right, you're cleared. I hate to do it, but I suppose I'd go with you if the law would let me. And I'll tell you one thing, if you can't find a single particle of evidence that will link Jupiter Equilateral or anybody else to your father's death, I'll use all the power I have to break them." He handed the papers back to Tom. "But be careful, because if Jupiter Equilateral is involved in it, they're going to play dirty." At the door he turned. "Good trip and good luck." Tom folded the papers and stuck them thoughtfully into his pocket. They met Johnny Coombs in the registry offices upstairs. Tom patted his pocket happily. "We're cleared in 45 minutes," he said. Johnny grinned. "Then we're all set." They headed up the ramp, reached ground level, and started out toward the launching racks. At the far end of the field, a powerful Class 1 Ranger, one of Jupiter Equilateral's scout fleet, was settling down into its slot in a perfect landing maneuver. The triangle and J insignia gleamed brightly on her dark hull. She was a rich, luxurious-looking ship. Many miners on Mars could remember when Jupiter Equilateral had been nothing more than a tiny mining company working claims in the remote equilateral cluster of asteroids far out in Jupiter's orbit. Gradually the company had grown and flourished, accumulating wealth and power as it grew, leaving behind it 1,000 half-confirmed stories of cheating, piracy, murder, and theft. Other small mining outfits had fallen by the wayside, until now over two-thirds of all asteroid mining claims were held by Jupiter Equilateral, and the small independent miners were forced more and more to take what was left. They reached the gate to the Dutchman's launching slot and entered. Inside the ship, Tom and Johnny strapped down while Greg made his final check down on the engines, gyro, and wiring. The cabin was a tiny vault, with none of the spacious living room of the orbit ships. Tom leaned back in the acceleration cot and listened to the countdown signals that came at 1-minute intervals now. In the earphones he could hear the sporadic chatter between Greg and the control tower. No hint that this was anything but a routine blast-off. But there was trouble ahead, Tom was certain of that. Everybody on Mars was aware that Roger Hunter's sons were heading out into the belt to pick up where he'd left off. Greg had secured a leave of absence from Project Starjump, unhappily granted, even though his part in the program had already been disrupted. Even they had heard the rumors that were adrift. And if there was trouble now, they were on their own. The asteroid belt was a wilderness, untracked and unexplored, and except for an almost insignificant fraction, completely unknown. If there was trouble out there, there would be no one to help. Somewhere below, the engines roared, and Tom felt the weight on his chest, sudden and breathtaking. They were on their way. After all the tension of preparing for it, the trip out seemed interminable. They were all impatient to reach their destination. During blast-off and acceleration, they had watched Mars dwindle into a tiny red dot, then seemed to stop altogether, and there was nothing to do but wait. For the first 8 hours of free fall, after the engines had cut out, Tom was violently ill. He fought it desperately, gripping the pills Johnny offered and trying to keep them down. Gradually the waves of nausea subsided, but it was a full 24 hours before Tom felt like stirring from his cot to take up the shipboard routine. And then there was nothing for him to do. Greg handled the navigation skillfully while Johnny kept radio contact and busied himself in the storeroom, so Tom spent hours at the view screen. On the second day, he spotted a tiny chunk of rock that was unquestionably an asteroid moving swiftly toward them. It passed at a tangent 10,000 miles ahead of them, and Greg started work at the computer, feeding the data tapes that would ultimately guide the ship to its goal. Pinpointing a given spot in the asteroid belt was a gargantuan task, virtually impossible without the aid of the ship's computer to compute orbits, speeds, and distances. Tom spent more and more time at the view screen, searching out the blackness of space for more asteroid sightings. But except for an occasional tiny bit of debris hurtling by, he saw nothing but the changeless panorama of stars. Johnny Coombs found him there on the third day, and laughed at his sour expression. "Getting impatient?" "Just wondering when we'll reach the belt is all," Tom said. Johnny chuckled. "Hope you're not holding your breath. We've already been in the belt for the last 48 hours. "Then where are all the asteroids?" Tom said. "Oh, they're here. You just won't see many of them. People always think there ought to be dozens of them around, like sheep on a hillside, but it doesn't work that way." Johnny peered at the screen. "Of course, to an astronomer, the belt is just loaded, hundreds of thousands of chunks, all sizes from 500 miles in diameter on down. But actually, those chunks are all tens of thousands of miles apart, and the belt looks just as empty as space between Mars and Earth." "Well, I don't see how we're ever going to find one particular rock," Tom said, watching the screen gloomily. "It's not too hard. Every asteroid has its own orbit around the sun, and every one that's been registered as a claim has the orbit charted. The one we want isn't where it was when your dad's body was found. It's been traveling in its orbit ever since. But by figuring in the fourth dimension, we can locate it." Tom blinked. "Fourth dimension?" "Time," Johnny Coombs said. "If we just used the 3 linear dimensions, length, width, and depth, we'd end up at the place where the asteroid was. But that wouldn't help us much because it's been moving in orbit ever since the patrol ship last pinpointed it. So we figure in a fourth dimension, the time that has passed since it was last spotted, and we can chart a collision course with it, figure out just where we'll have to be to meet it." It was the first time that the idea of time as a dimension had ever made any sense to Tom. They talked some more, until Johnny started bringing in fifth and sixth dimensions, and problems of irrational space and hyperspace, and got even himself confused. "Anyway," Tom said, "I'm glad we've got a computer on board." "And a navigator," Johnny added. "Don't sell your brother short." "Fat chance of that. Greg would never stand for it." Johnny frowned. "You lads don't like each other very much, do you?" he said. Tom was silent for a moment, then looked away. "We get along, I guess." "Maybe, but sometimes just getting along isn't enough, especially when there's trouble. Give it a thought, when you've got a minute or two." Later, the three of them went over the computer results together. Johnny and Greg fed the navigation data into the ship's drive mechanism, checking and rechecking speeds and inclination angles. Already the Dutchman's orbital speed was matching the speed of Roger Hunter's asteroid, but the orbit had to be tracked so that they would arrive at the exact point in space to make contact. Tom was assigned to the view screen, and the long wait began. He spotted their destination point an hour before the computer had predicted contact. At first, a tiny pinpoint of reflected light in the scope, gradually resolving into 2 pinpoints, then 3 in a tiny cluster. Greg cut in the rear and lateral jets momentarily, stabilizing their contact course. The dots grew larger. 10 minutes later, Tom could see their goal clearly in the view screen, the place where Roger Hunter had died. It was neither large or small for an asteroid, an irregular chunk of rock and metal, perhaps 5 miles in diameter, lighted only by the dull reddish glow from the dime-sized sun. Like many such jagged chunks of debris that sprinkled the belt, this asteroid did not spin on any axis, but constantly presented the same face to the sun. Just off to the bright side of the orbit ship floated, stable in its orbit next to the big rock, but so small in comparison that it looked like a tiny glittering toy balloon. And clamped on its rack on the orbit ship's side, airlock to airlock, was the Scavenger, the little scout ship that Roger Hunter had brought out from Mars on his last journey. While Greg maneuvered the Dutchman into the empty landing rack below the Scavenger on the hull of the orbit ship, Johnny scanned the darkness around them through the viewscope, a frown wrinkling his forehead. "Do you see anybody?" Tom asked. "Not a sign. But I'm really looking for other rocks. I can't see 3 that aren't too far away, but one of them may have claim marks. This one must have been the only one Roger was working on." They stared at the ragged surface of the planetoid. Raw veins of metallic ore cut through it with streaks of color, but most of the sun side showed only the dull gray of iron and granite. There was nothing unusual about the surface that Tom could see. Could there be anything on the dark side? "Could be," Johnny said. "We'll have to go over it foot by foot, but first we should go through the orbit ship and the Scavenger. If the patrol ship missed anything, we want to know it." The interior of the orbit ship was dark. It spun slowly on its axis, giving them just enough weight so that they would not float free whenever they moved. Their boots clanged on the metal decks as they climbed up the curving corridor toward the control cabin. Johnny threw a light switch, and they stared around them in amazement. The cabin was a shambles. Everything that was not bolted down had been ripped open and thrown aside. Greg whistled through his teeth. The Major said the patrol crew had gone through the ship, but he didn't say they'd wrecked it. "They didn't," Johnny said grimly. "No patrol ship would ever do this. Somebody else has been here since." He turned to the control panel, flipped switches, checked gauges. "Hydroponics are all right, atmosphere is still good. We can take off these helmets. Fuel looks all right, storage holds." He looked at his head. "They weren't looting, but they were looking for something all right. Let's look around and see if they missed anything." It took them an hour to survey the wreckage. Not a compartment had been missed. Even the mattress on the acceleration cots had been torn open. The spring stuffing tossed about helter-skelter. Tom went through the lock into the Scavenger. The scout ship, too, had been searched, rapidly but thoroughly. There was no sign of anything that Roger Hunter might have found. Back in the control cabin, Johnny was checking the ship's logs. The old entries were on microfilm, stored on their spools near the reader. More recent entries were still recorded on tape. From the jumbled order, there was no doubt that the marauders had examined them. Johnny ran through them nevertheless, but there was nothing of interest. Routine navigational data, a record of the time of contact with the asteroid, a log of preliminary observations on the rock, nothing more. The last tape recorded the call schedule Roger Hunter had set up with the patrol, a routine precaution used by all miners to bring help if for some reason they should fail to check in on schedule. There was no hint in the log of any extraordinary discovery. "Are any tapes missing?" Greg wanted to know. "Doesn't look like it. There's one here for each day period." "I wonder," Tom said. "Dad always kept a personal log. A sort of diary on microfilm. He peered into the film storage bin, checked through the spools. Then, from down beneath the last row of spools, he pulled out a slightly smaller spool. Here's something our friends missed, I bet. It was not really a diary, just a sequence of notes, calculations, and ideas that Roger Hunter had jotted down and microfilmed from time to time. The entries on the one spool went back for several years. Tom fed the spool into the reader, and they stared eagerly at the last few entries. A series of calculations covering several pages, but with no notes to indicate what exactly Roger Hunter had been calculating. "Looks like he was plotting an orbit," Greg said. "But what orbit, and why? Nothing here to tell." "It must have been important, though, or Dad wouldn't have filmed the pages," Tom said. "Anything else?" Another sheet with more calculations. Then a short paragraph written in Roger Hunter's hurried scrawl. "No doubt now what it is," the words said. "Wish Johnny would hear. Show him a real bonanza. But he'll know soon enough if—" And they stared at the scribbled and uncompleted sentence. Then Johnny Coombs let out a whoop. "I told you he found something. And he found it here, not somewhere else." "Hold it," Greg said, peering at the film reader. "There's something more on the last page, but I can't read it." Tom blinked at the entry. "Inter Jovem et Martem plantum interposui," he read. He scratched his head. "That's Latin, and it's famous, too. Kepler wrote it, back before the asteroids were discovered. Between Jupiter and Mars I will put a planet." Greg and Johnny looked at each other. "I don't get it," Greg said. "Dad told me about that once," Tom said. "Kepler couldn't understand the long jump between Mars and Jupiter, when Venus and Earth and Mars were so close together. He figured there ought to be a planet out there. And he was right, in a way. There wasn't any one planet, unless you call Ceres a planet. But it wasn't just empty space between Mars and Jupiter, either. The asteroids were here." "But why would Dad be writing that down?" Greg asked. "And what has it got to do with what he found out here?" He snapped off the reader switch angrily. "I don't understand any of this, and I don't like it. If Dad found something out here, where is it? And who tore the ship apart after the patrol ship left?" "Probably the same ones that caused the accident in the first place," Johnny said. "But why did they come back?" Greg protested. "If they killed Dad, they must have known what he'd found before they killed him." "You'd think so," Johnny conceded. "Then why take the risk of coming back here again?" "Maybe they didn't know," Tom said thoughtfully. "What do you mean?" "I mean maybe they killed him too soon. Maybe they thought they knew what he'd found and where it was, and then found out that they didn't after all. Maybe Dad hid it." Johnny Coombs shook his head. "No way a man can hide an ore strike. But suppose Dad did, somehow, and whoever killed him couldn't find it. It would be too late to make him tell them. They'd have to come back and look again, wouldn't they? And from the way they went about it, it looks as though they weren't having much luck." "Then whatever Dad found would still be here, somewhere," Greg said. "That's right. But where? There's nothing on this ship." "Maybe not," Tom said, "but I'd like to take a look at that asteroid before we give up." They paused in the big ore-loading dock to reclamp their pressure suit helmets, and looked down at the jagged chunk of rock 100 yards below them. In the lock they had found scooters, the little one-man propulsion units so commonly used for short-distance work in space, but decided not to use them. "They're clumsy," Johnny said, "and the bumper units in your suits will do just as well for this distance." He looked down at the rock. "I'll take the center section. You each take an edge and work in. Look for any signs of work on the surface, chisel marks, murexide charges, anything." "What about the dark side?" Greg asked. "If we want to see anything there, we'll either have to rig up lights or turn the rock around," Johnny said. "Let's cover this side first and see what we come up with." He turned and leaped from the airlock, moving gracefully down toward the surface, using the bumper to guide himself with the short bursts of compressed CO2 from the nozzle. Greg followed, pushing off harder and passing Johnny halfway down. Tom hesitated. It looked easy enough, but he remembered the violent nausea of his first few hours of freefall. Finally, he gritted his teeth and jumped off after Greg. Instantly, he knew he had jumped too hard. He shot away from the orbit ship like a bullet. The jagged asteroid surface leapt up at him. Frantically, he grabbed for the bumper nozzle and pulled the trigger, trying to break his fall. He felt the nozzle jerk in his hand, and then, abruptly, he was spinning off in a wild tangent from the asteroid, head over heels. For a moment it seemed that the asteroid orbit ship stars were all wheeling crazily around him. Then he realized what had happened. He fired the bumper again, and went spinning twice as fast. The third time he timed the blast, aiming the nozzle carefully, and the spinning almost stopped. He fought down nausea, trying to get his bearings. He was 300 yards out from the asteroid, almost twice as far from the orbit ship. He stared down at the rock as he moved slowly away from it. Before, from the orbit ship, he had been able to see only the bright side of the huge rock. Now he could see the sharp outline of the darkness across one side. But there was something else, peering into the blackness beyond the light line on the rock. He snapped on his helmet lamp, aimed the spotlight beam down to the dark rock surface. Johnny and Greg were landing now on the bright side, with Greg almost out of sight over the horizon. But Tom's attention was focused on something he could see only now as he moved away from the asteroid surface. His spotlight caught it, something bright and metallic, completely hidden on the dark side, lying in close to the surface but not quite on the surface. Then suddenly Tom knew what it was. The braking jets of a Class 1 Ranger, crouching beyond the reach of sunlight in the shadow of the asteroid. Swiftly he fired the bumper again, turning back toward the orbit ship. His hand went to the speaker switch, but he caught himself in time. Any warning shouted to Greg or Johnny would certainly be picked up by the ship, but he had to give warning somehow. He tumbled into the airlock, searching for a flare in his web belt. It was a risk. The Ranger ship might pick up the flash, but he had to take it. He was unscrewing the fuse cap from the flare when he saw Greg and Johnny leap up from the asteroid surface. Then he saw what had alarmed them. Slowly the Ranger was moving out from its hiding place behind the rock. Tom reached out to catch Greg as he came plummeting into the lock. There was a flash from the Ranger's side, and Johnny Coombs' voice boomed in his earphones. "Get inside! Get the lock closed fast! Hurry up! We can't waste a second!" Johnny caught the lip of the rock, dragged himself inside frantically. They were spinning, the airlock door closed when they heard the thundering explosion, felt the ship lurch under their feet, and all three of them went crashing into the deck. End of Gold in the Sky Part 2. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Gold in the Sky, Part 3 of 5 stories by Alan Nourse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. For a stunned moment, they were helpless as they struggled to pick themselves up. The stable airlock was suddenly no longer stable. It was lurching back and forth like a rowboat on a heavy sea, and they grabbed the shock bars along the bulkheads to steady themselves. "What happened?" Greg yelped. "I saw a ship." As if in answer, there was another crash below decks, and the lurching became worse. "They're firing on us, that's what happened," Johnny Coombs growled. "Well, they're shaking us loose at the seams," Greg said. "We've got to get this crate out of here." He reached for his helmet and began unsnapping his pressure suit. "Leave it on," Johnny snapped. "But we can't move fast enough in these things." "Leave it on all the same. If they split the hull open, you'll be dead in 10 seconds without a suit." Somewhere below, they heard the steady clang, clang, clang of the emergency station's bell. Already one of the compartments somewhere had been breached, and was pouring its air out into the vacuum of space. "But what can we do?" Greg said. "They could tear us apart." "First, we see what they've already done," Johnny said, spinning the wheel on the inner lock. "If they plan to tear us apart, we're done for. But they may want to try to board us. We'll wait and see." An orbit ship under fire was completely vulnerable. One well-placed shell could rip it open like a balloon. Tom and Greg followed Johnny to where the control cabin was located. In control, they found alarm lights flashing in 3 places on the instrument panel. Another muffled crash roared through the ship, and a new row of lights sprang along the panel. "How are the engines?" Greg said, staring at the flickering lights. "Can't tell. Looks like they're firing the main jets, but they've opened 3 storage holds too. They're trying to disable us." "What about the Scavenger?" Johnny checked the gauge. "The airlock compartment is all right, so the scout ships haven't been touched. They couldn't fire on them without splitting up the whole ship down the middle." Johnny leaned forward, flipped on the view screen, and an image came into focus. It was a Class 1 Ranger, there was no doubt about its origin. Like one they had seen berthing at Sun Lake City racks. This ship had a glossy black hull with golden triangle and J insignia standing out in sharp relief in the dim sunlight. "It's our friends all right," Johnny said. "But what are they trying to do?" Tom said. Even as they watched, a pair of scooters broke from the side of the Ranger and slid down toward the sun side of the asteroid. "I don't know," Johnny said. "I think they intended to stay hidden until Tom lost control of his bumper and got far enough around there to spot them." He frowned as the first scooter touched down on the asteroid surface. "Can't we fire on them?" Greg said angrily. "Not the way this tub is lurching around. They've got our main gyros and auxiliaries aren't powerful enough to steady us. Another blast or two could send us spinning like a top, and we'd have nothing to stabilize us." There was another flash from the Ranger's hull, and the ship jerked under their feet. "We're still a sitting duck here," Greg said. "Maybe those engines will still work." He slid into the control seat, flipped the drive switches to fire the side jets in opposite pairs. They fired, steadying the lurch of the ship somewhat, but there was no response from the main engines. "No good. We couldn't begin to run from them. We're stuck here." "They couldn't outrun us anyway," Tom said, watching the view screen. "And they're moving in closer now." "They're going to board us," Tom said. Johnny nodded, his eyes suddenly bright. "I think you're right, and if they do, we may have a chance. But we've got to split up. Greg, you take the control cabin here. Try to keep them out if you can. Tom can cover the main corridor and to the storage holds, and I'll take the engine room section. That'll sew up the entrances to control here and give us a chance to stop them." "They may have a dozen men," Tom said. "They could just shoot us down." "I don't think so," Johnny said. "They want us, not the ship, or they wouldn't bother to board us. We may not be able to hold them off, but we can try." "What about making a run for it in the Scavenger?" Greg said. Johnny chuckled grimly. "It'd be a mighty short run. That Ranger's got homing shells that could blow the Scavenger to splinters if we tried it. Our best bet is to put up such a brawl that they think twice about taking us." They parted in the corridor outside control, Johnny heading down for the engine room corridors, while Tom ran up toward the main outer shell corridor. A Markheim stunner was in his hand. The entire outer shell of the ship was storage space, each compartment separately sealed and connected with the two main corridors that circled the ship. On each side, these corridors came together to join the short entry corridors from the scout ship airlocks. Tom knew that the only way the ship could be boarded was through those locks. A man stationed at the place where the main corridors joined could block any entry from the locks, as long as he could hold his position. Tom reached the junction of the corridors, and crouched close to the wall. By peering around the corner, he had a good view of the airlock corridor. Tom gripped the Markheim tightly, and he dialed it down to a narrow beam. Nobody had ever been killed by a stunner, but a direct hit with an arrow beam could paralyze a man for 3 days. There was movement at the far end of the airlock corridor. A helmeted head peered round the corner in the corridor. Then 2 men in pressure suits moved into view, walking cautiously, weapons in hand. Tom shrank back against the wall, certain that they had not seen him. He waited until they were almost to the junction with the main corridor. Then he took aim and pressed the trigger stud on his Markheim. There was an ugly ripping sound as the gun jerked in his hand. The 2 men dropped as though they had been poleaxed. A shout, a scrape of metal against metal. A shot ripped back at him from the end of the corridor. Tom jerked back fast, but not quite fast enough. He felt a sledgehammer blow on his shoulder, felt his arm jerk in a cramping spasm while the corridor echoed the low rumble of subsonics. He flexed his arm to work out the spasm. They were using a wide beam, hardly strong enough to stun a man. His heart pounded. They were being careful, very careful. 2 men rounded the bend in the corridor. Tom fired, but they hit the deck fast, and the beam missed. The first one jerked to his feet, charged up the corridor toward him, dodging and sliding. Tom followed him in his sights, fired 3 times as the Markheim heated up in his hand. The beam hit the man's leg, dumping him onto the deck, and bounced off to catch the second one. But now there was another sound, coming from the corridor behind him. Voices, shouts, clanging of boots. He pressed against the wall, listening. The sounds were from below. They must have gotten past Johnny, probably the men on the scooters. Tom looked around helplessly. If they came up behind him, he was trapped in crossfire. But if he left his position, more men could come in through the airlock. Even now 2 more came around the bend, starting up the corridor for him. Quite suddenly, the lights went out. The men stopped. Sound stopped. The corridor was pitch black. Tom fired wildly down the corridor, heard shouts and oaths from the men, but he could see nothing. Then ahead, a flicker of light as a headlamp went on. The men from the airlock were close, moving in on him, and from behind he saw the light bouncing off the corridor walls. He jerked open the hatch to a storage hold, ducked inside, and slammed the hatch behind him. He pressed against the wall, panting. He waited. Suddenly an idea flickered in Tom's mind. There was a chance, a long chance, but it was something. If they were going to be captured in spite of anything they could do, even a long chance would be worth trying. He waited in the darkness, tried to think it through. It was a wild idea, an utterly impossible idea. He had never heard of it being tried before. But any chance was better than none. He remembered what Johnny had said in the control cabin. The Ranger ship would have homing shells. An attempt to make a run with the Scavenger might be disastrous. He thought about it, trying to reason it out. The Jupiter Equilateral men obviously wanted them alive. They did not dare to kill Roger Hunter's sons, because Roger Hunter might have told them where the bonanza was, and Jupiter Equilateral would not dare let any one of them break away. If one of them got back to Mars, the whole UN patrol would be out in the belt. The plan became clear in his mind, but he had to let Greg know. He fingered the control of his helmet radio. The boarding party would have a snooper, but if he was quick, they wouldn't have time to nail him. He buzzed an attention code. "Greg, can you hear me?" Silence. He buzzed again and waited. What was wrong? Had they already broken through to the control cabin and taken Greg? He buzzed again. "Greg, sound off if you can hear me." More silence, then a click. "Tom? Here, are you all right?" "So far, you?" "They got past me, but they didn't hit me. How's Johnny?" "I don't know," Greg said. "I think he's been hurt. Tom, you'd better get off. They'll have snoopers." "All right, listen," Tom said. "How does it look to you?" "Bad. We're outnumbered, but they'll be through to here any minute." "All right, I've got an idea. It's risky, but it might let us pull something out of this mess. I need some time, though." "How much?" 10-15 minutes. There was an edge to Greg's voice. "What are you planning?" "I can't tell you. They're listening in. But if it works—" "Look, don't do anything stupid." "I can't hear you," Tom said. "You try to hold them for 15 minutes, and don't worry, take care of yourself." Tom snapped off the speaker and moved into the hatchway. The corridor was empty and pitch black. He stared down toward the airlock and then stopped short at the sound of voices and the flicker of headlamps up ahead. He crouched back, but the lights were not moving. The guards at the lock making certain that nobody tried to board their own ship. Tom grinned to himself. They weren't missing any bets, he thought. Except one. There was one bet they wouldn't even think of. He backtracked to the storage hold, crossed through it, and out into the far corridor. He followed the gentle curve of the deck a quarter of the way around the ship. Twice along the way he stumbled in the darkness, but saw no sign of the raiders. At last he reached the far side, and the corridor leading to number 2 airlock. Again he could see the lamps of the guards around the bend. They were stationed directly inside their own lock. Inching forward, he peered into the blackness, each step a muffled clang on the deck plates. He edged his boots along as quietly as possible, reaching along the wall with his hand until he felt the lip of a hatchway. The lights and voices seemed nearer now. In the dim reflected light he saw the sign on the door of the hatchway. Number 2 airlock. Be sure pressure gauge is at 0 before opening hatch. He checked the gauge and silently spun the wheel. There was a ping as the seals broke. He pulled the hatch open just enough to squeeze into the lock, and then close it behind him. Then he switched on the pumps, waiting impatiently until the red "all clear" signal flashed on. Then he opened the outside lock. Just beyond he could see the silvery sleek lines of the Scavenger. It was their only chance. He took a deep breath, and jumped across the gap to the open lock of the Scavenger. To Greg Hunter, the siege of the orbit ship had been a nerve-wracking game of listening and waiting for something to happen. In the darkness of the control cabin he stretched his fingers, cramped from gripping the heavy Markheim stunner, and checked the corridor outside again. There was no sound in the darkness there, no sign of movement. Somewhere far below he heard metal banging on metal. Minutes before he thought he had heard the sharp ripping sound of a stunner blast overhead, but he wasn't sure. Wherever the fighting was going on, it was not here. He shook his head as his uneasiness mounted. Why hadn't Johnny come back? He'd gone off to try and disable the Ranger ship, leaving Greg to guard the control cabin. Why no sign of the marauders in the control cabin corridor? This should have been the first place they would head for, if they planned to take the ship. But there'd been nothing but silence and darkness. Johnny had been gone near 15 minutes already. Greg became more uneasy. He waited. Suddenly, bitterly, he realized the hopelessness of it. Even if Johnny did manage to damage the Ranger's ship, what difference would it make? They had been fools to come out here, idiots to ignore Tawny's warning, the three of them. Tawny had told them in so many words that there would be trouble, and they had come out anyway, just begging for it. Well, now that they had what they begged for, Greg slammed his fist into his palm angrily. What had they expected? That the big company would step humbly aside for them, with a fortune hanging in the balance? If they had even begun to think it through before they started. But they hadn't, and now it was too late. They were under attack. Johnny was off on a fool's errand, gone too long for comfort, and Tom... Greg glanced at his watch. It had been 10 minutes since Tom's call. What had he meant by it? A plan, he said. A long chance. He couldn't shake off the cold feeling in his chest when he thought about Tom. What if something happened to him? Greg remembered how he had grown to resent his brother. The time when they were very young, and Tom had been struck by sickness, a native Martian virus they called it. He remembered the endless nights of attention given to Tom alone. From then on, somehow, they weren't friends anymore. But now all that seemed to disappear, and Greg only wished that Tom would appear down the corridor. A sound startled him. He tensed, gripped the stunner, peering into the darkness. Had he heard something? Or was it his own foot scraping on the deck plate? He held his breath, listening, and the sound came again, louder. Someone was moving stealthily up the corridor. Greg waited, covered by the edge of the hatchway. It might be Johnny returning, or maybe even Tom. But there was no sign of recognition. Whoever it was coming silently. Then a beam of light flared from a headlamp, and he saw the blue crackle of a stunner. He jerked back as the beam bounced off the metal walls. Then he was firing point blank down the corridor, his stunner in a tight beam, a deadly pencil of violent energy. He heard a muffled scream, and a bulk loomed up in front of him, crashed to the deck at his feet. He fired again, another crash, a shout, and then the sound of footsteps retreating. He waited, his heart pounding, but there was nothing more. The first attempt on the control cabin had failed. 5 minutes later, the second attempt began. This time there was no warning sound. A sudden, ear-splitting crash, a groan of tortured metal, and a barricaded hatchway glowed dull red. Another crash followed. The edge of the hatch split open, pouring acid murexide fumes into the cabin. A third explosion breached the door 6 inches. Greg could see headlamps in the corridor beyond. He fired through the crack, pressing down the stud until the stunner scorched his hand. Then he heard boots clanging up the corridor. He pressed back against the wall, waited until the sounds were near, then threw open the hatch. For an instant he made a perfect target, but the raiders did not fire. The stunner buzzed in his hands, and once again the footfalls retreated. They were being careful. Silence then, and blackness. Minutes passed. 5, 10. Greg checked the time again. It was over 20 minutes since Tom had talked to him. What had happened? Whatever Tom had planned must have misfired, or something would have happened by now. For a moment he considered leaving his post and starting down the dark corridor to search. But where to search? There was nothing to do but wait and hope for a miracle. Then suddenly the lights blazed in the control cabin and the corridor outside. An attention signal buzzed in Greg's earphones. "All right, Hunter, it's all over," a voice grated. "You've got 5 minutes to get down to number 3 lock. If you make us come get you, you'll get hurt." "I'll chance it," Greg snapped back. "Come on up." "We're through fooling," the voice said. "You better get down here, and bring your brother with you." "Sure," Greg said. "Start holding your breath." The contact broke for a moment, and then clicked again. This time it was another voice. "We've got Johnny Coombs down here. You want him to stay alive, you start moving, without your stunner." Greg chewed his lip. They could be bluffing, but they might not be. "I want to see Johnny," he said. The control panel on a view screen flickered to life. "Take a look, then," the voice said in his earphones. They had Johnny all right. A burly guard was holding his good arm behind his back. Greg could see the speaker wires jerked loose from his helmet. "It's up to you," the voice said. "You've got 3 minutes. If you're not down here by then, this helmet comes off and your friend goes out the lock. It's quick that way, but it's not very pleasant." Johnny was shaking his head violently. The guard wrenched his arm, and the miner's face twisted in pain. 2 minutes, the voice said. "Okay," Greg said. "I'm coming down. Drop the stunner right there." He dropped the weapon to the deck. 3 steps out into the corridor, and 2 guards were there to meet him, stunners raised. They marched him up the ramp to the outer level corridor and around to number 3 lock. They were waiting there with Johnny. A moment later, the guards herded them through the lock and into the hold of the Ranger ship, stripped off their suits, and searched them. A big man with a heavy face and coarse black hair came into the cabin. He looked at Johnny and Greg and grunted.
"Well, you must be Hunter," he said to Greg. "Where's the other one?"
"What other one?"
Greg said.
"Your brother, where is he?"
"How would I know?"
Greg said. The man's face darkened.
"You'd be smart to watch your tongue,"
he said.
"We know there were 3 of you. We want the other one."
The man turned to a guard.
"What about it?"
"Don't know, Doc. Nobody's reported him."
"Take a crew and search the ship. We were due back hours ago. He's in there somewhere."
"Sure, Doc."
The guard disappeared through the lock. The man called Doc motioned Greg and Johnny through into the main cabin.
"What are you planning to do with us?"
Greg demanded.
"You'll find out soon enough."
Doc's mouth twisted angrily. A guard burst into the cabin.
"Doc, there's just nobody there. We've scoured the ship."
"You think he's just floating away in his spacesuit?"
Doc growled.
"Find him. Tawny only needs one of them, but we can't take a chance on the other one getting back."
He broke off, his eyes on the view screen.
"Did you check out those scout ships?"
"No, I thought—"
Greg caught Johnny's eye, saw the big miner's worried frown. "Where is he?" he whispered. "I don't know. I thought you did."
"All I know is that he had some kind of scheme in mind."
"Shut up,"
Doc said to them.
"If you're smart, you'll start strapping down before we—"
He broke off in mid-sentence, listening. Quite suddenly, the Ranger ship had begun to vibrate. Somewhere far away there was a muffled rumble of engines. Doc whirled to the view screen. Greg and Johnny looked at the same instant, and Johnny groaned. Below them, the Scavenger's jets were firing. First, the pale starter flame, then a long stream of fire, growing longer as the engines developed thrust. Doc slammed down a switch, roared into the speaker.
"That scout ship, stop it. He's trying to make a break."
2 guards appeared at the airlock almost instantly, but it was too late. Already she was straining at her magnetic cable moorings. Then the exhaust flared, and the little scout ship leapt away from the orbit ship, moving out at a tangent to the asteroid's orbit, picking up speed, moving faster and faster, in toward the orbit of Mars. The man called Doc had gone pale. Now he snapped on the speaker again.
"Frank, stand by on missile control. He's asking for it."
"Right,"
the voice came back.
"I'm sighting in."
The Scavenger was moving fast now, dwindling in the view screen. One panel of the view screen went telescopic to track her.
"All right,"
Doc said.
"Fire 1 and 2."
From both sides of the Ranger, tiny rockets flared, like twin bullets. The homing shells moved out, side by side, in the track of the escaping Scavenger. With a strangled cry, Greg leapt forward, but Johnny caught his arm.
"Johnny, Tom's on that thing." "I know, but he's got a chance."
Already the homing shells were out of sight. Only the twin flares were visible. Greg stared helplessly at the tiny light spot of the Scavenger. At first she had been moving straight, but now she was dodging and twisting, her side jets flaring at irregular intervals. The twin pursuit shells mimicked each change in course, drawing closer to her every second. And then there was a flash, so brilliant it nearly blinded them. And then the Scavenger burst apart in space. The second shell struck a fragment. There was another flash. There was nothing but a nebulous powdering of tiny metal fragments. The last run of the Scavenger had ended. Dazed, Greg turned away from the screen, and somewhere, as if in a dream, he heard Doc saying,
"All right, boys, strap this pair down. We've got a lot of work to do before we can get out of here."
End of Gold in the Sky, Part 3. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Gold in the Sky, Part 4, of 5 stories by Alan Nourse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Wherever they were planning to take them, the captors took great pains to make sure their 2 prisoners did not escape before they were underway. Greg and Johnny were strapped down securely into acceleration cots. 2 burly guards were assigned to them, and the guards were taking their job seriously. One of the 2 was watching them at all times, and both men held their stunners on ready. Meanwhile, under Doc's orders, the crew of the Jupiter Equilateral ship began a systematic looting of the orbit ship they had disabled. Earlier, they had merely searched the cabins and compartments. Now a steady stream of pressure-suited men crossed through the airlocks into the crippled vessel, marched back with packing cases full of tape records, microfilm spools, stored computer data, anything that might conceivably contain information. The control cabin was literally torn apart. Every storage hold was ransacked. A team of 6 men was dispatched to the asteroid surface, searching for any sign of mining or prospecting activity. They came back an hour later, long-faced and empty-handed. Doc took the reports, his scowl growing deeper and deeper. Finally, the last of the searchers reported in.
"Doc, we've scraped it down. There's nothing there. Not one thing we didn't check before." "There's got to be something there," Doc said. "You tell me where else to look and I'll do it."
Doc shook his head ominously.
"Tawny's not going to like it,"
he said.
"There's no other place it could be." "Well, at least we have this pair,"
the other said, jerking his thumb at Greg and Johnny.
"They'll know."
Doc looked at them darkly.
"Yes, and they'll tell too, or I don't know Tawny."
Greg watched it all happening, heard the noises, saw the packing cases come through the cabin, and still he could not quite believe it. He caught Johnny's eye, then turned away suddenly sick. Johnny shook his head.
"Take it easy, boy."
"He didn't even have a chance," Greg said.
"I know that. He must have known it too."
"But why? What was he thinking of?"
"Maybe he thought he could make it. Maybe he thought it was the only chance."
There was no other answer that Greg could see. The ache in his chest was deeper. There was no way to bring Tom back now. However things had been between them, they could never be changed now. But he knew that as long as he was still breathing, somebody somehow was going to answer for that last desperate run of the Scavenger. It had been an excellent idea, Tom Hunter thought to himself. It had worked perfectly, exactly as he planned it, so far. But now, as he clung to his precarious perch, he wondered if it had not worked out a little too well. The first flush of excitement that he had felt when he saw the Scavenger blow apart in space and begin to die down now, on its heels came an unpleasant truth, the realization that the only easy part lay behind him so far. The hard part was yet to come, and if that were to fail... He realized suddenly that he was afraid. He was well enough concealed at the moment, clinging tightly against the outer hull of the Ranger ship, hidden behind an opened airlock door. But soon the airlock would be pulled closed, and then the real test would come. Carefully, he ran through the plan again in his mind. He was certain now that his reasoning was right. There had been 24 men on the raider ship. There had been no question, even from the start, that they would succeed in boarding the orbit ship and taking its occupants prisoners. The Jupiter Equilateral ship had not appeared there by coincidence. They had come looking for something that they had not found. And the only source of information left was Roger Hunter's sons. The 3 of them together might have held the ship for hours or even days, but with the engines and radios smashed, there had been no hope of contacting Mars for help. Ultimately, they would have been taken. As he crouched in the dark storage hold of the orbit ship, Tom had realized this. He had also realized that, once captured, they would never have been freed and allowed to return to Mars. If the 3 of them were taken, they were finished. But what if only 2 were taken? He had pushed it aside as a foolish idea at first. The boarding party would never rest until they had accounted for all 3. They wouldn't dare go back to their headquarters leaving 1 man alive behind to tell the story. Unless they thought the 3rd man was dead. If they were sure of that, certain of it, they would not hesitate to take the remaining 2 away. And if by chance the 3rd man wasn't dead as they thought he was, and could find a way to follow them home, there might still be a chance to free the other 2. It was then that he thought of the Scavenger, and knew that he had found a way. In the cabin of the little scout ship he had worked swiftly, fearfully that at any moment one of the marauders might come aboard to search the ship. Tom was no rocket pilot, but he did know that the countdown was automatic, and that every ship could run on autopilot, as a drone, following a prescribed course until it ran out of fuel. Even the shell evasion mechanism could be set on automatic. Quickly he set the autopilot, plotted a simple high school math course for the ship, a course the Ranger ship would be certain to see and to fire upon. He set the countdown clock to give himself plenty of time for the next step. Both the airlock to the Scavenger and to the orbit ship worked on electric motors. The Scavenger was grappled to the orbit ship by magnetic cables. Tom dug into the ship's repair locker, found the wires and fuses that he needed, and swiftly started to work. It was an ingenious device. The inner airlock door in the orbit ship was triggered to a fuse. He had left it ajar. The moment it closed, by anyone intending to board the Scavenger, the fuse would burn, a circuit would open, and the little ship's autopilot would go active. The ship would blast away from its moorings and head out toward Mars. And the fireworks would begin. All that he would have to worry about then would be getting himself aboard the Ranger ship without being detected, which was almost impossible. But he knew there was a way. There was one place no one would think to look for him. If he could manage to keep out of the range of the view screen lenses, the outer hull of the ship. If he could clamp himself to the hull somehow, and manage to cling there during blast-off, he could follow Greg and Johnny right home. He checked the fuse on the airlock once again to make certain it was work. Then he waited, hidden behind the little scout ship's hull, until the orbit ship swung around into shadow. He checked his suit dials, oxygen for 22 hours, heater pack fully charged, soda ash only half saturated, it would do. Above him he could see the rear jets of the Ranger. He swung out onto the ship's orbit hull, and began crawling up toward the enemy ship. It was slow going. Every pressure suit had magnetic boots and hand pads to enable crewmen to go outside and make repairs on the hull of a ship in transit. Tom clung and moved on, clung again, trying to reach the protecting hull of the Ranger ship before the orbit ship swung him around to the sun side again. He couldn't move fast enough. He saw the light of the sunlight coming around the ship as it swung full into the sun. He froze, crouching motionless. If somebody on the Ranger spotted him now, it was all over. He was exposed like a lizard on a rock. He waited, hardly daring to breathe, as the ship spun ponderously around, carrying him into shadow again. And nothing happened. He started crawling up again, reached up to grab the mooring cable, and swung himself across to the hull of the Ranger. The airlock hung open. He scuttled behind it, clinging to the hull in its shadow just as Greg and Johnny were herded across by the Jupiter Equilateral guards. Then he waited. There was no sound, no sign of life. After a while, the Ranger's inner lock opened, and a group of men hurried across to the orbit ship, probably a searching party, Tom thought. Soon the men came back, then returned to the orbit ship. After another minute he felt the vibration of the Scavenger's motors, and he knew that his snare had been triggered. He saw the little ship break free and streak out in its curving trajectory. He saw the homing shells burst from the Ranger's tubes. The Scavenger vanished from his range of vision, but moments later he saw the sudden flame of light reflected against the hull of the orbit ship, and he knew his plan had worked. But the ordeal lay ahead. At the end of it, he might really be a dead man. Hours later, the last group of looters left the orbit ship, and the airlock to the Ranger clanged shut. Tom heard the sucking sound of the airtight seals, then silence. The orbit ship was empty, its insides gutted, its engines no longer operable. The Ranger hung like a long splinter of silver alongside her hull, poised and ready to move on. He knew that the time had come. Very soon the blast-off and the acceleration would begin. He had a few moments to find a position of safety, no more. Quickly, he began scrambling toward the rear of the Ranger's hull, hugging the metal sides, moving sideways like a crab. Ahead, he knew, the view-screen lenses would be active. If one of them picked him up, it would be quite a jolt to the men inside the ship, but it would be the end of his free ride. But the major peril was the blast-off. Once the engines cut off, the ship would be in free fall. Then he could cling easily to the hull, walk all over it if he chose to, with the aid of his boots and hand pads. But unless he found a way to anchor himself firmly to the hull during blast-off, he could be flung off like a pebble. He heard a whirring sound, and saw the magnetic mooring cables jerk. The ship was preparing for blast-off. The automatic motors were drawing the cables and grappling plates into the hull. Moving quickly, Tom reached the rear cable. Here was his anchor, something to hold him tight to the hull. With one hand he loosened the web belt of his suit, looped it over a corner of the grappling plate as it pulled into the hull. The plate pulled tight against the belt. Each plate fit into a shadow excavation in the hull, fitting so tightly that the plates were all but visible when they were in place. Tom felt himself pulled in tightly as the plate gripped the belt against the metal, and the whirring of the motor stopped. For an instant it looked like the answer. The belt was wedged tight. He couldn't possibly pull loose without ripping the nylon webbing of the belt. But a moment later the motor started whirring again. The plate pushed out from the hull a few inches, then started back again, pulling in the belt. A good idea that just wouldn't work. The automatic machinery on a spaceship was built to perfection. Nothing could be permitted to half work. Tom realized what was happening. Unless the plate fits perfectly in its place, the cable motor could not shut off, and presently an alarm signal would start flashing on the control panel. He pulled the belt loose reluctantly. He would have to count on his boots and hand pads alone. He reached the rear of the hull, looking for some break in the polished metal that might serve as a toehold. To the rear the fins flared out, supported by heavy struts. He made his way back, crouching close to the hull and straddling one of the struts. He jammed his magnetic boots down against the hull and wrapped his arms around the strut with all his strength. Clinging there, he waited. It wasn't a good position. The metal of the strut was polished and slick, but it was better than trying to cling to the open hull. He tensed now, not daring to relax for fear that the blast-off acceleration would slam him when he was unprepared. Deep in the ship, the engines began to rumble. He felt it rather than heard it, a low-pitched vibration that grew stronger and stronger. The Ranger would not need a great thrust to move away from the orbit ship, but if they were in a hurry, they might start out at nearly Mars escape. The jets flared, and something slammed him down against the fin strut. The Ranger moved out, its engines roaring, accelerating hard. Tom felt as though he had been hit by a ton of rock. The strut seemed to press in against his chest. He could not breathe. His hands were sliding, and he felt the pull on his boots. He tightened his grip desperately. This was it. He had to hang on. Had to hang on. He saw his boot on the hull surface, sliding slowly, creeping back and stretching his leg. Suddenly it broke loose. He lurched to one side, and the other boot began sliding. There was a terrible ache in his arms, as though some malignant giant were tearing at him, trying to wrench him loose as he fought for his hold. There was one black instant when he knew he could not hold on another second. He could see the blue flame of the jet streaming behind him, the cold blackness of space beyond that. It had been a fool's idea, he thought in despair, 1,000,000 to 1 shot that he had taken, and lost. And then the pressure stopped. His boots clanged down on the hull, and he almost lost his hand grip. He stretched an arm, shook himself, took a great painful breath, and then clung to the strut, almost sobbing, hardly daring to move. The ordeal was over. Somewhere, far ahead, an orbit ship was waiting for the Ranger to return. He would have to be ready for the braking thrust and the side maneuvering thrusts, but he would manage to hold on. Crouching against the fin, he would be invisible to viewers on the orbit ship, and who would be looking for a man clinging to the outside of a scout ship? Tom sighed and waited. Jupiter Equilateral would have its prisoners all right. He wished now that he had not discarded the stunner, but those extra pounds might have made the difference between life and death during the blast-off. At least he was not completely unarmed. He still had Dad's revolver at his side. He smiled to himself. The pirates would have their prisoners indeed, but they would have one factor to deal with that they had not counted on. For Greg, it was a bitter, lonely trip. After 10 hours, they saw the huge Jupiter Equilateral orbit ship looming up in the view screen like a minor planet. Skillfully, Doc maneuvered the ship into the launching rack. The guards unstrapped the prisoners and handed them pressure suits. Moments later, they were in a section in crew's quarters where they stripped off their suits. This orbit ship was much larger than Roger Hunter's. The gravity was almost Mars normal, and it was comforting just to stretch and relax their cramped muscles, as long as they didn't think of what was ahead. Finally, Johnny grinned and slapped Greg's shoulder. "Cheer up," he said. "We'll be honored guests for a while, you can bet on that." "For a while," Greg said bitterly. Just then the hatchway opened. "Well, who do we have here?" a familiar voice said. "Returning call, you might say, and maybe this time you'll be ready for a bit of bargaining." They turned to see the heavy face and angry gray eyes of Merrill Tawney. The casual observer might have been fooled. Tawney's guard was down only for an instant, then the expression of cold fury and determination on his face dropped away as though the shutter of a camera had clicked, and he was still all smiles and affability. They were honored guests here, one would have thought, and this pudgy agent of the Jupiter Equilateral Combine was their genial host, anxious for their welfare, eager to do anything he could for their comfort. They were amazed by the luxuriousness of the ship. For the next few hours they received the best treatment. Sumptuous accommodations, excellent food. They were finishing their second cup of coffee when Tawney asked, "Feeling better, gentlemen?"
You do things in a big way, Johnny said. This is real coffee, made from grounds. Must have cost a fortune to ship it out here.
Tawny spread his hands.
We keep it for special occasions, like when we have special visitors. Even when the visits aren't voluntary,
Greg added sourly.
We have to be realistic,
Tawny said.
Would you have come if we invited you? Of course not. You gentlemen chose to come out into the belt in spite of my warnings. You thus made things very awkward for us, upset our certain plans.
He looked at Greg.
We don't ordinarily allow people to upset our plans, but now we find that we're forced to include you in our plans whether you happen to like the idea or not. You're doing a lot of talking,
Greg said.
Why don't you come to the point?
Tawny was no longer smiling.
We happen to know that your father struck a rich lode on one of his claims. That's interesting,
Greg said.
Did Dad tell you that? He didn't have to. A man can't keep a secret like that. Not for very long. Ask your friend here if you don't believe me. And we make it our business to know what's going on out here. We have to in order to survive. Well, suppose you heard right. The law says that what a man finds on his own claim is his. Certainly,
Tawny said.
Nobody would think of claim jumping these days, but when a man happens to die before he can bring in his bonanza, then it's a question of who gets there first, wouldn't you think? Not when the man is murdered,
Greg said hotly.
Not by a long shot. But you can't prove that your father was murdered. If I could, I wouldn't be here. Then I think we'll stick to the law,
Tawny said,
and call it an accident. And what about my brother? Was that an accident? Ah, yes, your brother.
Tawny's eyes hardened.
Quite a different matter, that. Sometimes Doc tends to be overzealous in carrying out his assigned duties. I can assure you that he has been disciplined. That's not going to help Tom much. Unfortunately not,
Tawny said.
Your brother made a very foolish move under the circumstances, but from a practical point of view, perhaps it's not entirely a tragedy. What do you mean by that? From what I've heard,
Tawny said,
you didn't have much use for your twin brother, and now you certainly won't have to share your father's legacy.
It was too much. With a roar, Greg swung at the little fat man. The blow caught Tawny full in the jaw, jerked his head back. Greg threw his shoulder into a hard left, slamming Tawny back against the wall. The guard charged across the room, dragging them apart as Tawny blubbered and tried to cover his face. Greg dug his elbow into the yard's stomach, twisted away, and started for Tawny again. Then Johnny caught his arm and spun him around. "Stop it," he snapped. "Use your head, boy." Greg stopped, glaring at Tawny and grasping for breath. The company man picked himself up, rubbing his hand across his mouth. For a moment he trembled with rage. Then he gripped the table with one hand, forcibly regaining his control. He managed even a sickly smile. "Just like your father," he said. "Too hot-headed for your own good, but we'll let it pass. I brought you here to make you an offer, a very generous offer, and I'll still make it. I am a businessman. When I want something I bargain for it. If I have to share a profit to get it, I share the profit. All right, you know where your father's strike is. We want it. We can't find it, so you've got us over a barrel. We're ready to bargain." Greg started forward. "I wouldn't bargain with you for—" "Shut up, Greg," Johnny said. Greg stared at him. The big miner's voice had cracked like a whip. Now he was drawing Merrill Tawney aside, speaking rapidly into his ear. Tawney listened, shot a venomous glance across at Greg, and finally nodded. "All right," he said, "but I can't wait forever." "You won't have to." Tawney turned to the guard. "You have your orders," he said. "They're to have these quarters in the freedom of the ship, except for the outer level. They're not to be harmed, and they're not to be out of your sight except when they're locked in here. Is that clear?" The guard nodded. Tawney looked at Johnny and started for the door, still rubbing his jaw. "We'll talk again later," he said, and then he was gone. When the guard had left and the lock buzzed in the door, Johnny looked at Greg and shook his head sadly. "You just about fixed things, boy, you really did. You've got to use your head if you want to stay alive a while, that's all. Look, there isn't going to be any bargaining with Tawney. He just doesn't work that way. It's heads he wins, tails we lose. Once he has what he wants, we won't last 6 minutes. All right, then there's just one thing that can keep us alive. Stalling him. We've got to make him think he'll give in if he plays his cards right." Greg was silent for a minute. "I hadn't thought of it that way. And we've got to use the time we have to find some way to break for it. Johnny stood up, staring around the luxurious lounge.
If you want my opinion, it's going to take some pretty fancy footwork to get out of here with our skins.
True to his word, Tawney had given them the freedom of the ship. Greg and Johnny discovered that their guard was also an excellent guide. All day he had been leading them through the ship, chatting and answering their questions about asteroid mining, until they almost forgot that they were really prisoners here. And the guard's obvious pride in the scope and skill of his company's mining operations was strangely infectious. Watching the Jupiter Equilateral ship in operation, Greg felt his heart sink. Here was a huge, powerful organization, with all the equipment and men and know-how they could ever need. How could one man, or two or three in a team, hope to compete with them? For the independent miner, the only hope was the big strike, the single lode that could make him rich. He might work all his life without finding it, and then stumble upon it by sheer chance. But if he couldn't keep it when he found it, what then? What if the great mining company became so strong that they could be their own law in the belt? What if they grew strong enough and powerful enough to challenge the United Nations on Mars itself, and gain control of the entire mining industry? What chance would the independent miner have then? It was a frightening picture. Suddenly something began to make sense to Greg. He realized something about his father that he had never known before. Roger Hunter had been a miner, yes, but he had been something else too, something far more important than just a miner. Roger Hunter had been a fighter, fighting to the end for something that he believed in. Tawney interrupted Greg's thought.
"Quite an operation,"
he said. Greg looked at him.
"So I see. And very efficient, too. Our men have everything they need to work with. We can mine at far less cost than anyone else. But you still can't stand the idea of independent miners working the belt,"
Greg said. Tawney's eyebrows went up.
"But why not? There's lots of room out here. Our operation with Jupiter Equilateral is no different from an independent miner's operation. We aren't different kinds of people."
Tawney smiled.
"When you get right down to it, we're both exactly the same, scavengers in space, vultures picking over the dead remains to see what we can find. We come out to the asteroids and we bring back what we want and leave the rest behind. And it doesn't matter whether we've got one ship working or 400. We're still just scavengers." "With just one difference,"
Greg said, turning away from the view screen.
"Difference?"
Greg nodded.
"Even vultures don't kill their own,"
he said. Later, when they were alone in their quarters again, Greg and Johnny stared at each other gloomily.
"Didn't you see anything that might help us?"
Greg said.
"Not much. For an orbit ship, this place is a fortress. I got a good look at that scout ship coming in. It was armed to the teeth. Probably they all are. And they're keeping a guard now at every airlock." "So we're sewed up tight,"
Greg said.
"Looks that way. They've got us both, boy, and I think Tawny's patience is wearing thin, too. We're either going to have to produce or else." "But what can we do?" "Start bluffing. It seems to me we're just about bluffed out." "I mean talk business,"
said Johnny.
"Tell Tawny what he wants to know." "When we don't know any more than he does? How?"
Johnny Coombs scratched his jaw.
"I've been thinking about that,"
he said slowly.
"And I wonder if we don't know a whole lot more than we think we do." "Like what?"
Greg said.
"We've all been looking for the same thing, a big strike, a bonanza lode. Tawny's men have raked over every one of your dad's claims, and they haven't turned up a thing."
Johnny looked at Greg.
"Makes you wonder a little, doesn't it? Your dad was smart, but he was no magician. And how does a man go about hiding something like a vein of ore?" "I don't know,"
Greg said.
"It doesn't seem possible." "It isn't possible,"
Johnny said flatly.
"There's only one possible explanation, and we've been missing it all along. Whatever he found, it wasn't an ore strike. It was something else. Something far different from anything we've been thinking of."
Greg stared at him.
"But if it wasn't an ore strike, what was it?" "I don't know,"
Johnny said.
"But I'm sure of one thing. It was something important enough that he was ready to die before he revealed it. And that means it was important enough that Tawny won't dare kill us until he finds out what it was."
End of Gold in the Sky, Part 4. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Gold in the Sky, Part 5 of 5 stories by Alan Nourse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Crouching back into the shadow, Tom Hunter waited as the heavy footsteps moved up the corridor, then back down, then up and down again. He peered around the corner for a moment, looking quickly up and down the curving corridor. The guard was 20 yards away, moving toward him in a slow, measured pace. Tom jerked his head back, then peered out again as the footsteps receded. The guard was a big man, with a heavy-duty scanner resting in the crook of his elbow. He paused, scratched himself, and resumed his pacing. Tom waited, hoping that something might distract the big man, but he moved stolidly back and forth, not too alert, but far from too alert to risk breaking out into the main corridor. Tom moved back into the darkened corridor where he was standing, trying to decide what to do. It was a side corridor and a blind alley. It ended in a large hatchway marked Hydroponics, and there were no branching corridors. If he were discovered here, there would be no place to hide. But he knew he could never hope to accomplish his purpose here. A hatch clanged open, and there were more footsteps down the main corridor as a change of guards hurried by. There was a rumble of voices, and Tom listened to catch the words.
"Don't care what you think. The boss says tighten it up." "But they got 'em locked in." "So tell it to the boss. We're supposed to check every compartment in the section every hour. Now get moving."
The footsteps moved up and down the corridor then, and Tom heard the hatches clanging open. If they sent a light down this spur, he turned to the hatch, spun the big wheel on the door, and stepped inside just as the footsteps came closer. The stench inside was almost overpowering. The big darkened room was extremely warm, the air damp with vapor. The plastic-coated walls streamed with moisture. Against the walls Tom could see the great hydroponic vats that held the yeast and algae cultures that fed the crew of the ship. Water was splashing in one of the vats, and there was a gurgling sound as the nutrient broth drained out to be replaced with fresh. He moved swiftly across the compartment, into a darkened area behind the rows of vats, and crouched down. He heard footsteps and the ring of metal as the hatchway came open. One of the guards walked in, peered into the gloom, wrinkled his nose, and walked out again, closing the hatchway behind him. It would do for a while, if he didn't suffocate, but if this ship was organized like smaller ones, it would be a blind alley. Modern hydroponic tanks did not require much servicing, once the cultures were growing. The broth was drained automatically and sluiced through a series of pipes to the rendering plant where the yeasts could be flavored and pressed into surrogate steaks and other items for spaceship cuisine. There would be no other entrances, no way to leave except the way he had come in. And with the guards on duty, that was out of the question. He waited, listening, as the check-down continued in nearby compartments. Then silence fell again. The heavy yeast aroma had grown more and more oppressive. Now suddenly a fan went on with a whir, and a cool draft of freshened, reprocessed air poured down from the ventilator shaft above his head. Getting into the orbit ship had been easier than he had hoped. In the excitement as the new prisoners were brought aboard, security measures had been lax. No one had expected a third visitor. In consequence, no one looked for one. Huge as it was, the Jupiter Equilateral ship had never been planned as a prison, and it had taken time to stake out the guards in a security system that was at all effective. In addition, every man who served as a guard had been taken from duty somewhere else on the ship. There had been no guard at the airlock in the first few moments after the prisoners were taken off the Ranger ship. Tom waited until the ship was moored. Clinging to the fin strut, he watched Greg and Johnny taken through the lock, and soon as the last of the crew had crossed over after securing the ship. Presently the orbit ship airlock had gone dark, and only then had he ventured from his place of concealment, creeping along the dark hull of the Ranger ship and leaping across to the airlock. A momentary risk, then, as he opened the lock. In the control room, he knew a signal light would blink on a panel as the lock was opened. Tom moved as quickly as he could, hoping that in the excitement of the new visitors, the signal would go unnoticed, or, if spotted, that the spotter would assume it was only a crewman making a final trip across to the Ranger ship. But once inside, he began to realize the magnitude of his problem. It was not a tiny independent orbit ship with a few corridors and compartments. This was a huge ship, a vast complex of corridors and compartments and holds. There was probably a crew of 1,000 men on this ship, and there was no sign where Greg and Johnny might have been taken. He moved forward, trying to keep to the side corridors and darkened areas. In the airlock he had wrapped up his pressure suit and stored it on a rack. No one would notice it there, and it might be handy later. He had strapped his father's gun case to his side, some comfort, but a small one. Now, crouching behind the yeast vat, he lifted out the gun, hefted it idly in his hand. It was a weapon at least. He was not well acquainted with guns, and in the shadowy light it seemed to him that this one looked odd for a revolver. It felt wrong, out of balance in his hand. He slipped it back into the case. After all, it had been fitted to Dad's hand, not his. And Johnny or Greg would know how to use it better than he would, if he could find them. But to do that, he would have to search the ship. He would have to move about. He couldn't just wait in the storage hold. And with all the guards that were posted, he would certainly stumble into one of them sooner or later if he tried leaving this spot. He shook his head and started for the hatch. He would have to chance it. There was no other way to tell how much time he had, but it was a sure bet that he didn't have very long. In the spur corridor again, he waited until the guard's footsteps were muffled and distant. Then he darted out into the main corridor, moving swiftly and silently away from the guard. At the first hatchway he ducked inside, and waited in the darkness panting. The guard had stopped walking. Then his footsteps resumed, but more quickly, coming down the corridor. He stopped almost outside the hatchway door.
"Funny,"
Tom heard him mutter.
"I'd have sworn."
Tom held his breath waiting. There was a storage hold, but he didn't dare move, even to take cover. The guard stood motionless for a moment, then grunted, and resumed his slow pacing. When he had moved away, Tom caught his breath in huge gasps, his heart beating in his throat. It was no use, he thought in despair. Once or twice he might get away with it, but sooner or later a guard would be alert enough to investigate an obscure noise, a flicker of movement in the corner of his eye. There had to be another way. His eye probed the storage hold, hopelessly, and then stopped on a metal grill in the wall. For a moment he didn't recognize what it was. Then there was a whoosh, 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 as the fan went on, and he felt cool air against his cheek. He held out his hand to the grill and found air coming from there. A ventilation shaft. Every spacecraft had to have reconditioning units for air inside the ship. The men inside needed a constant supply of fresh oxygen. But even more, without pumps to move the air in each compartment, they would soon suffocate from the accumulation of carbon dioxide in the air they breathed out, or bake from the heat their bodies radiated. On the other hand, the yeasts in the algae required carbon dioxide and yielded copious amounts of oxygen as they grew. In Roger Hunter's little orbit ship, the ventilation shafts were small, a loose network of foot-square ducts leading from the central pumps and air reconditioning units to every compartment in the ship. But in a ship of this size, the grill was over a yard wide, 4 feet tall. It started at about shoulder height and ran up overhead. The ducts would network the ship, opening into every compartment, and no one would ever open them unless something went wrong. And then he was laughing out loud, working the grill out of the slots that held it to the wall, trying to make his hands work in his excitement. He knew he had found his answer. The grill came loose, lifted down a piece. He stopped short as footsteps approached in the corridor, paused and went on. Then he peered into the black gaping hole behind the grill. It was big enough for a man to crawl in. He shinned up into the hole, and pulled the grill back to its slot behind him. Somewhere far away he heard a throbbing of giant pumps. There was a rush of cool fresh air past his cheek, cold when it contacted the sweat pouring down his forehead. But he could not quite stand up, but there was plenty of room for him to crouch and move. Ahead of him was a black tunnel, broken only by a patch of light coming through the grill that opened into the next compartment. He stared into the blackness, his heart racing. Somewhere in the ship Johnny Coombs and Greg Hunter were prisoners, but now, Tom knew, there was a way to escape. It was a completely different world, a world within a world of darkness and silence, of 1,000 curving and intersecting tunnels, some large, some small. For hours it seemed to him that he had been wandering through a tomb, moving through the corridors of a dead ship, the lone surviving crewman. There was some contact with the other world, of course, the world of the spaceship outside. Each compartment had its metal grill, and he passed many of them. But there were like doors that only he knew existed. He met no one in these corridors. There was no danger of sudden discovery and arrest in these dark alleys. His boots had made too much noise as he started out, so he slipped them off, hanging them from his belt, and moving on in his stocking feet. As he went from duct to duct, he had an almost ridiculous feeling of freedom and power. In every sense he was an invisible man. Not one soul on this great ship knew he was here, or even suspected. He had the run of the ship, complete freedom to go wherever he chose. He could move from compartment to compartment as silently and invisibly as if he had no substance at all. He knew the first job was to learn the pattern of the ducts, and orientation was a problem. He had heard stories of men getting lost in the deep underground mining tunnels of Mars, wandering in circles for days until their food gave out and they starved. And there was that hazard here, for every duct looked like every other one. But there was a difference here, because the ducts curved just as the main ship's corridors did. He could always identify the center of the ship by the force of false gravity pulling the other way. Furthermore, as the ducts grew closer to the pumps and reconditioning units, they opened into larger vents, and the noise of the pumps thundered in his ears. After an hour of exploration, Tom was certain that from any place in the ship he could at least find his way to the outer layer, and from there to one of the scout ship airlocks. Finding Greg and Johnny was quite a different matter. He could not see enough through the compartment grills to identify what the compartments were. He was forced to rely on what he could hear. The engine rooms were easily identified. In one area he heard the banging of pots and pans, the steaming of kettles, obviously the galley. He found the control area. He could hear the clatter of typing instruments and the click, click, click of the computers working out the orbits and trajectories for the scout ships as they moved out from the orbit ship or came back in. In another compartment, he heard a dispatcher chattering his own special code language into a microphone in a low-pitched voice. He passed another grill, and then stopped short as a familiar voice drifted through. Merrill Tawney's voice. Tom hugged the grill, straining to catch the words. The company man sounded angry. The man he was talking to sounded even angrier.
"I can't help what you want or don't want, Merrill. I can only report what we found, and that's nothing at all. Every one of these claims has been searched twice over. Doc and his boys went over them, and we didn't find anything they missed. I think you're barking up the wrong tree." "There's got to be something,"
Tawney said, his voice tight with anger.
"Hunter couldn't have taken anything away from here. He didn't have a chance to. You read the reports." "I know,"
the other said wearily.
"I know what the reports said. Then what he found is still out there. There's no other possibility,"
Tawney said.
"We went over that rock with a microscope. We blew it to shreds. Assay has gone through the fragments literally piece by piece. They found a low-grade iron, a trace of nickel, a little tin, and lots of granite. If we never found anything richer than that, we'd have been out of business 10 years ago."
There was a long silence. Tom pressed closer to the grill. Then he heard Tawney slam his fist into his palm.
"You know what Roger Hunter's doing, don't you?"
he said.
"He's making fools of us, that's what. The man's dead, and he's making us look like idiots. If we hadn't been so sure we had the load spotted..."
He broke off.
"Well, that's done. We can't undo it. But this brat of his... Any luck there?" "Not a word. He's playing coy." "Maybe he doesn't know anything. Doc made a bad mistake when he blasted the other one. Suppose he was the only one that knew." "All right, it was a mistake,"
Tawney snapped.
"What was he supposed to do? Let him get back to Mars? We've got a good front there, but it's not that good. If the United Nations gets a toehold out here, the whole belt will go into their pocket. You realize that. They're waiting for us to make one slip."
He paused, and Tom heard him pacing the compartment.
"But I think we've got our boy. This one knows. We've been spoiling him so far, that's all. Well, now we start digging. When I get through with him, he'll be begging us to let him tell. You just watch me as soon as the OK comes through."
Tom drew back from the grill, moving on in the darkness. So far he had not rushed his exploration. There was a chance to use the ducts for escape. He wanted to know them well. But now he knew the hour was getting late. So far Greg and Johnny had been stalling Tawney, but Tawney was getting impatient. He moved quickly, and he thought again of what Tawney had said. Tawney was right about one thing. There was no way that Dad could have hidden a big strike so nobody could find it. It had to be there. And yet it wasn't. He and Greg hadn't found it. Tawny's men hadn't found it either. Why not? There must be a reason. But he could not put his finger on it. Half an hour later, he was seriously worried. Half of the compartments in the area were deserted, the men leaving for the cafeteria. The thought reminded Tom how hungry he was and thirsty. His small emergency ration kit was empty. He toyed with the thought of sneaking into a food storage compartment, then thrust it out of his mind as too risky. He had to find Greg and Johnny before anything. He passed a grill, and heard a murmur of voices. Something in the deep bass rumble caught his ear, and he stopped, listened. The voices also stopped. He waited for them to begin, pressing against the grill. Johnny Coombs was not the only man with a deep bass voice. He might have been mistaken. He listened, but there was no sound. He heard the whir of a fan begin. Still no sound, not even footsteps. And then it happened, so fast he was taken completely off guard. The grill suddenly gave way, pitching him forward into the compartment. Something struck him behind the ear as he fell. There was a grunt, a sharp command, and he was pinned to the floor in semi-darkness of the compartment. Then he heard a gasp, and he opened his eyes. He was staring into his brother's startled face. Greg was pinning his shoulders to the carpeted deck, and behind him Johnny Coombs had a fist raised. But they had stopped in mid-air like a tableau of puppets. Greg gaped, his jaw falling open, and Tom heard himself saying,
"What are you trying to do, kill a guy? Seemed to me one time is enough."
He had found them. In the first instance of astonishment they were speechless. Later, Tom said it was the first time in his life he had ever seen Greg totally without words. His brother jumped back, as if he had seen a ghost, and his mouth worked, but no sounds came out.
"Don't worry, it's me all right,"
Tom said.
"And I'm mighty hungry."
Greg and Johnny stared at the black hole behind the grill, and then Greg was pummeling him, pounding him on the back, so excited he couldn't get a sentence out, and Johnny was hovering over them, incredulous but forced to believe his eyes, like a father overwhelmed by the impossible behavior of a pair of unpredictable children. It was a jubilant reunion. They broke open the cabinets and refrigerator in the back of the lounge and pulled out a Suro ham and rolls while Johnny got some coffee going. Tom was so famished he could hardly wait to make sandwiches of the ham. He ate as fast as he got it. But finally he slowed up, his mouth empty enough to talk.
"All right, let's have the story,"
Greg said, still looking as though he couldn't believe his eyes.
"The last we saw you, you were blown into atoms out there in that Scavenger. You've got some nerve turning up now and scaring us half out of our skins. You want me to go back in my hole? Just sit still and talk."
Tom told them then, starting from the beginning. Through it all, Greg stared in admiration.
"We've got a genius among us, that's all," he said finally, "and I always thought you were the timid one." "But what else could I do?"
Tom said.
"You know what they say about grabbing a tiger by the tail. Once you get hold, you've got to hold on." "Okay," Greg said, "but the next time I make a crack about your retiring nature, remind me to stick my foot in my mouth." "I'll do it for him,"
Johnny Coombs rumbled. Tom nodded toward the open grill.
"The only thing I don't see is how you knew I was back there."
Johnny grinned.
"We were busy taking down the grill when you came along. We found 3 microphones in this place and figured they might have someone behind the grill, and then we heard somebody breathing back there. We thought they'd posted a guard back there just to snoop us." "Well, I'm glad you didn't hit him any harder."
Johnny started to say something, then stopped, cocked his head toward the door. There were footsteps in the corridor outside. They came closer, stopped by the door.
"Quick," Johnny hissed. "Back inside."
There was no time to look around for other concealment. Tom leaped across the room, jumped into the shaft again, and Greg slammed the grate up into place just as the hatchway door swung open. Merrill Tawney walked into the room, with 2 burly guards behind him. For the first few seconds, Greg was certain that they were lost. He stood with his back to the ventilator grill, frozen in his tracks as the fat little company man came in the room. He tried to keep his face blank, but he knew he wasn't succeeding. He saw the puzzled frown form on Tawney's face. The company man motioned to the guards in the room, peered suspiciously at Greg and Johnny.
"Am I interrupting something by any chance?" "Nothing at all,"
Johnny blurted.
"We're just talking." "Talking."
Tawny repeated the word as if it were some strange language he didn't quite understand. He looked at the guard.
"Let's just check them."
While one guard patted down their clothes, the other withdrew a stunner, held it on ready. Tawny prowled the lounge. He glanced at the food on the table, then reached under the chair cushion and withdrew a disconnected microphone, looked at the loose wires and tossed it aside.
"They're clean,"
the guard said. Tawny's face was a study of uneasiness, but he clearly could not pinpoint what the trouble was. He finally shrugged, turned on the smile again, although his eyes remained watchful.
"Well, maybe you won't mind if I join the talking for a while,"
he said.
"You've been comfortable? No complaints?" "No complaints,"
Greg said.
"Then I presume we're ready to talk business."
He looked at Greg.
"You said you were ready to bargain,"
Greg said.
"but I haven't heard any terms yet." "Terms? Very simple. You direct us to the load. We give you half of everything we realize from it,"
Tawny said, smiling.
"You mean you'll write us a contract with a UN witness to it?" "Well, hardly under the circumstances. I'm afraid you'll have to take our word."
Greg looked at the company man and shook his head.
"Not that I don't trust you,"
he said.
"but I'm afraid I can't give you what you want."
Greg said.
"Why not?" "Because I don't know where Dad made his strike."
The company man's face darkened.
"Somebody knows where it is. Your father would never have found something like that without telling his own sons." "Sorry,"
Greg said.
"Of course I can tell you where you can find out if you want to go look. We've already searched his records." "Some of his records,"
Greg said.
"Not all of them. There was a compartment behind the main control panel in Dad's orbit ship. Dad used it to store deeds, claims, and other important papers. There was a pack of notes in there before your men fired on the ship, but of course maybe you searched more thoroughly the second time."
Tawny stared at him for a moment, then at Johnny. Johnny Coombs shrugged his shoulders solemnly and shook his head. Without a word, the little company man walked to the intercom speaker on the wall. He spoke sharply into it, waited, then had a brief, pungent conversation with someone. He turned back to Greg, his face heavy with suspicion.
"You saw these papers?" "Certainly I saw them. I didn't have time to read them, though. What else could they be?" "Let me warn you," Tawny said coldly. "If I send a crew out there on a wild goose chase, the party will be over when they get back. Do you understand? You've been given every consideration. This is a fool's errand. You'll pay for it dearly."
He turned on his heel, snarled at one of the guards.
"I want them watched every minute,"
he said.
"One of you stay with them constantly. It won't take long to find out if this is a stall."
He stalked out, and the hatchway clanged behind him. The guard went along. The big one with the stunner stayed behind, eyeing his prisoners unpleasantly. The stunner was in his hand, the safety off. Johnny Coombs started across the room toward the kitchenette, passing close to the guard. Suddenly he turned, swung his fist heavily on the guard's neck. The stunner cracked, but Greg had jumped aside. Another blow from Johnny's fist sent the gun flying. Another blow, and the guard's legs slid out from under him. He fell unconscious to the floor. In an instant they were across the room, lifting down the grill, helping Tom out of his hiding place.
"Okay, boy,"
Johnny said to Greg.
"I guess you pulled the trigger with that story of yours." "Not me,"
Greg said.
"Tom did. He's the one that showed us the way out, the same way he came in."
The guard was out for a while. They made sure of that first. Then there was a hasty consultation.
"The airlocks are guarded," Johnny said. "And if they stumble into the elevator shafts, they can smoke us out in no time. How are we going to get to a scout ship without showing ourselves? For that matter, how are we going to get a scout ship away from here without being blown up the way the Scavenger was blown up?" "I think I know a way," Tom said. "We have something to keep a lot of crew busy. If we could get to the ship's generators and put them out of commission somehow, it might do it." "Why?" Greg wanted to know. "Because of the air supply," Tom said. "Without generators, the fans won't run. They'll have to get a crew to fix them or they'll suffocate." "But that would only take a few men," Johnny said. As soon as the generators went out, they'd look for us, and if we were missing, well, they'd have the whole crew beating the bushes for us. It wouldn't be long before somebody thought of the ventilators. But we've got to do something and do it fast,
Tom said.
I know.
Johnny chewed his lip.
It's a good idea, but we need more than just the generators. We've got to disable the ship, throw so many things at them so fast and from so many different directions that they don't know which way to turn. That means we need to split up, and we'd need weapons.
He hefted the guard's Markheim.
One stunner between three of us isn't enough. Well, we have this.
Tom unbuckled Roger Hunter's gun case from his belt.
Dad's revolver. It's not a stunner, but it might help.
He tossed the case to Johnny.
I can give you both a rundown on how the shafts go. We could plan to meet at a certain spot in a certain length of time.
He broke off, looking at Johnny. The big miner had taken Roger Hunter's gun from the case and hefted it in his hand, started to check it automatically as Tom talked. But now his hand froze as he stared at the weapon.
What's wrong?
Tom asked.
This gun is wrong,
Johnny said.
All wrong. Where did you get this thing? From Dad's spacer pack, the one the patrol brought back. The Major gave it to us in Sun Lake City.
Tom peered at the gun.
Is it broken or something? It's just Dad's revolver. It is, eh?
Johnny turned the gun over in his hand.
Whoever told you about guns? What's wrong with it?
There was an odd expression on Johnny's face as he handed the weapon back to Tom.
Take a look at it,
he said.
Tell me whether it's loaded or not.
Tom looked at it. Except for a few hours on the firing range, he had no experience with guns. He couldn't have taken down a Markheim and reassembled it if his life depended on it. But he had seen his father take the old revolver out of the leather case many times before. Now Tom could see that this was not the same gun. The thing in his hand was large and awkward. The hand grips didn't fit. There was no trigger guard and no trigger. Several inches along the gleaming metal barrel was a shiny stud, and below it a dial with notches on it.
That's funny,
Tom said.
I've never seen this thing before.
Greg took it from him, balanced it in his hand.
Doesn't feel right,
he said.
All out of balance. Look at the barrel,
Johnny said quietly. Greg looked. There was no hole in the end of the barrel.
This thing's crazy,
he said.
And then some,
Johnny said.
You haven't had this out of the case since you took it from the pack? Just once,
said Tom.
And I put it right back. I hardly looked at it. Maybe it's just a new model Dad got. It's no new model. I'm not even sure it's a gun,
Johnny said.
Doesn't feel like a gun. What happens when you push the stud here?
Greg asked. Johnny licked his lips nervously.
Try it,
he said. Greg leveled the thing at the rear wall of the lounge and pressed the stud. There was a sharp buzzing sound and a blinding flash of blue light against the wall. It looked for all the world like the flash of a live power line shorting out. They squinted at the flash, rubbed their eyes, and stared at the wall. Or at what was left of the wall, because most of the wall was gone. The metal had bellied out in a 6-foot hole into the storage hold beyond. Johnny Coombs whistled.
Whoa, this thing did that?
He whispered.
Must have, but there's no gun ever made that could do that.
He walked over to the hole in the wall.
That's half-inch steel plate. There's no way to pack that kind of energy into a handgun.
They stared at the innocent-looking weapon in Greg's hand.
Whatever it is, Dad must have put it in the gun case. Yes, he must have,
Johnny said.
Well, don't you see what that means? Dad must have found it somewhere out here in the belt. A gun that no man could have made.
He took the weapon, ran his finger along the gleaming barrel.
I wonder,
he said,
what else Dad might have found out there.
Somewhere below them, they heard a hatch clang shut, and even deeper in the ship generator motors began throbbing in a steady, even rhythm. In the silence of the lounge they could hear their own breathing, and outside 1,000 tiny sounds of the ship's activity were audible. But now they had attention only for the odd-shaped piece of metal in Greg's hand, and for the hole that gaped in the wall.
You think that this was what Dad found?
Greg said.
The big strike he told Johnny about? It must be part of it,
Tom said.
But what is it, and where did it come from? It doesn't make any sense,
Greg protested.
It doesn't make sense the way we've been looking at it,
Tom said.
All we found was some gobbledygook in Dad's private log to tell us what he found, but it couldn't have been a vein of ore, or Tawny's men would have unearthed it. It had to be something else, something that was so big and important that Dad didn't even dare let Johnny in on it. Yes, that's been the crazy part of it to me,
Johnny said.
I've done a lot of mining with your dad. If he'd hit rich ore, he would have taken me out there to mine it with him, but he didn't. He said it was something he had to work on alone for a while, and he sent me back. As if he'd found something that scared him,
Tom said.
Or something he didn't understand. He was afraid to tell anybody, and whatever he found, he managed to hide it somewhere, so that nobody would find it. Then why didn't he hide this part of it too?
Greg said.
Maybe to be sure there was some trace of it left, if anything happened to him,
Tom said. They were silent for a moment. The only sound was the stertorous breathing of the unconscious guard.
Well,
Greg said finally,
I have to admit it makes sense. It makes other things add up better too. Dad was no fool. He must have known that Tawny was onto something. And Dad never would have risked his life for an ore strike. He'd either have made a deal with Tawny or let him hijack the load, if that was all there was to it. But there's still one big question. Where did he hide what he found? And we aren't going to find the answer here.
He walked over to the hole in the wall.
Made quite a mess of it, didn't it?
Johnny said.
Looks like it. I wonder what that thing would do to a ship's generator plant.
He turned to Johnny.
We haven't much time. With this thing we could tear the ship apart, leave them so confused they'll never know what broke loose. And if we could get that gun back to Major Briarton, he'd have to listen to us and get the UN patrol into the search.
They had been so intent on their talking that they did not hear the footsteps in the corridor until the door swung open. It was another guard, the one who had departed with Tawny. He stopped short, blinking at his companion on the floor, and then at the gaping hole in the wall. When he saw the twins side by side, his jaw sagged, and a strangled sound came from his throat. Then Johnny grabbed his arm, jerked him into the lounge, and slammed the hatch shut. Greg pulled the stunner from his holster and tossed it to Tom. The guard let out a roar, twisted free, and met Johnny's fist as he came around. He sagged at the knees and slid to the floor beside the other guard.
All right,
Johnny said.
We've dealt the cards. Now we'd better play the hand. Tom, you first.
Tom pulled the ventilator grill down and climbed up into the shaft. Greg followed, with Johnny at his heels, pulling the grill back up into place from the inside. They waited for a moment, but there was no sound from the lounge.
All right,
Johnny said breathlessly.
Let's move.
Swiftly they started down the dark tunnel. End of Gold in the Sky, Part 5. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Gold in the Sky, Part 6 of 5 stories by Alan Nourse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. They did not pause even to catch their breath for the first 20 minutes as Tom led them swiftly and silently down the maze of corridors and chutes that made up the ventilation system of the huge ship. Greg lost his bearing completely in the first 20 seconds. Each time his brother paused at a junction of tubes, he felt a wave of panic rise up in his throat. Suppose they lost themselves in here. He heard Johnny's trousers flapping behind him and saw Tom's figure flit past another grill up ahead and plunge doggedly on. It was amazingly hard to move quietly. Even in stocking feet they made a soft thud with each footfall. There was no sign of detection, no sound of alarm. Finally they came out into a large shaft which allowed them to stand upright, and they stopped to catch their breath. "Main tube in the living quarters," Tom said, when they had caught up to him. "Joins with the lower level tube by a series of chutes. We've actually been circumnavigating the ship. I wanted to get as far away from that lounge compartment as possible in case they check up on you right away." "We can't have much time," Johnny said. "That second guard must have been coming to relieve the other, and when the first one doesn't report back, they'll smell something fishy." They talked it over for a moment. Johnny had been careful to leave the hatchway into the corridor ajar before he climbed into the elevator shaft, and then he pulled the shaft snugly into place behind him. Anyone who came would find 2 unconscious guards, a burned-out hole in the wall, and the door unlocked. We'll hope that he takes things at face value, and assumes we're at large in the ship somewhere, for a while at least," Johnny said. "That hole in the wall is going to set them back a couple of steps, too." "But they'll sound the alarm, at least," Tom said. "You bet they will. They'll have every man on the crew shaking down the ship for us. But they may not think of the ventilators until they can't find us anywhere else. But sooner or later they're bound to think of it." "That's true," Johnny said, "unless they keep seeing us in the ship. The way I figure it, this crew has been on battle stations plenty of times. They'll be able to search the whole ship in half an hour. We're just going to have to show ourselves, at least enough to keep them searching." "Well, what if they do think of the ventilators?" Greg said. "They'll still have a time finding us." "Maybe, but don't underestimate Tawney. He might just mask up his crew and flood the tubes with cyanide." They thought about that for a minute. There was no sound here but their own breathing, and the low chug, chug, chug of the pumps somewhere deep in the ship. Momentarily they expected to hear the raucous clang of the alarm bell, as some crew member or another walked into the lounge and found them gone. But so far there was no sign that they had been discovered missing. "No," Johnny said finally. "If we just hide out in here and hope for a chance that one of the scout ships, they'll find us eventually. But we've got three big advantages, if we can figure out how to use them. That fancy gun for one, a way to get around the ship for another, and the fact that there's one more of us than they could count on." He flipped on his pocket flash and began drawing lines on the dusty floor of the shaft. "My idea is to keep them so busy fighting little fires that they won't have a chance to worry about where the big one is." He drew a rough outline sketch of the organization of the ship. "This look right to you, from what you've seen?" he asked Tom. "Pretty much," Tom said. "There are more connecting tubes." "All the better. We want to get the generators with our little toy here first. That'll darken the ship, and put the blowers out of commission in case they think of using gas. Also, it will cut out their computers and missile launching rigs, which might give us a chance to get a scout ship away in one piece if we could get aboard one." "All right, the generators are first," Tom said. "But then what? There are 400 men on this ship. They'll have every airlock triple guarded. They'll block us for sure." "Not when we get through they won't," Johnny grinned. "We've got an old friend aboard who's going to help us." "Friend? Ever hear of panic?" Johnny said. "Just listen a minute." Quickly then, he outlined his plan. Tom and Greg listened, watched Johnny make marks with his finger in the dust. When he finished, Greg whistled softly. "You missed your life work," he said. "You should have gone into crime," Johnny said. "It's perfect," Tom said. "If it works. But it all depends on one thing. Keep it rolling after we start." For another 5 minutes they went over the details. Then Johnny clapped them each on the shoulder. "It's up to you two," he said. "Let's go." They moved down the large shaft to the place where it broke into several spurs. Johnny started down the chute toward the engine rooms. Tom and Greg headed in opposite directions toward the main body of the ship. Just as they broke up, they heard a muffled metallic sound from the nearest compartment grill. It was the clang-clang-clanging of the orbit ship's general alarm. Crewmen stopped with food halfway to their mouths, jerked away from the tables. Orders buzzed along a dozen wires, and section chiefs began reporting their battle stations alert and ready. Finally, Tawney snapped on the general public address system speaker. "Now get this," he roared. "I want every inch of this ship searched, every corridor, every compartment. I want a special crew standing by for missile launching. I want double guards at every airlock. If they get a ship away from here, the man who lets them through had better be dead when I find him." He broke off, clutching the speaker until his voice was under control again. "All right, move. They're armed, but there's no place where they can go. Find them." A section chief came back over the speaker. "Dead or alive, boss?" "Alive, you idiot. At least the Hunter brat. I'll take the other one any way you can get him." He switched off and waited, pacing the control cabin like a caged animal. 10 minutes later a buzzer sounded. "Hydroponics, boss, all clear. No sign of them?" "Nothing." Another buzz. "Number 7 ore hold, nothing here." Still another buzz. "Crew's quarters, nothing, boss." One by one the reports came in. Fuming, Tawney checked off the sections, watched the net draw tighter throughout the ship. They were somewhere. They had to be. But nobody seemed to find them. He was buzzing for his first mate when the power went off. The lights went out, the speaker went dead in his hand. The computer sighed contentedly and stopped computing. Abruptly, the emergency circuits went into operation, flooding the darkness with harsh white lights. The intercom started buzzing again.
"Engine room, boss. What happened down there?"
Tawney roared. The man sounded like he had just run the mile.
"Generators,"
he panted.
"blown out. Well, get somebody in there to fix them. Have a crew seal off the area." "Can't, boss. Fix them, I mean." "Why not? What have we got electricians for?" "There's nothing left to fix. The generators aren't wrecked, they're demolished." "Then get the pair that did it." "They're not here. We've been sealed up tight. There's no way anybody could have gotten in here."
After that, things began to get confusing. For a while, Merrill Tawney thought that his crew was going crazy, and then he began to wonder if he were the one that was losing his mind. Whatever the case, Merrill Tawney was certain of one thing: the things that were happening on his orbit ship could not possibly be happening. A guard in one of the outer shell storage holds called in with a disquieting report. Greg Hunter, it seemed, had just been spotted vanishing into one of the storage compartments from the main outer shell corridor. When the guard had broken through the jammed hatchway to collar his trapped victim, there was no sign of the victim anywhere around. At the same moment, a report came in from a guard on the opposite side of the ship. He had just spotted Greg Hunter there. It seemed, moving down a spur corridor. The guard had held his fire, according to Tawney's orders, and summoned help to corner the quarry. But when help arrived, the quarry had vanished. 5 minutes later, the Hunter boy was discovered in the hydroponics section, busily reducing all the yeast vats to shambles with a curious weapon that seemed to eat holes in things. He ate the deck out from under the guard's feet, sending him plunging through the floor into the galley. By the time he had scrambled back again, the Hunter boy was gone, and a rapid move to seal off the region failed to turn him up again. The guard was upset. Tawney was a great deal more upset, because at the time Greg Hunter was, reportedly, playing havoc with the yeast vats in hydroponics. He was also, reportedly, knocking guards down like 10-pins in the main corridor off the engine room, while reinforcements tried to pin him down with a wide-beam stunner. Quite suddenly, emergency circuits closed, and lights flashed in the control cabin, the special signal for a meteor collision with the outer shell in number 3 hold. Tawney signaled for the section chief frantically.
"What's happening down there?" "I can't talk,"
the section chief gasped.
"Got to get into a suit. We're leaking in here." "Well, plug up the hole." "The hole is 4 feet wide, sir."
There was a fit of coughing, and the contact broke. The signals for number 4 hold and number 5 hold were flashing now. While the crew members in the vicinity scrambled for pressure suits, someone systematically proceeded to blow holes in number 9, number 10, number 11 holds. It was impossible. The reports came in thick and fast. Greg Hunter was in 2 places at once, and everywhere he went, in both places, there was a trail of unbelievable destruction. Bulkheads demolished, gaping holes torn in the outer shell, the air-conditioning units smashed beyond repair. Tawney buzzed for his first mate. An emergency switch cut into the line with the frantic voice of a section chief. Johnny Coombs had been spotted disappearing into the ventilator shaft in the engine sector.
"Well, go in after him,"
Tawney screamed. He got his first mate finally, and snarled orders into the speaker.
"They're in the ventilators. Get a crew in there and stop them."
But it was dark in the ventilator shafts. No emergency lights in there. Worse, the crewmen were hearing the things that were being whispered around the ship. The ventilator shafts yawned menacingly before them. They went in reluctantly. Once in the dark maze of tunnels, identification was difficult. 2 guards met each other headlong in the darkness, and put each other out of the fight in a flurry of nervous stunner fire. While they searched, more of the holes were broken open, leaking air through gaping rents in the hull. Tawney felt the panic spreading. He tried to curb it, and it spread in spite of him. The fugitives were appearing and disappearing like wraiths. Reports back to the control cabin took on a frantic note, confused and garbled. Now the second-level bulkheads were being attacked. Over a third of the compartments were leaking precious air into outer space. When a terrified section chief came through with a report that 2 Greg Hunters had been spotted by the same man at the same time, and that the guards in the sector were shooting at anything that moved, including other guards. Tawney made his way to the radio cabin and put through a frantic signal to Jupiter Equilateral headquarters on Mars. The contact took forever, even with the ship's powerful emergency boosters. By the time someone at headquarters was reading him, Tawney's report sounded confused. He was trying for the third time to explain, clearly and logically, how two men and a ghost were scuttling his orbit ship under his very feet when one wall of the cabin vanished in a crackle of blue fire, and he found himself staring at two Greg Hunters and a grim-faced Johnny Coombs. He made squeaking noises into the microphone and dropped it with a crash. He groped for a chair. Johnny jerked him to his feet again.
"A scout ship," he said tersely. "Clear it for launching. We want one with plenty of fuel, and we don't want a single guard anywhere near the airlock."
He picked up an intercom microphone and thrust it into the little fat man's trembling hand.
"Now move, and you better make sure they understand you, because you're coming with us."
Merrill Tawney stared first at Tom and then at Greg, and finally at the microphone. Then he moved. The orders he gave to his section chiefs were very clear and concise. He had never argued with a ghost before, and he didn't care to start now. It was over so quickly that it seemed to Tom it had just begun, and if so much had not been at stake, it might have been fun. It had been the gun, the remarkable gun that Roger Hunter had left as his legacy. That had been the key. It ate through steel and aluminum alloy like putty. Whatever its power source, however it worked, by whatever means it had been built, there had been no match for it on the orbit ship. It had worked, and that was all that mattered right then. With it, and with the advantage of a ghost that walked like a man, Tom Hunter to be exact, they had reduced the Jupiter Equilateral orbit ship to a smoking wreck in something less than 30 minutes. The signal came back that a scout ship was ready. Unguarded, Johnny prodded Tawney with the stunner.
"You first," he said. "But where are you taking me?" "You'll see," Johnny said. "It was a trick," Tawney said, glaring at Tom. "They told me they shot your ship to pieces." "The ship, yes," Tom said. "Not me." "Well, well, that's good, that's good,"
Tawney said quickly. He turned to Greg.
"You don't have to take me back. The bargain is still good." "Move," Johnny Coombs said.
With Tawney between them, Greg and Tom marched down the corridor toward the airlock, with Johnny bringing up the rear. No one stopped them. No one even came near them. One crew member stumbled on them in the corridor. He saw Tawney with a gun in his back and fled in terror. They found the scout ship and strapped Tawney down to an acceleration bunk, binding his hands and feet so he couldn't move. Greg checked the controls while Tom and Johnny strapped down. A moment later the engines fired, and the leaking wreck of the orbit ship fell away, dwindling and disappearing in the blackness of space. It was a quiet journey. The red dot that was Mars grew larger every hour. One of the three stayed awake at all times to watch Tawney while the others slept. During the second rest period, Tom woke up while Greg was on duty.
"How's our prisoner doing?" Tom asked. "No problem there. He can barely move. I almost wish he'd try something. He's too quiet."
It was true. Tawney had recovered from his shock, but rather than grow more worried as Mars grew on the screen, he seemed to become more cheerful by the minute.
"He doesn't seem very worried, does he?" Tom said. "No, and it doesn't quite add. We've got enough on him to get Jupiter Equilateral pushed right out of the belt." "I'd still feel better if we had the whole picture for the Major," Tom said. "We still don't know what Dad found or where he hid it."
Uneasiness grew. Tawney ignored them, staring at the image of the red planet on the view screen almost eagerly. Then, 8 hours out of Sun Lake City, a UN patrol ship appeared, moving toward them swiftly.
"Intercepting orbit," Greg said. "Looks like they're waiting for us."
They watched as the big ship moved in tangential orbit, matching its speed to theirs. Then Greg snapped the communicator switch.
"Sound off,"
he said cheerfully.
"We've got a surprise for you." "Stand by, we're boarding you,"
the patrol sent back.
"And put your weapons aside."
4 scooters broke from the side of the patrol ship. Greg activated the airlock. 5 minutes later, a man in patrol uniform with captain's bars stepped into the cabin, a stunner ready in his hand. 3 patrolmen came in behind him. The captain looked around the cabin and then saw Tawney, and took a deep breath.
Well, thank the stars you're safe at any rate. Pete, Jimmy, take the controls." "Hold on,"
Greg said.
"we don't need a pilot."
The captain looked at him.
"Sorry, but we're taking you in. There won't be any trouble unless you make it. You three are under arrest, and I'm authorized to make it stick if I have to. I suggest you just cooperate."
They stared at him, and then Johnny said,
"What are the charges?" "You ought to know," the captain said. "We have a formal complaint from the main offices of Jupiter Equilateral charging you with piracy, murder, kidnapping of a company official, and totally wrecking a company orbit ship. I don't see how you managed it, but we're going to find out in short order."
There was a stunned silence in the cabin, and then a sound came from the rear of the cabin. Merrill Tawney was laughing. They were taken into a small, drab internment room. A half an hour passed, and still no word from the Major. From the moment the patrol crew had boarded them, everything had seemed like a bad dream. The shock of the arrest, the realization that the captain had been serious when he reeled off the charges lodged against them. They had been certain it was some kind of ill-planned joke until they saw the delegation of Jupiter Equilateral officials waiting at the port to greet Merrill Tawney like a man returned from the dead. They had watched Tawney climb into the sleek company car and drive off toward the gate, while the captain had escorted them without a word down to the internment rooms. The door clicked, and the captain looked in.
"All right, come along now," he said. "Is the Major here?"
Tom said.
"You'll see the Major soon enough."
The captain herded them into another room, where a clerk efficiently fingerprinted them. They went down a ramp to a jittery platform, and boarded a UN official car. The trip to the city was slow. Rush hour traffic from the port was heavy. When they reached UN headquarters, there was another wait in an upper-level anteroom. The captain stood stiffly with his hands behind his back and ignored them.
"This looks serious,"
Greg burst out finally.
"We haven't done anything. You haven't even let us make a statement. Make your statement to the Major. It's his headache, not mine, I'm happy to say. But you let that man walk out of there scot-free."
The captain looked at him.
"If I were you," he said, "I'd stop complaining and start worrying. If I had Jupiter Equilateral at my throat, I'd worry plenty, because once they start, they don't stop."
A signal light blinked, and he took them downstairs. Major Briarton was behind his desk, his eyes tired, his face grim. He dismissed the captain and motioned them to seats.
"All right, let's have the story," he said. "And by the 10 moons of Saturn it had better be convincing, because I've about had my fill of you three."
He listened without interruption as Tom told the story, with Greg and Johnny adding details from time to time. Tom told him everything from the moment they had blasted off for Roger Hunter's claim to the moment the patrol ship had boarded them, except for a single detail. He didn't mention the remarkable gun from Roger Hunter's gun case. The gun was still in the spacer's pack he had slung over his shoulder. He had not mentioned it when the patrolmen had taken their stunners away. Now, as he talked, he felt a twinge of guilt in not mentioning it, but he had a reason. Dad had died to keep that gun secret. It seemed only right to keep the secret a little longer. When he came to the part about their weapons, he simply spoke of Dad's gun, and omitted any details. And through the story the Major listened intently, interrupting only occasionally, pulling at his lip and scowling.
"So we decided that the best way to convince you that we had the evidence you wanted was to bring Tawney back with us,"
Tom concluded.
"A brilliant maneuver," the Major said dryly. "A real stroke of genius. But then the patrol ship intercepted us and told us we were under arrest, and when we landed, they let Tawney drive off without even questioning him. The least we could do under the circumstances," the Major said. "Well, I'd like to know why,"
Greg broke in bitterly.
"Why pick on us? We've been telling you." Yes, I heard every word of it."
The Major sighed.
"If you knew the trouble. Oh, what's the use? I've spent the last 3 solid hours talking myself hoarse, throwing in every bit of authority I could muster, and jeopardizing my position as coordinator here, for the sole purpose of keeping you 3 idiots out of jail for a few hours." "Jail?" "That's what I said. The brig. The place where they put people when they don't behave. You 3 are sitting on a nice big powder keg right now, and when it blows I don't know how much of you is going to be left." "Do you think we were lying?"
Greg said.
"Do you know what you're charged with?"
The Major snapped back.
Some sort of nonsense about piracy. Plus kidnapping, plus murder, to say nothing of totally disabling a $17 million orbit ship and placing the lives of 400 crewmen in jeopardy.
The Major picked up a sheet of paper from his desk.
According to Merrill Tawney's statement, the three of you hijacked a company scout ship that chanced to be scouting in the vicinity of your father's claim. Your attack was unprovoked and violent. Everybody on Mars knows you were convinced that Jupiter Equilateral was responsible for your father's death.
He looked up.
In the absence of any evidence, I might add, although I did my best to tell you that.
He rattled the report sheet.
All right. You took the scout ship by force, with the pilot at gunpoint, and made him home in on his orbit ship. Then you proceeded to reduce that orbit ship to a leaking wreck, although Tawney tried to reason with you and even offered you amnesty if you would desist. By the time the crew stopped shooting each other in the dark, 15 of them subsequently expired. It says here, you had stolen another scout ship and kidnapped Tawney for the purpose of extorting a confession out of Jupiter Equilateral, threatening him with torture if he did not comply.
The Major dropped the paper to the desk. Johnny Coombs picked it up, looked at it owlishly, and put it back again.
Pretty large operation for 3 men, Major, he said.
The Major shrugged.
You were armed. That orbit ship was registered as a commercial vessel. It had no reason to expect a surprise attack, and had no way to defend itself. They were armed to the teeth,
Greg said disgustedly.
Why don't you send somebody out to look? Oh, I could, but why waste the time and fuel? There wouldn't be any weapons aboard. Then how do you explain the fact that the Scavenger was blown to bits and Dad's orbit ship ripped apart from top to bottom? Details, the Major said. Mere details. I'm sure the company's lawyers can muddy the waters quite enough so that the little details like that are overlooked, particularly with a sympathetic judge, and a judge that plays along.
He stood up and ran his hand through his hair.
All right. Granted, I'm painting the worst picture possible, but I'm afraid that's the way it's going to be. I believe your story, don't worry about that. I know why you went out there to the belt, and I can't really blame you, I suppose. But you were asking for trouble, and that's what you got. Frankly, I'm amazed that you ever returned to Mars, and how you managed to make rubble of an orbit ship with a crew of 400 men trying to stop you is more than I can comprehend. But you did it. All right, fine, you were justified. They attacked you, held you prisoner, threatened you. Fine. They'd have cut your throats in another few hours, perhaps. Fine, I believe you. But there's one big question you can't answer, and unless you can, no court in the solar system will listen to you. What question?
Tom said.
The question of motives, the Major replied. You had plenty of motive for doing what Tawney says you did. But what motive did Jupiter Equilateral have if your story is true? They wanted to get what Dad found out in the belt. Ah, yes, that mysterious bonanza that Roger Hunter found. I was afraid that that's what you'd say. And it's the reason that Jupiter Equilateral is going to win this fight, and you're going to lose it. I don't think I understand, said Tom slowly. I mean that I'm going to have to testify against you, the Major said. Because your father didn't find a thing in the asteroid belt, and I happen to know it. It's been a war, the Major said later. A dirty, vicious war with no holds barred and no quarter given. Not a shooting war, of course, nothing out in the open, but a war just the same, with the highest stakes of any war in history. It didn't look like a war at first, the Major went on. Back when the colonies were being built, nobody really believed that anything of value would come of them. Scientific outposts, perhaps, places for laboratories and observatories, not much more. The colonies were placed under United Nations control. Nobody argued about it. And then things began to change. There was wealth out here, and opportunities for power. With the overpopulation at home, Earth was looking more and more to Mars and Venus for a place to move, not tiny colonies, but places for millions of people. And as Mars grew, Jupiter Equilateral grew. But it was just a mining company, Tom said. At first it was, but then its interests began to expand. The company accumulated wealth, unbelievable wealth, and it developed many friends. Soon it had friends back on Earth fighting for it, and the United Nations found itself fighting to stay on Mars. I don't see why, Tom said. The company already has half the mining claims in the belt. They aren't interested in the mining, the Major said. They have a much longer range goal than that. The men behind Jupiter Equilateral are looking ahead. They know that someday Earthmen are going to have to go to the stars for colonies. It won't be a matter of choice after a while. They'll have to go. Well, Jupiter Equilateral's terms are very simple. They're perfectly willing to let the United Nations control things on Earth. All they want is control of everything else. Mars, if they can drive us out. Venus too, if it ever proves up for colonies. And if they can gain control of the ships that leave our solar system for the stars, they can build an empire, and they know it."
They were silent for a moment. Then Johnny Coombs said,
"Doesn't anybody on Earth know about this?" "There are some who know, but they don't see the danger. They think of Jupiter Equilateral as just another big company. So far, UN control of Mars and Venus has been held up, even though the pressure on the legislators back on Earth has been getting heavier and heavier. Jupiter Equilateral won the greatest fight in its history when they limited UN jurisdiction to Mars and kept us out of the belt. And now they hope to convince the lawmakers that we're incompetent to administer the Martian colonies and keep peace out here. If they succeed, we'll be called home in nothing flat. We've had to fight just to stay."
The Major spread his hands helplessly.
"Like I said, it's been a war. Our only hope was to prove that the company was using piracy and murder to gain control of the asteroids. We had to find a way to smash the picture they've been painting of themselves back on Earth as big, benevolent organization interested in only the best for Earth colonists on the planets. We had to expose them before they had the Earth in chains. But now, maybe not even a century from now, but sometime, years from now, when the breakthrough to the stars comes and Earthmen discover that they want to leave Earth, they have to pay toll." "They could never do that,"
Greg protested.
"They're doing it, son, and they're winning. They've been searching desperately for a way to fight back, and that was where your father came in. He could see the handwriting, and he knew what was happening. That was why he broke with the company and tried to organize a competing force before it was too late. And it was why he died in the belt. He knew I couldn't send an agent out there without unquestionable evidence of major crime of some sort or another. But a private citizen could go out there, and if he happened to be working with the UN hand in glove, nobody could do anything about it." "Then Dad was a UN agent?" "Oh, not officially. There's not a word in the records. If I were forced to testify under oath, I would have to deny any connection. But unofficially, he went out there to lay a trap."
The Major told them then. It had been an incredible risk that Roger Hunter had taken, but the decision had been his. The plan was simple: to involve Jupiter Equilateral in a case of claim jumping and piracy that would hold up in court, pressed by a man who would not be intimidated and could not be bought out. Roger Hunter had made a trip to the belt and come back with stories, very carefully planted in just the right ears, of a fabulous strike. He knew that Jupiter Equilateral had jumped 100 rich claims in the past, forcing the independent miners to agree, frightening them into silence or disposing of them with accidents. But this was one claim they were not going to jump. The UN cooperated, helping him spread the story of his big strike until they were certain that Jupiter Equilateral would go for the bait. Then Roger Hunter had returned to the belt, with the UN patrol ship close by in case he needed help.
"We thought it would be enough,"
the Major said unhappily.
"We were wrong, of course. At first, nothing happened. Not a sign of a company ship. Nothing. Your father contacted me finally. He was ready to give up. Somehow they must have learned that it was a trap. But they had just been careful, was all. They had waited until our guard was down, and then moved in fast and hit hard."
He sank down in his seat behind the desk, regarding the Hunter twins sadly.
"You know the rest. Perhaps you can see now why I tried to keep you from going out there. There was no proof to uncover and no bonanza lode for you to find. There never was a bonanza lode."
The twins looked at each other and then at the Major.
"Why didn't you tell us?"
Greg said.
"Would you have listened? Would telling you have kept you from going out there? There was no point telling you. I knew you would have to find out for yourselves, however painfully. But what I'm telling you now is the truth."
Gold in the Sky, Part 7 of 5 stories by Alan Nourse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Tom knew now that it was the right thing to do. There was no question. After the Major's story of what Dad had been doing out in the belt at the time he had been killed, he had been doing a job that was more important to him than asteroid mining. But he had found something more important than his own life, and had no chance to send word of what he had found back to Major Briarton on Mars. That had been the unforeseeable part of the trap. But now, of course, the Major had to know. The Mars coordinator looked at the thing on the desk for a long moment before he reached out to touch it. The bright metal gleamed in the light, pale gray, lustrous. The Major picked it up, balanced it expertly in his hand, and a puzzled frown clouded his face. He examined it minutely.
"What is this thing?"
he said.
"Suppose you tell us,"
Johnny Coombs said from across the room.
"Looks like a gun."
"That's what it is, all right."
"You fired it?"
"Yes, but I wouldn't fire it in here if I were you,"
Johnny said.
"You were wondering how we wrecked Tawny's orbit ship so thoroughly. That's your answer right there."
He told about the hole in the bulkhead, the way the ship's generators had melted like clay under the powerful blast of the weapon. The Major could hardly control his excitement.
"Where did you get it?"
he asked, turning to Tom.
"From the space pack that you turned over to us. I didn't even look at it until we needed a gun in a hurry. I just assumed it was Dad's revolver." "And your father found it somewhere in the belt,"
the Major said softly. He looked at the weapon again, shaking his head.
"There isn't any such gun,"
he said finally.
"These things you say it could do, they would require energy enough to break down the cohesive forces of molecules. There isn't any way we know of to harness that kind of energy and channel it in a hand weapon. Nobody on Earth."
He broke off and stared at them.
"That's right,"
Johnny said.
"Nobody on Earth." "You mean extraterrestrial?" "There isn't any other answer,"
Johnny said.
"Look at the thing, Major. Feel it. Does it feel like it was made for a human hand? It doesn't fit. It doesn't balance. You have to hold it with both hands to aim it." "Where did it come from?"
the Major said.
"We've never had visitors from another star system, not in the course of recorded history, and we know that Earthmen are the only intelligent creatures in our solar system." "You mean that they're the only ones now?"
Tom said.
"Or any other time?" "We don't know that for sure,"
Tom said.
"Look, we've explored Venus, Mars, all the major satellites. If there had been any intelligence on any of them, we'd have known it." "Maybe there was a planet that Earthmen haven't explored,"
Tom said.
"Even Dad tried to tell us that. The quotation from Kepler that he scribbled down in his log. Between Jupiter and Mars, I will put a planet." Why would Dad have written that, unless he had suddenly discovered proof that there had been a planet there? "You mean this gun,"
the Major said.
"And whatever else he found." "But there's never been any proof of that theory, not even a hint of proof." "Maybe Dad found proof. There are hundreds of thousands of asteroid fragments out there in the belt, and only a few hundred of them have ever been examined by men."
On the desk, the strange weapon stared up at them. Evidence, mute evidence, and yet its very existence said more than 1,000 words. It was there, it could not be denied. And someone, or something, had made it. Slowly the Major pulled himself to his feet.
"It must have happened after his last message to me,"
he said.
"It wasn't part of the scheme we had set up, but he made a strike just the same, an archaeological strike, and this gun was part of it."
He picked up the weapon, turned it over in his hand.
"But it was days after that last message before his signal went off and the patrol ship moved in." "It makes sense,"
Johnny Coombs said.
"He found the gun and something more." "Like what?" "I wouldn't even guess,"
Johnny said.
"A planet with a race of creatures intelligent enough and advanced enough to make a weapon like that. It could have been anything, but whatever it was, it must have scared him. He must have known that a company ship might turn up at any minute. So he hid whatever he had found, and all he dared to leave was a hint. And now it's vanished,"
the Major said.
"The big flaw in the whole idea. My patrol ship found nothing when it searched the region. You looked and drew a blank. The company men scoured the area."
He spread his hands helplessly.
"You see, it just won't hold up, not a bit of it. Even with this gun it won't hold up. We've got to find the answer." "It's out there somewhere," Tom said doggedly. "It's got to be. But where? Don't you see that everything hangs on that one thing?
If we could prove that your father found something just before he was killed, we could tear Jupiter Equilateral's case against you into shreds. We could charge them with piracy and murder and make it stick. We could break their power for once and for all. But until we know what Roger Hunter found, we're helpless. They'll take you three to court, and I won't be able to stop them. And if you lose that case, it may mean the end of the UN authority on Mars. Then there's just one thing to do, Johnny Coombs said. We've got to find Roger Hunt's bonanza. It was almost midnight when they left the Major's office, a gloomy trio, walking silently up the ramp to the main concourse heading toward the living quarters. They had been talking with the Major for hours, going over every facet of the story, racking their brains for the answer. But the answer had not come. Roger Hunter had found something and hidden it so well that three groups of searchers had failed to discover it. After seeing the gun, the Major was convinced that there had indeed been a discovery made. But whatever that discovery had been, it was gone as if it had never existed. As if, by some sort of magic, it had been turned invisible, or conjured away to another part of the solar system. Finally, they had given up, at least for the moment. "It has to be there," the Major said wearily. "It hasn't vanished, or miraculously ceased to exist. We know he was working on one claim, one asteroid. There were no other asteroids in the region, and even the ones within suicide radius have been searched." "It's there all right," Tom said. "We're missing something, that's all." "But what? Asteroids have stable orbits. Nobody can just make one disappear." They had called it a night finally. Once home, they found more bad news waiting. There were two messages on the recordomat. The first was an official summons to appear before the United Nations Board of Investigations at 9 the following morning to answer certain charges placed against the above-named persons by the governing board of Jupiter Equilateral Mining Industries, and by one Merrill Tawney, plaintiff, representing said governing board. They listened to the plastic record twice. Greg tossed it down the waste chute. The other message was addressed to Greg, from the commanding officer of Project Starjump. The message was very polite and regretful. It was also very firm. The pressure of the work there, in his absence, made it necessary for the project to suspend Greg on indefinite leave of absence. Application for reinstatement could be made at a later date, but acceptance could not be granted. "Well, I might have expected it," Greg said, "after what the Major told us. The money for Starjump must have been coming from somewhere, and now we know where. The company probably figures to lay claim on any star drive that's ever developed." He dropped the notice down the chute and laughed. "Well, I guess I really asked for it." "You mean I pushed you into it," Tom said bitterly. "If I'd kept my big mouth shut at the very start of this thing, you'd have gone back to the project and that would have been the end of it." "You big bum, do you think I really care?" he grinned. "Don't feel too guilty, twin. We've been back to back on this one." He pulled off his shirt and walked into the shower room. Johnny Coombs was already stretched out on the sofa, snoring softly. Quite suddenly, the room seemed hot and stuffy, oppressive. He couldn't make his thoughts come straight. There had been too much thinking, too much speculation. Tom stood up and slipped on his jacket. He had to walk, to move about, to try and think. He slipped open the door and started for the ramp leading to the main concourse. There was an answer, somewhere. He walked along the steel walkways, trying to clear his mind of the doubts and questions that were plaguing him. At first he just wandered, but presently he realized that he had a destination in mind. He went up a ramp and across the lobby of the United Nations Administration Building. He took a spur off the main corridor and came to a doorway with a small circular staircase beyond it. At the bottom of the stairs he opened a steel door and stepped into the map room. There was a small darkened amphitheater with a curving row of seats along one wall. On either side were film viewers and micro-readers, and curving around the far wall, like a huge parabolic mirror, was the map. Tom had been here many times before, and always he gasped in wonder when he saw the awesome beauty of the thing. Stepping into the map room was like stepping into the center of a huge cathedral. Here was the glowing, moving panorama of the solar system spread out before him in a breathtaking three-dimensional image.
Standing here before the map, it seemed as if he had suddenly become enormous and omnipotent, hanging suspended in the blackness of space and staring down at the solar system from a vantage point 1,000,000 miles away. Once, Dad had told him, there had been a great statue in the harbor of old New York, which had been a symbol of freedom for strangers coming to that city from across the sea, and a welcome for countrymen returning home. And someday, he knew, this view of the solar system would be waiting to greet Earthmen making their way home from the distant stars. The map was only an image, a gift from the United States to the colonists on Mars, but it reproduced the solar system in the minutest detail that astronomers could possibly make. In the center, glowing like a thing alive, was the sun, the hub of the magnificent wheel. Around it, moving constantly in their orbits, were the planets, bright points of light on the velvet blackness of the screen. Each orbit was computed and held on the screen by a great computer in the vault below. But there was more on the map than the sun and the planets with their satellites. Tiny green lights marked the Earth-Mars and the Earth-Venus orbit ships, moving slowly across the screen. Beyond Mars, a myriad of tiny lights projected on the screen, the asteroids. Without the magnifier, Tom could identify the larger ones. Ceres on the opposite side of the sun from Mars now as it moved in its orbit, smaller Juno, and Pallas and Vesta. For each asteroid, which had been identified and its orbit plotted, there was a pinpoint of light on the screen. For all its beauty, the map had a very useful purpose: the registry and identification of asteroid claims among the miners of Mars. Each asteroid registered as a claim showed up as a red pinpoint. Unclaimed asteroids were white. But even with the advances of modern astronomy, only a small percentage of the existing asteroids were on the map, for the vast majority had never been plotted. Tom moved up to the map and activated the magnifier. Carefully, he focused down on the section of the asteroid belt they had visited so recently. Dozens of pinpoints sprang into view, both red and white, and beneath each red light the claim number neatly registered. Tom peered at the section, searching until he found the number of Roger Hunter's last claim. It was quite by itself, not a part of the asteroid cluster. He stepped up the magnification, peered at it closely. There were a dozen other points, all unclaimed, within a 10,000-mile radius. But near it, nothing. No hiding place. And then suddenly he knew the answer. He stared at the map, his heart pounding in his throat. He cut the magnification, scanning a wide area. Then he widened the lens still further, and checked the coordinates at the bottom of the viewer. He knew that he was right. He had to be right. But this was no wild dream. This was something that could be proved beyond any question of error. Across the room he picked up the phone to map control. It buzzed interminably. Then a sleepy voice answered.
"The map," Tom managed to say. "It's recorded on time-lapse film, isn't it?" "Of course it is," the sleepy voice said. "Observatory has to have the record, one frame every hour." "I've got to see some of the old film," Tom said. "Now? It's 3 a.m. "I don't need the film itself. Just project it for me. There's a reader here." He gave the man the data he wanted, Mars time. The man broke the contact, grumbling, but moments later one of the film viewers sprang to life. The map coordinates showed at the bottom of the screen. Tom stared at the filmed image, the image of a segment of the asteroid belt the day before Roger Hunter had died. It was there. When he had looked at the map, he had seen a single red pinpoint of light, Roger Hunter's asteroid, with nothing in the heavens anywhere near it. But on the film image, taken weeks before, there were 2 points of light. One was red with Roger Hunter's claim number beneath it. The other was white, so close to the first that even at full magnification it was barely distinguishable. But it was there. Tom's hands were trembling with excitement. He nearly dropped the phone receiver as he punched the buttons to ring the apartment. Greg's face appeared on the screen, puffy with sleep. "What's that? Thought you were in bed." "You've got to get down here," Tom said. Greg blinked, waking up. "What's the matter? Where are you?" "In the map room. Wake up Johnny and get down here, and try to get a hold of the Major." "You've found something," Greg said, excited now. "I've found something," Tom said. "I've found where Dad hit his strike, and I know how we can find it. We've got the answer, Greg." It had been a wild 12 hours since Tom Hunter's call to his brother from the map room in Sun Lake City.
The Major had arrived first, still buttoning his shirt and wiping sleep from his eyes. Johnny and Greg came in on his heels. They had found Tom waiting for them, so excited that he could hardly keep his words straight. He told them what he had found, and they wondered why they had not thought of it from the first moment.
"We knew there had to be an answer," Tom said. "Some place Dad could have used for a hiding place. Some place nobody would even think to look. Dad must have realized that he didn't have much time. When he saw his chance, he took it."
And it was pure lucky chance. Tom showed them the section of the map he had examined, with the pinpoint of light representing Roger Hunter's asteroid claim. Then the map control officer, much more alert when he saw Major Briarton, brought an armload of films up and loaded them into the projector. They stared at the screen and saw the two pinpoints of light where one was now.
"What's the date of this?"
the Major asked sharply.
2 days before Dad died,"
Tom said.
"There's quite a distance between them, but watch. 1 frame for every hour. Watch what happens."
He began running the film, the record taken from the map itself, accurate as clockwork. The white dot was moving in toward the red dot at a 40-degree angle. For an instant it looked as though the two were colliding, and then the distance between them began to widen again. Slowly, hour by hour, the white dot was moving away, off the screen altogether. The Major looked up at Tom and slammed his fist on the armchair.
"By the 10 moons of Saturn!"
he exploded, and then he was on his feet, shouting at the startled map control officer.
"Get me Martinson down here fast. Call the port on the scrambled line and tell them to stand by with the ship on emergency call, with a crack interceptor pilot ready to go. Then get me the plotted orbits of every eccentric asteroid that's crossed Mars orbit in the last 2 months, and a double A security on everything. We don't want to let Tawny get any wind of this."
Later, while they waited, they went over it to make sure that nothing was missing.
"No wonder we couldn't spot it,"
the Major said.
"We were looking for an asteroid in a standard orbit in the belt." "But there wasn't any,"
Tom said.
"Dad's rock was isolated, nowhere near any others, and we were so busy thinking of the thousands of rocks in normal orbits between Mars and Jupiter that we forgot that there were a few eccentric ones that just don't travel that way. Like this one."
The Major stared at the screen.
"A long intersecting orbit. It must swing out almost to Jupiter's orbit at one end, and come clear in to intersect Earth's orbit at the other end, which means that it cuts right through the asteroid belt and on out again."
Tom grinned.
"Dad must have seen it coming. He must have thought it was on collision course for a while. But he also must have realized that if he could hide something on its surface as it came near, it would be carried clear out of the belt altogether in a few days' time. And if we can follow it up and intercept it—"
The Major was on his feet, talking rapidly into the telephone. Sleep was forgotten now. Nothing mattered but pinpointing a tiny bit of rock speeding through space. Within an hour the asteroid had been identified, its eccentric orbit plotted. The coordinates were taped into the computers of the waiting patrol ship, as the preparations for launch were made. It could not be coincidence. Somewhere on the surface of that tiny planetoid, racing toward the sun, they knew they would find Roger Hunter's secret. Below them, as they watched, the jagged surface of the asteroid grew closer. It was not round. It was far too tiny of a bit of cosmic debris to have sufficient gravity to crush down rocks and round off ragged corners. It was roughly oblong in shape, and one side was a sheer smooth rock surface. The other side was rough, bristling with jutting rock. More than anything else, it looked like a ragged mountain top, broken off at the peak and hurled into space by an all-powerful hand. Slowly the scout ship moved closer, braking with its forward jets. The pilot was expert. Carefully and surely he aligned the ship with the rock in speed and direction. In the acceleration cot, Tom could feel only an occasional gentle tug as the power cut on and off. Then the lieutenant said,
"I think we can make a landing now, Major." "Fine. Take a scooter down first and carry a guy line."
They unstrapped and changed into pressure suits. In the airlock they waited until the lieutenant had touched the scooter down. Then Major Briarton nodded, and they clamped their belts to the guy line. One by one they leapt down toward the rock. From a few miles out in space, the job of searching the surface had not appeared difficult. From the rock itself things looked very different. There was no way, from the surface, to scan large areas, and the surface was so rough that they had to take constant care not to damage their boots or rip holes in their suits. There were hundreds of crevices and caves, half concealed by the loose rock that crumbled under their feet as they moved. They spread out from the scooter for an hour of fruitless searching. Tom spent most of the time pulling his boots free of surface cracks and picking his way over heaps of jagged rock. None of them got farther than 100 yards from the starting place. None of them found anything remarkable.
"We could spend weeks covering it this way,"
Greg said when they met the scooter again.
"Why don't I take the scooter and crisscross the whole surface at about 50 feet? If I spot anything, I'll yell."
It seemed like a good idea. Greg strapped himself into the scooter's saddle, straddling the fuel tanks, using the hand jet to guide himself as he lifted lightly off the surface. He disappeared over the horizon of rock, then reappeared as he moved over the surface and back. Tom and Johnny waited with the Major. 20 minutes later, Greg brought the tiny craft back again.
"It's no good,"
he said.
"I've scanned the whole bright side and as close as I dared." "No sign of anything?"
Johnny said.
"Not a thing. The dark side looks like a sheer slab from what my lights show. If we only had some idea what we were looking for." "Maybe you weren't close enough,"
Tom said.
"Why not drop each of us off to take a quarter of the bright side and work our way in?"
The others agreed. Tom waited until the Major and Johnny had been posted. Then he hopped on the scooter behind Greg and dropped off almost at the line of darkness where the sheer slab began. All of them had hoped that there might be a sign, something that Roger Hunter might have left to mark his cache. But if there was one, none of them spotted it. Tom checked with the others by radio in his helmet and started moving back toward the center of the bright side. An hour later he was only halfway to the center, and he was nearly exhausted. At a dozen different spots he thought that he had found a promising cleft in the rock, a place where something might have been concealed. But the exploration of the clefts proved fruitless, and now his confidence began to fail. Supposing he had been wrong? They knew the rock had passed very close to Roger Hunter's asteroid. The astronomical records proved that. But suppose Dad had not used it as his hiding place at all? He pulled himself around another jagged rock shelf, staring down at the rough asteroid surface beyond. At the base of the rock shelf, something glinted in the sunlight. He leaped down and thrust his hands into a small crevice in the rock. His hand closed on a small metal object. It was a gun. It felt well balanced, familiar in his hand. The revolver Dad had always carried in his gun case. He had to let them know. He was just snapping the speaker switch when he heard a growl of static in his earphones, and then Greg's voice, high-pitched and excited.
"Over here. I think we found something."
It took 10 minutes of scrambling over the treacherous surface to reach Greg. Tom saw his brother tugging at a huge chunk of granite that was wedged into a crevice in the rock. Tom got there just as the Major and Johnny topped a rise on the other side and hurried down to them. The rock gave way, rolling aside, and Greg reached down into the crevice. Tom leaned over to help him. Between them, they lifted out the thing that had been wedged down beneath the boulder. It was a metal cylinder, 4 feet long and 2 feet wide, and bluntly tapered at either end. In the sunlight it gleamed like polished silver, but they could see a hairline crack in the metal encircling the center portion. They had found Roger Hunter's bonanza. In the cabin of the scout ship, they broke the cylinder open into 2 perfect halves. It came apart easily, a shell of paper thin, but remarkably strong metal, protecting the tightly packed contents. There was no question what the cylinder was, even though there was nothing inside that looked even slightly familiar at first examination. There were several hundred very thin discs of metal that fit on the spindle of a small instrument that was packed with them. There were spools of film, thin as tissue but amazingly strong. Examined against the light in the cabin, the film seemed to carry no image at all, but there was another small machine that accepted the loose end of the film, and a series of lenses that glowed brightly with no apparent source of power. There was a thick block of shiny metal covered on one side with almost invisible scratches. A time capsule, beyond doubt. A confusing treasure at first glance, but the idea was perfectly clear. A hard shell of metal protecting the records collected inside. Against what? A planetary explosion? Some sort of cosmic disaster that had blown a planet and its people into the fragments that now filled the asteroid belt? At the bottom of the cylinder was a small tube of metal. They examined it carefully, trying to guess what it was supposed to be. At the bottom was a tiny stud. When they pressed it, the cylinder began to expand and unfold, layer upon layer of thin, glistening metallic material that spread out into a sheet that stretched halfway across the cabin. They stared down at it. The metal seemed to have a life of its own, glowing and glinting, focusing light into pinpoints on its surface. It was a map. At one side, a glowing ball with a fiery corona, an unmistakable symbol that any intelligent creature in the universe that was able to perceive it at all would recognize as a star. Around it, in clearly marked orbits, 10 planets. The third planet had a single satellite, the fourth 2 tiny ones, the sixth 11. The seventh planet had 10, and was encircled by glowing rings. But the fifth planet was broken into 4 parts. Beyond the 10th planet there was nothing across a vast expanse of the map, but at the far side was another star symbol, this one a double star with 4 planetary bodies. They stared at the glowing map, speechless. There could be no mistaking the meaning of the thing that lay before them, marked in symbols that could mean only one thing to any intelligence that could recognize stars and planets. But in the center of the sheet was another symbol. It lay halfway between the 2 solar systems, in the depths of interstellar space. It was a tiny picture, a silvery sliver of light, but it, too, was unmistakable. It could be nothing else but a starship. Later, as they talked, they saw that the map had told each of them individually the same thing.
"They had a star drive,"
Tom said.
"Whatever kind of creatures they were, and whatever the disaster that threatened their planet, they had a star drive to take them out of their solar system to another star." "But why leave a record?"
Greg wanted to know.
"If nobody was here to use it. Maybe for the same reason that Earthmen bury time capsules with records of their civilization,"
Major Briarton said.
"I guess that the records here will tell, when they have been studied and deciphered. Perhaps there was already some sign of intelligent life developing somewhere in the solar system. Perhaps they hoped that some of their own people would survive. But they had a star drive, so some of them must have escaped. And with the record here, we may be able to follow them,"
Greg said.
"If we can decipher the record,"
Johnny Coombs said.
"but we don't have any clue to their language. Did you have any trouble understanding what the map had to say?"
the Major said quietly.
"No. I don't think the rest will be much more difficult. They were intelligent creatures. The record will be understandable, all right."
He started to fold the map back into the tube again.
"Maybe Roger Hunter tried to use the film projector. We'll never know. But he must have realized that he had discovered the secret of a star drive. He realized that the United Nations were the ones to explore and use it, and he gave his life to keep it out of the hands of Tawney and his men." "A pity,"
a cold voice close behind them,
"that he didn't exceed after all."
They whirled. In the hatchway to the after cabin, Merrill Tawney was standing, with a smile on his lips and a Markheim stunner trained directly on Major Briarton's chest.
"I realize I'm much earlier than you expected, Major. You did a very neat job of camouflaging your takeoff. We were almost fooled. And no doubt the dummy ship you sent off later got full fanfare. I suppose there will be a dozen patrol ships converging on this spot in a few hours, expecting to surprise a Jupiter Equilateral ship making a desperate attempt to hijack your little treasure here."
The little fat man laughed cheerfully.
"Unfortunately for you,"
he added,
"we have many friends on Mars, including a man in the map room, and I'm afraid your little trap isn't going to work after all."
The Major's face was gray.
"How did you get here?" "By hitchhiking. How else? Almost uncomfortable back there, even with a pile of pressure suits for padding, but your pilot was really very skillful."
Johnny Coombs turned to the Major.
"What does he mean, a trap? I don't get this."
The Major sighed wearily.
"I had to force his hand, even if we found what we were looking for. We had no case that would stand up against them. We needed proof, and I thought that with this as bait we could trap them. He's right about the patrol ships, but they won't be near for hours. And that will be a little bit too late to help," Tawney said pleasantly.
The Major glared at him.
"Maybe so, but you've gone too far this time. This is an official UN ship. You'll never be able to go back to Mars." "Really?" the fat man said. "And why not? Officially, I'm on Mars right now, with plenty of people to swear to the fact."
He chuckled.
"You seem to forget that little matter of proof, Major. When your patrol ships find a gutted ship and 5 corpses, they may suspect that something more than an accident was involved. But what can they prove? Nothing more than they could prove in the case of Roger Hunter's accident. Scout ships have been known to explode before.
He ran his hand over the metal cylinder.
And as for this, it's really a surprise. Of course, when we failed to find any evidence of mining activity, we were certain that Roger Hunter's bonanza was something more than a vein of ore, but this, you can be certain that we'll exploit the secret of a star drive to the very fullest. How do you think you can get away with it?
The Major said.
Turning up with something that right after a whole series of suspicious accidents in space. Oh, we aren't as impatient as some people. We wouldn't be so foolish as to break the news now. 5 years from now, maybe 10, one of our orbit ships will happen upon a silvery capsule on one of our asteroid claims, that's all. I wouldn't be surprised if a non-company observer might be on board at that time, maybe even a visiting senator from Earth. For something this big, we can afford to be patient.
There was silence in the little scout ship cabin. The end seemed inevitable. This was a desperate move on Tawney's part. He was gambling everything on it. He would not take the chance of letting any of them return to Mars or anywhere else to testify. Greg caught Tom's eye, saw the hopelessness on his brother's face. He clenched his fists angrily at his side. If it were not for Tom, Dad's bonanza might have gone on circling the sun for centuries, maybe forever, wedged in its hiding place on the rocky surface of the eccentric asteroid. But it had been found. Earth needed a star drive badly. A few more years and the need would be desperate. And if a group of power-hungry men could control a star drive and hold it for profit, they could blackmail an entire planet for centuries, and build an empire in space that could never be broken. He knew that it must not happen that way. Dad had died to prevent it. Now it was up to them. Greg glanced quickly around the cabin, searching for some way out, something that might give them a chance. His eyes stopped on the control panel, and he sucked in his breath, his heart pounding. A possibility. It would require a swift, sure move, and someone to help, someone with fast reflexes. It was dangerous, they might all be killed. But if his training at Star Jump was good for anything, it might work. He caught Johnny Coombs' eye, winked cautiously. A frown creased Johnny's forehead. He shot a quick look at Tawny, then lowered his eyelid a fraction of an inch. Greg could see the muscles of his shoulders tightening. Greg took quick stock of the cabin again. Then he took a deep breath and bellowed,
"Johnny, duck!"
Almost by reflex, Johnny Coombs hurled himself to the floor. Tawny swung the gun around. There was an ugly ripping sound as the stunner fired, but Greg was moving by then. In 2 bounds he was at the control panel. He hooked an arm around the shock bar and slammed the drive switch on full. There was a roar from below as the engines fired. Greg felt a jolt of pain as the acceleration jerked his arm. Tom and the Major were slammed back against the bulkhead, and then fell in a heap on top of Johnny and the lieutenant as the awful force of the acceleration dragged them back. Across the cabin, Tawny sprawled on the floor. The stunner flew from his hand and crashed against the rear bulkhead. On the panel, Greg could see the acceleration gauge climbing swiftly, past 4 Gs, up to 5, to 6. The ship was moving wildly. There was no pilot, of course. With all the strength he could muster, Greg tightened his arm on the shock bar, lifting his other arm slowly toward the cutoff switch. He had spent many hours in the acceleration centrifuge at Star Jump, learning to withstand and handle the enormous forces of acceleration for brief periods. But the needle was still climbing, and he knew he could not hold on long. His fingers touched the control panel. He strained, inching them up toward the switch. His fingers closed on the stud, and he pulled. The engine roar ceased. On the floor behind him, Tawny moved sluggishly, trying to sit up. Blood was dripping from his nose. He was still too stunned to know what had happened. Greg leaped across the room and caught up the stunner, and then sank to the floor panting.
"All right,"
he said as his breath came back.
"That's all. Your ship may have trouble finding us now, but I bet our pilot can get us back to Mars."
When they left the Sun Lake City infirmary, it was almost noon, and the red sun was gleaming down overhead. Walking slowly, the Hunter twins moved along the surface street toward the UN building.
"He'll recover without any trouble,"
the doctor assured them.
"He caught the stunner beam in the shoulder, and it will be a while before he can use it. But Johnny Coombs will be hard to keep down."
They had promised Johnny to return later. They had had checkups themselves. Both Tom's eyes were surrounded by purple splotches, and his broken left arm was in a sling. Greg's arms and legs were so stiff he could hardly move them. The major and the lieutenant had been sore but uninjured. Now the boys walked without talking. Already a UN linguist was at work on the record tapes from the metal cylinder, and a mathematician was doing a preliminary survey on the math symbols on the metal block.
"I hope there's no trouble reading them,"
Greg said.
"There won't be. It'll take time, but the records are decipherable. And Dr. Raymond was certain that the engineering can be figured out. Earth is going to get her starship all right. And we've got work to do." "You mean the trial, I guess. The Major says that Jupiter Equilateral is trying to pin the whole thing on Tawney now. They won't get away with it, but it may be nasty just the same." "Well, one thing's sure, there'll be some changes made, with the UN moving out into the belt,"
Greg said. Somewhere in the distance the twins heard the rumble of engines. They stopped and watched as a great silvery cargo ship lifted up from the spaceport and headed into the dark blue sky. They watched until it disappeared from sight. They were both thinking the same thing. An earthbound ship, powerful and beautiful, but limited now to the sun and 9 planets, unable to reach farther out. But someday soon, a different kind of ship would rise. End of Gold in the Sky, Part 7. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. End of Gold in the Sky of 5 stories by Alan Nourse. Martyr, Part 1 of 5 stories by Alan Nourse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Rejuvenation for the millions, or rejuvenation for the 500 lucky ones, the select ones, that can be treated each year? Tough, independent Senator Dan Fowler fights a one-man battle against the clique that seeks perpetual power and perpetual youth, in this hard-hitting novel by Alan E. Nourse. Why did it have to be his personal fight? The others would fumble it. They'd foul it up. Fowler protested? But why was he in the fight, and what was to happen to Senator Fowler's fight against this fantastic conspiracy? Who would win? "I can break him, split his Criterion Committee wide open now while there's still a chance, and open rejuvenation up to everybody." 4½ hours after the Martian sunset, the last light in the headquarters building finally blinked out. Carl Golden stamped his feet nervously against the cold, cupping his cigarette in his hand to suck up the tiny spark of warmth. The night air bit his nostrils and made the smoke tasteless in the darkness. Atmosphere screens kept the oxygen in all right, but they never kept the biting cold out. As the light disappeared, he dropped the cigarette, stamping it sharply into the darkness. Boredom vanished, and warm blood prickled through his shivering legs. He slid back tight against the coarse black building front, peering across the road in the gloom. It was the girl. He had thought so, but hadn't been sure. She swung the heavy stone door shut after her, glanced both left and right, and started down the frosty road toward the lights of the colony. Carl Golden waited until she was gone. He glanced at his wrist chrono and waited 10 minutes more. He didn't realize that he was trembling until he ducked swiftly across the road. Through the window of the low one-story building he could see the lobby callboard, with the light-colored studs all dark. He smiled in unpleasant satisfaction. No one was left in the building. It was routine, just like everything else in this god-forsaken hull. Utter abysmal, trance-like routine. The girl was a little later than usual, probably because of the ship coming in tomorrow. Reports get ready, supply requisitions, personnel recommendations. And the final reports on Armstrong's death, mustn't forget that. The real story, the absolute factual truth without any nonsense. The reports that would go ultimately to Reinhardt and only Reinhardt, as all the other important reports from the Mars colony had been doing for so many years. Carl skirted the long low building, falling back into the black shadows of the side wall. Halfway around he came to the supply chute, covered with a heavy molded stone cover. Now? It had taken 4 months here to know that he would have to do it this way. 4 months of ridiculous masquerade, made idiotic by the incredible fact that everyone took him for exactly what he pretended to be, and never challenged him. Not even Terry Fisher, who, drunk or sober, always challenged everything and everybody. But the 4 months had told on his nerves, in his reactions, in the hollows under his quick brown eyes. There was always the spectre of a slip-up, an aroused suspicion, and until he had the reports before his eyes, he couldn't fall back on Dan Fowler's name to save him. He had shook Dan's hand the night he had left, and Dan had said, "Remember, son, I don't know you. I hate to do it this way, but we can't risk it now." And they couldn't, of course, not until they knew for certain who had murdered Kenneth Armstrong. Already they knew why. The utter stillness of the place reassured him. He hoisted up the chute cover, threw it high, and shinned his long body into the chute. It was a steep slide, and he held on for an instant, then let go. Blackness gulped him down as the cover snapped close behind him. He struck hard and rolled. The chute opened into the commissary in the third deep level of the building, and the place was black as the inside of a pocket. He tested unbroken legs with a sigh of relief, and limped across to where the door should be. In the corridor there was some light, dim phosphorescence from the Martian night rock lining the walls and tiling the floor. He walked swiftly, cursing the clack-clack his heels made on the ringing stone. When he reached the end of the corridor, he tried the heavy door. It gave, complaining. Good, good. It had been quick, imperfect job of jimmying the lock, so obviously poor that it had worried him a lot. But why should they test it? There was still another door. He stepped into the blackness again and started across the room as the door swung shut behind him. A shoe scraped. The faintest rustle of sound. Carl froze. His own trouser leg. A trick of acoustics? He didn't move a muscle. Then, "Carl!" His pocket light flickered around the room. A small secretary's anteroom. It stopped on a pair of legs, a body, slouched down in the soft plastifoam chair. A face, ruddy and bland, with a shock of sandy hair, with quixotic eyebrows.
"Terry, for Christ's sake, what?"
The man leaned forward, grinning at him.
"You're late, Carl."
His voice was a muddy drawl.
"Should have made it sooner than this, seems to me."
Carl's light moved past the man in the chair to the floor. The bottle was standing there, still half full.
"My God, you're drunk."
"Course I'm drunk. What'd you think?
"I'd sober up after you left me tonight. No thanks, I'd rather be drunk."
Terry Fisher hiccuped badly.
"I'd always rather be drunk round this place." "All right, you've got to get out of here."
Carl's voice rose with bitter anger. Of all times he wanted to scream.
"How did you get in here? You've got to get out." "So do you. They're on to you, Carl. I don't think you know that, but they are."
He leaned forward precariously.
"I had a talk with Barnes this morning, one of his nice spontaneous chats, and he pumped the hell out of me and thought I was too drunk to know it. They're expecting you to come here tonight."
Carl heaved at the drunken man's arm, frantically in the darkness.
"Get out of here, Terry, or so help me."
Terry clutched at him.
"Didn't you hear me? They know about you. Personnel supervisor. They think you're spying for the Eastern boys. They're starting a Mars colony too, you know. Barnes is sure you're selling them info."
The man hiccuped again.
"Barnes is an ass, just like all the others, retreads running this place. But I'm not an ass, and you didn't fool me for 2 days."
Carl gritted his teeth. How could Terry Fisher know?
"For the last time."
Fisher lurched to his feet.
"They'll get you, Carl. They can try you and shoot you right on the spot, and Barnes will do it. I had to tell you you've walked right into it, but you might still get away if—"
It was cruel. The drunken man's head jerked up at the blow. He gave a little grunt, then slid back down on the chair. Carl stepped over his legs, worked swiftly at the door beyond. If they caught him now, Terry Fisher was right, but in 5 more minutes... The lock squeaked and the door fell open. Inside he tore through the file cases, wrenched at the locked drawers in frantic haste, ripping the weak aluminum sheeting like thick tinfoil. Then he found the folder marked Kenneth Armstrong on the tab. Somewhere above him an alarm went off, screaming a mournful note through the building. He threw on the light switch, flooding the room with whiteness, and started through the papers, one by one, in the folder. No time to read. Flash retinal photos were hard to superimpose and keep straight, but that was one reason why Carl Golden was on Mars instead of sitting in an office back on Earth. He flipped the last page and threw the folder onto the floor. As he went through the door, he flipped out the light, raced with clattering footsteps down the corridor. Lights caught him from both sides, slicing the blackness like hot knives.
"All right, Golden, stop right there."
Dark figures came out of the lights, ripped his clothing off without a word. Somebody wrenched open his mouth, shined a light in, rammed Court's cold fingers down into his throat. Then,
"All right, you bastard, upstairs. Barnes wants to see you."
they packed him naked into the street, hurried him into a three-wheeled ground car. 5 minutes later he was wading through frosty dust into another building, and Barnes was glaring at him across the room. Odd things flashed through Carl's mind. You seldom saw a repeater get really angry, but Barnes was angry. The man's young old face, the strange, utterly ageless amalgamation of 60 years of wisdom, superimposed by the youth of a 20-year-old, had unaccustomed lines of wrath about the eyes and mouth. Barnes didn't waste words.
"What did you want down there?" "Armstrong."
Carl cut the word out almost gleefully.
"And I got it, and there's nothing you or Reinhardt or anybody else in between can do about it. I don't know what I saw yet, but I've got it in my eyes and in my cortex, and you can't touch it." "You stupid fool, we can peel your cortex,"
Barnes snarled.
"Well, you won't dare."
Barnes glanced across at the officer who had brought him in.
"Tommy, Dan Fowler won't like it,"
said Carl. Barnes stopped short, blinking. He took a slow breath, then sank down into his chair.
"Fowler,"
he said, as though dawn were just breaking.
"That's right, he sent me up here. I've found what he wants. Shoot me now, and when they probe you, Dan will know I found it. And you won't be around for another rejuvenation."
Barnes looked suddenly old.
"What did he want?" "The truth about Armstrong. Not the accident story you fed to the TVs. Tragic end for world hero, died with his boots on. Dan wanted to know the truth. Who killed him? Why this colony is grinding down from compound low to stop, and turning men like Terry Fisher into alcoholic bums. Why this colony is turning into a glorified, super-refined birdie's rest for old men. But mostly, who killed Armstrong? How was he murdered? Who gave the orders? And if you don't mind, I'm beginning to get a cold." "And you got all that,"
said Barnes.
"That's right. You haven't read it through." "Not yet. Plenty of time for that on the way back."
Barnes nodded wearily and motioned to the guard to give Carl his clothes.
"I think you'd better read it tonight. Maybe it'll surprise you."
Golden's eyes widened. Something in the man's voice, some curious note of defeat and hopelessness, told him that Barnes was not lying.
"Oh? Armstrong didn't have an accident, that's true. Nobody murdered him either. Nobody gave any orders to anybody from anybody. Armstrong put a bullet through his head, quite of his own volition." "All right, Senator,"
the young red-headed doctor said.
"You say you want it straight, that's how you're going to get it."
Moments before, Dr. Moss had been laughing. Now he wasn't laughing.
6 months at the outside, 9 if you went to bed tomorrow, retired from the Senate, and lived on tea and crackers. But where I'm sitting, I wouldn't bet a plugged nickel that you'll be alive a month from now. If you think I'm joking, you just try and squeeze the bet out of me."
Senator Dan Fowler took the black cigar from his mouth, stared at the chewed-up end for a moment, and put it back again. He had had something exceedingly witty all ready to say at this point in the examination. Now it didn't seem too funny. If Moss had been a mealy-mouthed quack like the last doc he had seen, okay. But Moss wasn't. Moss was obviously not impressed by the old man sitting across the desk from him, a fact which made Dan Fowler just a trifle uneasy. And Moss knew his turnips. Dan Fowler looked at the door and said,
"Garbage."
The red-headed doctor shrugged.
"Look, Senator, sometimes a banana is a banana. I know heart disease and I know how it acts. I know that it kills people if they wait too long. And when you're dead, no rejuvenation lab is going to bring you back to life again." "Oh, hell, who's dying?"
Fowler's gray eyebrows knit in the old familiar scowl, and he bit down hard on the cigar.
"Heart disease. So I get a little pain now and then. Sure, it won't last forever, and when it gets bad I'll come in and take the full treatment. But I can't do it now."
He spread his hands in a violent gesture.
"I only came in here because my daughter dragged me. My heart's doing fine. I've been working 18-hour days for 40 years now, and I can do it for another year or two." "But you have pain,"
said Dr. Moss.
"So, a little twinge now and then. Whenever you lose your temper, whenever anything upsets you." "All right, a twinge." "Which makes you sit down for 10 or 15 minutes, which doesn't go away with one nitro tablet anymore. So you have to take 2 and sometimes 3, right?"
Dan Fowler blinked.
"All right, sometimes it gets a little bad. And it used to only be once or twice a month, but now it's almost every day. And once or twice you've blacked out clean for a while, and made your staff work like demons to cover for you and keep it off the TVs, right? Say, who's been talking to you? Jean has been talking to me. Can't even trust your own daughter to keep her trap shut."
The senator tossed the cigar butt down in disgust.
"It happened once, yes. That goddamned Reinhardt is enough to make anybody black out."
He thrust out his jaw and glowered at Dr. Moss as though it were all his fault. Then he grinned.
"Oh, I know you're right, Doc. It's just that this is the wrong time. I can't take 2 months out now. There's too much to be done between now and the middle of next month." "Oh yes, the hearings. Why not turn it over to your staff? They know what's going on." "Nonsense. They know, but not like I know. After the hearings, fine. I'll come along like a lamb. But now—"
Dr. Moss reddened, slammed his fist down on the desk.
"Damn it, man, are you blind and deaf, or just plain stupid? Didn't you hear me a moment ago? You may not live through the hearings. You could go just like that any minute. But this is 2134 AD, not the Middle Ages. It would be so utterly hopeless and pointless to let it happen."
Fowler champed his cigar and scowled.
"After it was done, I'd have to free agent for a year, wouldn't I?"
It was an accusation.
"You should, but that's a formality. If you want to go back to what you were doing the day you came from the center." "Yes, if. But supposing I didn't? Supposing I was all changed?"
The young doctor looked at the old man shrewdly. Dan Fowler was 56 years old, and he looked 40. It seemed incredible even to Moss that the man could have done what he had done, and look almost as young and fighting mad now as he had when he started. Clever old goat, too. But Dan Fowler's last remark opened the door wide. Moss smiled to himself.
"You're afraid of it, aren't you, Senator? Of rejuvenation? Nonsense." "But you are. You aren't the only one. It's a pretty frightening thing. Cash in the old model, take out a new one, just like a jet racer or a worn-out talk writer. Only it isn't machinery, it's your body, and your life."
Dr. Moss grinned.
"It scares a man. Rejuvenation isn't the right word, of course. Aside from the neurons, they take away every cell in your body one way or another and give you new ones. 150 years ago, Cancelmo and Klein did it on a dog, and called it subtotal prothesis. A crude job. I've seen their papers and films. Vat-grown hearts and kidneys, revitalized vascular material, building up new organs like a patchwork quilt, coaxing tissues to grow to replace old ones. But they got a living dog out of it, and that dog lived to the ripe old age of 37 years before he died."
Moss pushed back from his desk, watching Dan Fowler's face.
"Then in 1992, Nimrock tried it on a man, and almost got himself hanged because the man died. That was 142 years ago. And then, while he was still on trial, his workers completed the second job, and the man lived. And oh, how the jig changed for Nimrock!"
The doctor shrugged as he talked. As he talked, Dan Fowler sat silent, chewing his cigar furiously, but listening. He was listening all right.
"Well, it was crude then,"
Moss said.
"It's not so crude anymore."
He pointed to a large bronze plaque hanging on the office wall.
"You've seen that before. Read it."
Dan Fowler's eyes went up to the plaque. A list of names. At the top, words said, "These 10 gave life to mankind." Below it were the names: Martin Aronson, Ph.D. education; Thomas Bevilacqua, literature and art; Chauncey Delvin, music; Frederick Kaler, M.S., engineering; Reverend Hugh H.F. Norton, philosophy and theology; Jacob Prausnitz, Ph.D. history; Arthur L. Rogers, M.D., medicine; Carlotta Sokol, Ph.D., sociopsychology; Harvey Tatum, business.
"I know," said Fowler. "June 1st, 2005. They were volunteers. 10 out of several dozen volunteers,"
Moss amended.
"Those 10 were chosen by lot. Already people were dreaming of what a subtotal prothesis could do. It could preserve the great minds. It could compound the accumulated wisdom of one lifetime into another lifetime, and maybe more. Those 10 people, representing 10 great fields of study, risked their lives. Not to live forever, just to see if the rejuvenation could really preserve their minds in newly built bodies. All of them were old, older than you are, Senator. Some were sicker than you, and all of them were afraid. But 7 of the 10 are still alive today, 130 years later. Rogers died in a jet crash. Tatum died of neurotoxic virus, because we couldn't do anything to rebuild neurons in those days. Bevilacqua suicided. The rest are still alive, after 2 more rejuvenations." "Fine," said Fowler. "I still can't do it now." "That was just 10 people," Moss cut in. "It took 5 years to get ready for them. But now we can do 500 a year, only 500 select individuals to live on instead of dying. And you've got the gall to sit there and tell me you don't have the time for it?" The old man rose slowly, lighting another cigar. "It could be 5,000 a year. That's why I don't have the time. 15,000, 50,000. We could do it, but we're not doing it. Walter Reinhardt's been rejuvenated twice already. I'm on the list because I shouted so loud they didn't dare leave me off. But you're not on it. Why not? You could be. Everybody could be." Dr. Moss spread his hands. "The Criterion Committee does the choosing. Reinhardt's criteria, only 500 a year. Use it for a weapon. Build power with it. Get a stranglehold on it and never let it go." The senator leaned across the desk, his eyes bright with anger. "I haven't got time to stop what I'm doing now, because I can stop Reinhardt, if I only live that long. I can break him, split his Criterion Committee wide open now while there's still a chance, and open rejuvenation up to everybody instead of 500 lucky ones a year. I can stop him because I've dug at him for 29 years, and shouted and screamed and fought and made people listen. And if I fumble now, it'll all be down the drain, finished, washed up. If that happens, nobody will ever stop him." There was silence in the room for a moment. Then Moss spread his hands. "The hearings are critical, eh? I'm afraid so. Why has it got to be your personal fight? Other people could do it. They'd fumble it. They'd foul it up. Senator Libby fouled it up once already, a long time ago. Reinhardt's lived for 119 years, and he's learning new tricks every year. We've only lived 56 of them, but I know his tricks and I can beat him. But why you? Somebody's got to do it. My card is on top." A phone buzzer chirped. "Yes, he's here." Dr. Moss handed Dan the receiver. A moment later the senator was grinning like a cat struggling into his overcoat and scarf. "Sorry, Doc, I know what you're telling me is true, and I'm no fool. If I have to stop, I'll stop. Tomorrow, then." "Not tomorrow. One of my lads is back from the Mars colony. Tomorrow we powwow, but hard. After the hearings, Doc, and meanwhile keep your eye on the TVs. I'll be seeing you." The door clicked shut with a note of finality, and Dr. David Moss stared at it gloomily. "I hope so," he said, but nobody in particular heard him. A Volta two-wheeler was waiting outside for him. Gene drove off down the drive with a characteristic contempt for laws of gravity when Dan had piled in, and Carl Golden was there, looking thinner, more gaunt and hot-like than ever before, his brown eyes sharp under the shock of black hair, his long, thin, aquiline nose. If you weren't a Jew, you'd be a discredit to the Gentiles. Dan Fowler had twitted him once, years before, and Carl had looked down his long, thin, aquiline nose and sniffed, and let the matter drop, because until then he had never been sure whether his being a Jew had mattered to Dan Fowler or not, and now he knew, and was quite satisfied with the knowledge. And the ever-present cigarette between the thin, sensitive fingers. Dan clapped him on the shoulder, and shot a black look at his daughter, relegating her to the indescribable Fowler limbo, which was where she belonged, and would reside until Dan got excited and forgot how she had betrayed him to Dr. Moss, which would take about 10 or 15 minutes all told. Gene Fowler knew her father far too well to worry about it, and squinted out the window at the afternoon traffic as the car skidded the corner onto the Boulevard thoroughway, across the river toward home. "God damn it, boy, you could have wired me at least. One of Gene's crew spotted this passage list, so I knew you'd left and got the hearing moved up to next month." Carl scowled. "I thought it was all set for February 15th. Dan chuckled. "It was, but I was only waiting for you, and got the ball rolling as soon as I knew you were on your way. Dwight Mackenzie is still writing the committee's business calendar, of course, and he didn't like it one bit, but he couldn't find any solid reason why it shouldn't be set ahead. And I think our good friend Senator Reinhardt is probably wriggling on the stick about now, just on the shock value of the switch. Always figure in the shock value of everything you do, my boy. It pays off more than you'll ever dream." Carl Golden shook his head. "I don't like it, Dan." "What, the switch in dates?" "The switch. I wish you hadn't done that." "But why?" Look, son, I know that with Ken Armstrong dead, our whole approach has to be changed. It's got to be trickier, but it might even work out better. The Senate knows what's been going on between Reinhardt and me, and so does the President. They know elections are next June. They know I want a seat on his Criterion Committee before elections, and they know that to get on it, I'll do my damnedest to unseat him. They know I've shaken him up, that he's scared of me. Okay, fine. With Armstrong there to tell how he was chosen for retread back in '87, we'd have had Reinhardt running for his life. But you don't, Carl cut in flatly, and that's that. What? Are you crazy, son? I needed Armstrong bad. Reinhardt knew it and had him taken care of. It was fishy, it stunk from here to Mars, but Reinhardt covered it up fast and clean. But with the stuff you've got up in the colony, we can charge Reinhardt with murder. And the whole Senate knows his motive already. He didn't dare to let Armstrong testify.
Carl was shaking his head sadly.
Well, what's wrong? You aren't going to like this, Dan. Reinhardt's clean. Armstrong committed suicide.
Fowler's mouth fell open, and he sat back hard.
Oh, no. Sorry. Ken Armstrong, suicided.
He shook his head helplessly, groping for words.
Oh, Jesus, I don't believe it. If Ken Armstrong suicided, I'm the scarlet whore of Babylon. We'll try to keep that off the TVs. There's no chance that you're wrong,
said the old man. Carl shook his head.
There's plenty that's funny about that Mars colony, but Armstrong's death was suicide, period. Even Barness didn't understand it.
Sharp eyes went to Carl's face.
What's funny about the colony?
Carl shrugged and lit a cigarette.
Hard to say. This was my first look. I had nothing to compare it with. But there's something wrong. I always thought that the Mars colony was a frontier, a real challenge, you know. Man against the wilderness and all of that. Saloons jammed on Saturday nights with rough boys out to get some babes that had to give. A place that could take earthbound softies and toughen them up in a week, working to tame down the desert.
His voice trailed off.
They've got a saloon all right, but everybody just comes in quietly and gets slobbery drunk. Met a guy named Fisher. Thought the same thing I did when he came up 5 years ago. A real go-getter, leader type. Lots of ideas and the guts to put them across. Now he's got a hobnail liver and he came back here on the ship with me, hating Mars and everything up there, most of all himself. Something's wrong up there, Dan. Maybe that's why Armstrong bowed out.
The senator took a deep breath.
Not a man like Ken Armstrong. Why, I used to worship him when I was a kid. I was 10 when he came back to Earth for his second retread.
The old man shook his head.
I wanted to go back to Mars with him. I actually packed up to run away until dear brother Paul caught me and squealed to Dad. Imagine. I'm sorry, Dan.
The car whizzed off the thoroughway and began weaving through residential areas of Arlington. Jean swung under an arched gate, stopped in front of a large gray stone house, the sort of which they hadn't built for 100 years. Dan Fowler stared out at the gray November afternoon.
Well then, we're really on ice at the hearings. We can still do it. It'll take some steamrollering, but we can manage it.
He turned to the girl.
Get Schirmer on the wire as soon as we get inside. I'll go over Carl's report for whatever I can find. Tell Schirmer if he wants to keep his job as coordinator of the medical center next year, he'd better have all the statistics available on all rejuvenated persons, past and present, in my office tomorrow morning.
Jean gave her father a queer look.
Schirmer's waiting for you inside right now.
Oh?
Oh? Why? He wouldn't say. Nothing to do with politics, he said. Something about Paul.
Nathan Schirmer was waiting in the library, sipping a brandy and pretending to scan a congressional record in the viewer box. He looked up, bird-like, as Dan Fowler strode in.
Well, Nate, sit down. I see you're into my private stock already, so I won't offer you any. What's this about my brother?
Schirmer coughed into his hand.
Dan, I don't know quite how to tell you this. He was in Washington this afternoon. Of course he was. He's supposed to go to the center.
Dan broke off short, whirling on Schirmer.
Wait a minute. There wasn't a slip-up on his permit. Permit? For rejuvenation, you ass. He's on the Starship project, coordinating engineer of the whole works out there. He's got a fair place on the list coming to him 3 ways from Sunday. Fulmer put the permit through months ago, and Paul has just been diddling around getting himself clear so he could come in.
The little coordinator's eyes widened.
Oh, there wasn't anything wrong on our side, if that's what you mean. The permit was perfectly clear. The doctors were waiting for him. It was nothing like that. Then what was it like?
Nathan Shermer wriggled and tried to avoid Dan's eyes.
Your brother refused it. He laughed in our faces. He told us to go to hell and took the next jet back to Nevada, all in one afternoon.
The vibration of the jet engines hung just at perception level, nagging and nagging at Dan Fowler, until he threw his papers aside with a snarl of disgust and peered angrily out the window. They were high and moving fast. Far below was a tiny spot of light in the blackness. Pittsburgh. Maybe Cleveland. It didn't matter which. Jets traveled at such and such a rate of speed. They left at such and such a time and arrived somewhere else at such and such a time later. He could worry or he could not worry. The jet would bring him down in Las Vegas in exactly the same time, to the second either way. Another half-an-hour taxi ride over dusty desert roads would bring him to the glorified Quonset his brother called home. Nothing Dan Fowler could do would hurry the process of getting there. Dan had called and received no answer. He had talked to the Las Vegas authorities and even gotten Leginsky at the Starship, and neither of them knew anything. The police said yes, they would check at Dr. Fowler's residence if he wasn't out at the ship, and check back. But they hadn't checked back, and that was 2 hours ago. Meanwhile, Carl had chartered him a plane. Goddamn Paul to 3 kinds of hell. Of all miserable times to start playing games, acting like an imbecile child. And the work and sweat Don had gone through to get that permit. To buy it, beg it, steal it, gold-plate it. Of course the odds were good that Paul would have gotten it without a whisper from Dan. He was high on the list. He was critical to Starship, and certainly Starship was critical enough to rate. But Dan had gone out on a limb, way out. The senator's fist clenched, and he drummed it helplessly on the empty seat, and felt a twinge of pain spread up his chest and down his arm. He cursed, fumbled for the bottle in his vest pocket. Goddamn Hart and goddamn brother and goddamn Reinhardt. Did everything have to split the wrong way? Now? Of all times, of all days, of all his 56 years of life, now? All right, Dan. Cool, boy. Relax. Shame on you. Can't you quit being selfish for just a little while? Dan didn't like the idea as it flicked through his mind, but then he didn't like anything too much right then, so he forced the thought back for a rerun. Big Dan Fowler, Senator Dan Fowler, selfish Dan Fowler loves Dan Fowler mostly. Poor Paul. The words had been going through his mind like a silly chant since the first moment he had seen Nate Shermer in the library. Poor Paul. Dan did all right for himself. He did. He made quite a name down in Washington. You know, a fighter, a real fighter. The boy with the golden touch. Everything he ever did worked out with him on top somehow. Paul was different, smart enough, plenty of the old gazoo, but he had never had Dan's drive. Bad breaks, right down the line. Kinda tough on a guy with a comet like Dan in the family. Poor Paul. He let his mind drift back slowly, remembering little things, trying to spot the time, the single instant in time when he stopped fighting Paul and started feeling sorry for him. It had been different years ago. Paul had been the smart one, all right. Never had Dan's build, but he could think rings around him. Dan was always a little slow, never forgot anything he learned, but he learned slow. Still, there were ways to get around that. Dad and Mom always liked Paul the best, their first boy, you know, and babied him more, and that was decidedly tougher to get around. Still, there were ways. Like the night the prize money came from the lottery, when he and Paul had split a ticket down the middle. How old was he then? 10? 11? And Paul was 15. He grubbed up the dollar polishing cars, and met Paul's dollar halfway, never dreaming the thing would pay off. And when it did, oh, how he'd never forget that night. He wanted the jet racer. The ticket paid $2,000, a hell of a lot of cash for a pair of boys, and the $2,000 would buy the racer. He had been so excited tears had poured down his face, but Paul had said no. Split it even, just like the ticket, Paul had said. There were hot words and pleading and threats, and Paul just laughed at him until he got so mad he wanted to kill him with only his fists. Bad mistake, that. Paul was skinny, not much muscle. Read books all the time, it looked like a cinch. But Paul had 5 years on him that he hadn't counted on. Important 5 years. Paul connected with just one, enough to lay Dan flat on his back with a concussion and a broken jaw. And that, my boy, was that. Almost. Dan had won the fight, of course. It was the broken jaw that did it. That night, later, the fight Mom and Dad had, worse than usual, a cruel one, low blows, mean. But Dan got his racer on the strength of the broken jaw. The jaw had done him a lot of good. Never quite grew right after that. Got one of the centers of ossification, the doctor said. And Dan had been God's gift to the peanut brush men, with that heavy angular jaw. A fighter's jaw, they called it. That started it, of course. He knew then that he could beat Paul. Good to know, but never sure of it, always having to prove it. The successes came, and always he let Paul know about them. Watched Paul's face like a cat. And Paul would squirm and sneer, and tell Dan that in the end it was brains that would pay off. Sour grapes, of course. If Paul had ever squared off to him again, man to man, they might have had it over with. But Paul just seemed content to sit quietly and hate him. Like the night he broke the Universalists in New Chicago, at $100 plate dinner. He had told them that night. That was the night they'd cold-shouldered him, and put Libby up to run for mayor. Oh, he'd raised a glorious stink that night. He never enjoyed himself so much in his life, turning their whole twisted machine right over to the public on a silver platter, cutting loose from the old crowd, appointing himself a committee of one to nominate himself on an independent reform ticket, campaign himself and elect himself. A whippersnapper of 32. Paul had been amused by it, almost indulgent.
You do get melodramatic, don't you, Dan? Well, if you want to cut your own throat, that's your affair.
And Dan had burned and told Paul to watch the TVs. He had seen a thing or two, and he did all right. He remembered Paul's face a few months later when Libby conceded at 11:45 p.m. on election night, and Dan rode into office with a new crowd of live wires who were ready to help him plow into New Chicago and clean up that burg like it had never been cleaned up. And the sweetest part of the victory pie had been the look on Paul's face that night. And so they'd fought, and he'd won and rubbed it in, and Paul had lost, and hated him for it until that mysterious day. When had it really happened? When that big-brained brother of mine changed subtly into,
Christ, man, quit floundering. Who wants engineers? They're all over the place. You'll starve to death.
And then finally to, poor Paul. When had it happened? Why? Dan wondered suddenly if he had ever really forgiven Paul that blow to the jaw. Perhaps. He shook himself, scowling into the plexiglass window blackness. Okay, they'd fought it out. Always jolly, always making it out to be a big friendly game, only it never was a game. He knew how much he owed to Paul. He'd known it with growing concern for a lot of years. And now, if he had to drag him back to Washington by the hair, he'd drag the silly fool. End of Martyr, Part 1. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Martyr, Part 2 of 5 stories by Alan Nourse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. They didn't look very much alike. There was a sparseness about Paul. A tall, lean, hungry-looking man, with large, soft eyes that hid their anger and a face that was lined with tiredness and resignation. A year ago, when Dan had seen him last, he had looked a young 60, closer to 45. Now he looked an old 61. How much of this was the cancer, Dan didn't know. The pathologist had said, "Not a very malignant tumor right now, but you can never tell when it will blow up. He'd better be scheduled at the center, if he's got a permit." But some of it was Paul, just Paul. The house was exactly as Dan had expected it would be, though he had never been inside this house since Paul had come to Starship Project 15 years ago. Stuffy, severe, rather gloomy, rooms packed with bookshelves, drawing boards, odds and ends of papers and blueprints and inks, thick, ugly furniture from the early 2000s. A cluttered, improvised helter-skelter barn of testing lab, with modern equipment that looked lost and alien scattered among the moldering junk of 2 centuries.
"Get your coat," Dan said. "It's cold outside. We're going back to Washington." "Have a drink." Paul waved him toward the sideboard. "Relax. Your pilot needs a rest." "Paul, I didn't come here to play games. The games are over now." Paul poured a brandy with deliberation, handed Dan one, sipped his own. Good brandy, he murmured. Wish I could afford more of it. Paul, you're going with me.
The old man shrugged with a little tired smile.
I'll go with you if you insist, of course, but I'm not going. Do you know what you're saying? Perfectly. Paul, you just don't say thanks. But I don't believe I'll have any. When they give you a rejuvenation permit. Nobody refuses rejuvenation. Why, there are a million people out there begging for a place on the list. It's life, Paul. You just can't turn it down. This is good brandy, Paul said. Would you care to take a look at my lab, by the way? Not too well equipped, but sometimes I can work here better than...
Dan swung on his brother viciously.
I will tell you what I'm going to do, he grated,
hitting each word hard, like knuckles rapping the table.
I'm going to take you to the plane. If you don't come, my pilot and I will drag you. When we get to Washington, we'll take you to the center. If you don't sign the necessary releases, I'll forge them. I'll bribe 2 witnesses who will swear in the face of death, by torture, that they saw you signing. I'll buy out the doctors that can do the job, and if they won't do it, I'll sweat them down until they will.
He slammed the glass down on the table, feeling his heart pounding in his throat, feeling the pain creep up.
I've got lots of things on lots of people, and I can get things done when I want them done. People don't fool me in Washington anymore, because when they do, they get their fingers burned off with the knuckles. For Christ's sake, Paul, I knew you were stubborn, but I didn't think you were block-headed stupid.
Paul shrugged apologetically.
I'm impressed, Dan, really. You don't think I can do it?
Dan roared.
No doubt you could, but such a lot of trouble for an unwilling victim, and I'm your brother, Dan, remember?
Dan Fowler spread his hands in defeat, then sank back down in the chair.
Paul, tell me why. I don't want to be rejuvenated.
As though he were saying,
I don't want any sugar in my coffee. Why not? If I could only see why, if I knew what was going through your mind, maybe I could understand, but I can't.
Dan looked up at Paul, practically pleading.
You're needed. I had a tape from Leginsky last month. Do you know what he said? He said, why couldn't you have come to Starship 10 years earlier? Nobody knows that ship like you do. You're making it go. That ship can take men to the stars, now, with rejuvenation, and the same men can come back again to find the same people waiting for them when they get here. They can live that long now. We've been tied down to 70 years of life, to a tight little universe of 1 sun and 9 planets for thousands of years. Well, we can change that now. We can go out. That's what your work can do for us.
He stared helplessly at his brother.
You could go out on that ship you're building, Paul. You've always wanted to. Why not?
Paul looked across at him for a long moment. There was pity in his eyes. There was also hatred there, and victory, long awaited, bitterly won.
Do you really want me to tell you? I want you to tell me.
Then Paul told him. It took about 10 minutes. It was not tempered with mercy. It split Dan Fowler's world wide open at the seams.
You've been talking about the Starship, said Paul Fowler. All right, that's as good a starting place as any. I came to Starship Project, what was it, 15 years ago? Almost 16, I guess. This was my meat. I couldn't work well with people. I worked with things, processes, ideas. I dug in hard on Starship. I loved it, dreamed it, lived with it. I had dreams in those days. Work hard, make myself valuable here. Maybe I'd get rejuvenation, so I could work more on Starship. I believed everything you just said. Alpha Centauri, Arcturus, Vega, anywhere we wanted to go. And I could go along. It wouldn't be long either. We had Leginsky back with us after his rejuvenation, directing the project. We had Keller and Stark and Eddie Cochran, great men, the men who had pounded Starship Project into reality, took it out of the storybooks and made the people of this country want it bad enough to pay for it. Those men were back now, new men, rebuilt bodies, with all their knowledge and experience preserved. Only now they had something even more precious than life, time. And I was part of it, and I too could have time. Paul shook his head slowly and sank back into the chair. His eyes were very tired. A dream, nothing more, a fantasy. It took me 15 years to learn what a dream it was. Not even a suspicion at first, only a vague puzzlement, things happening that I couldn't quite grasp. Easy to shrug off until it got too obvious. Not a matter of wrong decisions, really. The decisions were right,
but they were in the wrong places. Something about Starship Project shifting, changing somehow. Something being lost, slowly. Nothing you could nail down at first, but growing month by month. Then one night I saw what it was. That was when I equipped the lab here, to prove to myself that Starship Project was a dream." He spread his hands and smiled at Dan like a benign old Chips to a third-form schoolboy. "The Starship isn't going to Alpha Centauri or anywhere else. It's not going to leave the ground. I thought I'd live long enough to launch that ship and be one of its crew. Well, I won't. That ship wouldn't leave the ground if I lived 1,000,000 years."
"Garbage,"
said Dan Fowler succinctly.
"No, Dan, not garbage. Unfortunately, we sometimes have to recognize our dreams as dreams, and look reality right square in the face. Starship Project is dying. Our whole civilization is dying. Nimrock drove the first nail into the coffin 130 years ago. Lord, if they'd only hanged him when his first rejuvenation failed. But that would have only delayed it. Now we're dying, slowly right now. But soon it will be fast, very fast. And do you know who's getting set to land the death blow?" He smiled sadly across at his brother. "You are, Dan."
Dan Fowler sprang from his chair with a roar.
"My God, Paul, you're sick. Of all the idiot delights I've ever heard, oh Jesus."
He stood shaking, groping for words, staring at his brother.
"You said you wanted me to tell you. Tell me what?"
Dan took a trembling breath and sat down, visibly gripping himself.
All right, I heard what you said. You must mean something, but I don't know what. Let's be reasonable. Let's forget philosophy and semantics and concepts and all the thrills for just a minute and talk about facts, huh? Just facts." "All right, facts,"
Paul said.
"Kenneth Armstrong wrote Man on Mars in 2028. He was 57 years old then, and he hadn't been rejuvenated yet. Fundamentally a good book, analyzing his first Mars colony, taking it apart right down to the silk undies, to show why it had failed so miserably, and why the next one could succeed if he could ever get up there again. He had foresight. With rejuvenation just getting started, he had a whole flock of ideas about overpopulation and the need for a Mars colony. He was all wet on the population angle, of course, but nobody knew that then. He kicked Keller and Leginsky off on the Starship idea. They admit it. It was Man on Mars that first started them thinking. They were both young, with lots of fight in them, okay?" "Just stick to the facts," said Dan coldly. "Okay. Starship Project got started and blossomed into the people's baby. They started work on the basic blueprints about 60 years ago. Everybody knew it would be a long job, cost money, plenty of it, and there was so much to do before the building ever began. That was where I came in 15 years ago, building. They were looking for engineers who weren't eager to get rich. It went fine. We started to build. Then Keller and Stark came back from rejuvenation. Leginsky had been rejuvenated 5 years before." "Look, I don't need a course in history," Dan exploded. "Yes, you do," Paul snapped. "You need to sit down and listen for once, instead of shooting your big mouth off all the time. That's what you need real bad, Dan."
Paul Fowler rubbed his chin. There were red spots in his cheeks.
"Okay, there were some changes made. I didn't like the engine housing. I never had, so I went along with them 100% on that, even though I designed it. I'd learned a few things since. And there were bugs. It made perfectly good sense, talking to Leginsky. Starship Project was pretty important to all of us. Dangerous to risk a fumble on the first play, even a tiny risk. We might never get another chance. Leginsky knew we youngsters were driving along on adrenaline and nerves, and couldn't wait to get out there. But when you thought about it, what was the rush? Was it worth the chance of a fumble to get out there this year instead of next? Couldn't we take time to find a valid test for that engine at ultra-high acceleration before we put it back in? After all, we had time now. Keller and Stark just back with 60 more years to live. Why the rush? Okay, I bought it. We worked out a valid test on paper. Took us 4 years of work on it to find out you couldn't build such a device on Earth, but never mind that. Other things were stalling all the while. The colony plan for the ship. Choosing the crew. What criteria? What qualifications? There was plenty of time. Why not make sure it's right?
Don't leave anything crude. If we can refine it a little first." Paul sighed wearily. "It snowballed. Keller and Stark backed Leginsky to the hilt. There was some trouble about money. I think you had your thumb in the pie there, getting it fixed for us, didn't you? More refining, work it out, detail. Get sidetracked on some aspect for a few years, so what? Lots of time. Rejuvenation and all that. Talk about the Universalists beating Reinhardt out and throwing the center open to everybody, etc., etc. But somewhere along the line I began to see that it just wasn't true. The hold-ups, the changes, the digressions and snags to the refinements were all excuses, all part of a big, beautiful, exquisitely reasonable facade built up to obscure the real truth. Leginsky and Keller and Stark had changed." Dan Fowler snorted. "I know a very smart young doctor who told me there weren't any changes. I don't mean anything physical, their bodies were fine. Nothing mental either. They had the same sharp minds they always had. It was a change in values. They'd lost something that they had before. The drive that made them start Starship Project. The urgency, the vital importance of the thing. It was all gone. They just didn't have the push anymore. They began to look for the easy way, and it was far easier to build and rebuild and refine and improve the starship here on the ground than to throw that starship out into space." There was a long silence. Dan Fowler sat grave-faced, staring at Paul, just shaking his head and staring. "I don't believe it," he said finally. "You do maybe, because you want to, but you're mixed up, Paul. I've seen Leginsky's reports. There's been progress, regular progress, month by month. You've been too close to it, maybe. Of course there have been delays, but only when they were necessary. The progress has gone on." Paul stood up suddenly. "Come in here, Dan. Look." He threw open a door, strode rapidly down a corridor and a flight of stairs into the long, low barn of a laboratory. "Here, let me show you something." He pulled out drawers, dragged out rolls of blueprints. "These are my own. They're based on the working prints from Starship that we drew up 10 years ago, scaled down to model size. I've tested them. I've run tolerances. I've checked the math 5 ways and back again. I've tested the parts, the engine, model size. The blueprints haven't got a flaw in them. They're perfect as they'll ever get. No, wait a minute, look." He strode fiercely across to slide back a floor panel, drew up the long glittering thing from a well in the floor. Sleek, beautiful, 3 feet long. Paul maneuvered a midget loading crane, guided the thing into launching position on the floor, then turned back to Dan. "There it is. Just a model, but it's perfect. Every detail is perfect. There's even fuel in it. No men, but there could be, if there were any men small enough." Anger was blazing in Paul's voice now, bitterness and frustration. "I built it because I had to be sure. I've tested its thrust. I could launch this model for Alpha Centauri tonight, and it would get there. If there were little men who could get into it, they'd get there too, alive. Starship Project is completed. It's been completed for 10 years now. But do you know what happened to these blueprints, the originals? They were studied. They were improvements. They almost had the ship built, and then they took it apart again." "But I've read the reports," Dan cried. "Have you seen the starship? Have you talked to them over there? It isn't just there, it's everywhere, Dan. There are only about 70,000 rejuvenated men alive in this hemisphere so far, but already the change is beginning to show. Go talk to the advertising people. There's a delicate indicator of social change if there ever was one. See what they say. Who are they backing in the government? You, like hell. Reinhardt? No, they're backing up Moses Tyndall and his abolitionist goon squad who preach that rejuvenation is the work of Satan. And they're giving him enough strength that he's even getting you worried. How about Rodrigo Aviado and his solar energy project down in Antarctica? Do you know what he's been doing down there lately? You better find out, Dan. What's happening to the Mars colony? Do you have any idea? You'd better find out. Have you gone to see any of the Noble 10 that are still rattling around? Oh, you ought to. How about all the suicides we've been having in the last 10 years? What do the insurance people say about that?" He stopped from lack of breath. Dan just stared at him, shaking his head like Silly Willy on the TVs.
Find out what you're doing, Dan, before you push this universal rejuvenation idea of yours through. Find out. If you've got the guts to find out, that is. We've got a monster on our hands, and now you've got to be a big Dan Fowler playing God and turning him loose on the world. Well, be careful. Find out first while you can. It's all here to see if you'll open your eyes. But you're all so dead sure that you want life everlasting that nobody's bothered to even look. And now it's become such a political bludgeon that nobody dares to look." The model ship seemed to gleam in the dim laboratory light. Dan Fowler walked over to it, ran a finger up the shiny side to the pinpoint tip. His face was old and something gone from his eyes when he turned back to Paul. "You've known this for so long and you never told me. You never said a word."
He shook his head slowly.
"I didn't know you hated me so much. But I'm not going to let you win this one either, Paul. You're wrong. I'm going to prove it if it kills me."
"Well, try his home number then," Dan Fowler snarled into the speaker. He gnawed his cigar and fumed as long minutes spun off the wall clock. His fingers drummed the wall.
"How's that? Damn it, I want to speak to Dwight Mackenzie. His aide will not do. Well, of course he's in town. I just saw him yesterday."
He waited another 5 minutes, and then his $50 clanked back in the return, with apologies.
"All right, get his office when it opens and call me back."
He reeled off the number of the private booth. Carl Golden looked up as he came back to the table and stirred sugar cream into half-cold coffee.
"No luck?" "Son of a bitch has vanished."
Dan leaned back against the wall, glorying at Carl and Jean. Through the transparent walls of the glassed-in booth, they could see the morning breakfast seekers drifting into the place.
"We should have him pretty soon."
He bit off the end of a fresh cigar and assaulted it with a match.
"Dad, you know what Dr. Moss said."
"Look, little girl, if I'm going to die in 10 minutes, I'm going to smoke for those 10 minutes and enjoy them," Dan snapped. The coffee was like lukewarm dishwater. Both young people sipped theirs with bleary, early morning resignation. Carl Golden needed a shave badly. He opened his second pack of cigarettes.
"Did you sleep on the way back?"
Dan snorted.
"What do you think?" "I think Paul might be lying to you."
Dan shot him a sharp glance.
"Maybe, but I don't think so. Paul has always been fussy about telling the truth. He's all wrong, of course, but I think he believes his tale. Does it sound like he's lying to you?"
Carl sighed and shook his head.
"No, I don't like it. It sounds to me as though he's pretty sure he's right."
Dan clanked the cup down and swore.
"He's demented, that's what he is. He's waited too long. His brain is starting to go. If that story of his were true, why has he waited so long to tell somebody about it? Maybe he wanted to see you hang yourself." "But I can only hang myself on facts, not on the paranoid ramblings of a sick old man. The horrible thing is that he probably believes it. He almost had me believing it for a while. But it isn't true. He's wrong. Good Lord, he's got to be wrong."
Dan broke off, staring across at Carl. He gulped the last of the coffee.
"If he isn't wrong, then that's all, kiddies. The mountain sinks into the sea, with us just 10 feet from the top of it." "Well, would you walk into the center of a retread now without being sure he's wrong?" "Of course I wouldn't," Dan said peevishly. "Paul has taken the game right out from under our noses. We've got to stop everything and find out now, before we do another damn thing."
The senator dragged a sheaf of yellow paper out of his breast pocket and spread it out on the table.
"I worked it out on the way back. We've got a nasty job on our hands, more than we can possibly squeeze in before the hearing comes up on December 15th. So number one job is to shift the hearings back again. I'll take care of that as soon as I can get Mackenzie on the wire." "What's your excuse going to be?"
Jean wanted to know.
"Anything but the truth. Mackenzie thinks I'm going to win the fight at the hearings, and he wants to be on the right side of the toast when it's buttered. He'll shift the date back to February 15th. Okay, next step, we need a crew. A crowd that can do fast, accurate, hard work and not squeal if they don't sleep for a month or so. Tommy Sanborn should be in Washington. He can handle statistics for us. In addition, we need a couple of good sharp detectives. Jean?"
The girl nodded.
"I can handle that end. It'll take some time getting them together, though." "How much time?" "A couple of days." "Fine. We can have lots of work for them in a couple of days."
The senator turned back to Carl.
"I want you to hit Starship Project first thing."
Carl shook his head.
"I've got a better man for that job. Saw him last night and he's dying for something to do. You don't know him. Terry Fisher. He'll know how to dig out what we want. He was doing it for 5 years on Mars." "The Alki?" Dan didn't like it. "We can't risk a slip to the TVs. We just don't dare." "There won't be any slip. Terry's jumped in the bottle to get away from Mars, that's all. He'll stay cold when it counts." "Okay, if you say so. I want to see the setup there too, but I want it ready for a quick scan. Get him down here this morning to soften things up, and get it all out on the table for me. You'd better tackle the admin then. Let's see, Tenner's Agency in Philly's a good place to start. Then hit Metro Insurance. Don't waste time with the underlings. Go to the top and wave my name around like an orange flag. They won't like it a damn bit, but they know I have the finger on Cornwall in communications. We'll take his scalp if they don't play ball. All you'll have to do is convince them of that." "What's on Cornwall?" "Cornwall's been fronting for Moses Tyndall for years. That's why Tyndall never bothered me too much, because we could get him through Cornwall any time we wanted to. And the admin and Metro have everything they own sunk into Tyndall's plans." Carl's frown still lingered. "Don't worry about it, son. It's okay. I think maybe you're underestimating John Tyndall." "Why?" "I worked for him once, remember? He doesn't like you. He knows it's going to be you or him in the long haul, with nobody else involved. And you realize what happens if Moses gets wind of this mess? Finds out what your brother told you, or even finds out that you're worried about something?" Dan chewed his lip. "He could be a pain, couldn't he?" "He sure could. More than a pain, and Cornwall wouldn't be much help after the news got out." "Well, we'll have to take the risk, that's all. We'll have to be fast and quiet." He pushed aside his coffee cup as the phone blinker started in. "I think that gets us started. Gene, you'll keep somebody on the switchboard and keep track of us all. When I get through with Mackenzie, I may be leaving the country for a while. You'll have to be my ears and cover for me. Yes, I was calling Dwight Mackenzie." The phone box squawked for a moment or two. "Hello, Dwight? What? Oh, thunder. Well, where is he?" "Timagami, Ontario. An island?" He covered the speaker and growled. "He's gone moose hunting." Then, "Okay, get me Eastern Seajet charter service." 5 minutes later they walked out into the street and split up in 3 different directions. A long series of gray, flickering pictures, then, for Dan Fowler, a fast meal in the car to the charter service landing field. Morning sun swallowed up, sky gray, then almost black, temperature dropping, a gray drizzling rain, cold. The wind carrying it across the open field in waves, slashing his cheeks with icy blades of water. Gray shape of the ski plane. 8 feet of snow up there, according to the IWB reports. Lakes frozen 3 feet thick. Going to be a rough ride, Senator. Jean's quick kiss before he climbed up, the sharp worry in her eyes. "Got your pills, Dad? Try to sleep. Take it easy. Give me a call about anything." "But there aren't any phones," the operator said. Better not to tell her that. Why scare her any more? Damned hard anyway. A wobbly takeoff that almost dumped his stomach in his lap sent the briefcase flying across the cabin. And gray-black nothing, out through the midday viewports, heading north. Faster, faster. Why can't you get this crate to move? "Sorry, Senator. Nasty currents up here. Maybe we can try going higher." Time. Paul had called it more precious than life. And now the time flew screaming by in great deadly sweeps, like a black-winged buzzard. And through it all, weariness, tiredness that he had never felt before. Not years, not work. Weary body, yes, and time was running out. He should have rejuvenated years ago. But now, what if Paul were right? Can't do it now. Not until Paul is wrong. 1,000 times wrong. That was it, of course. That was the weariness that wasn't time weariness or body weariness. Just mind weariness. Weariness at the thought of wasted work, the wasted years, a wasted life. Unless Paul is very wrong. A snarl of disgust, a toggle switch snapped, a flickering TV screen. Wonderful pickup these days. News of the world brought to you by Atomics International, the fuel to power the starship. The President returned to Washington today after a 3-week vacation conference in Calcutta with Chinese and Indian dignitaries. Full accord and a cordial ending to the meeting. American supplies to be made available. And on the home front,
appropriations renewed for Antarctica project, to bring solar energy into every home. Aviato was quoted as saying, "Huge abolitionist rally last night in New Chicago as John Moses Tyndall returned to that city to celebrate the 15th birthday of the movement that started there back in 2119. No violence reported as Tyndall lashed out at Senator Daniel Fowler's Universal Rejuvenation Program. 25-hour work week hailed by Senator Reinhardt of Alaska as a great progressive step for the American people. Senator Reinhardt, chairman of the Policy-Making Criterion Committee, held forth hope last night that rejuvenation techniques may increase the number of candidates to 600 a year within 5 years. And now, news from the entertainment world." Going down, then, into flurries of northern snow, peering out at the whiter gloom below. A long stretch of white, with blobs of black on either side, resolving into snow-laden black pines, a long, flat lake top of ice and snow. Taxing down, engines roaring, sucking up snow into steam in the orange afterblast. And ahead, up from the lake, a black blot of a house, with orange window lights reflecting warmth and cheer against the wilderness outside. Then Dwight Mackenzie, peering out into the gloom, eyes widening in recognition. Little mean eyes with streaks of fear through them, widening, then smiling, pumping his hand.
"Dan, my God, I couldn't imagine. Hardly ever see anybody up here, you know. Come in, you must be half frozen. What's happened? Something torn loose down in Washington?"
And more questions, fast, tumbling over each other. No answers wanted. Talky-talk questions to cover surprise and fear, and the one large question of why Dan Fowler should be dropping down out of the sky on him. Which question he didn't think he wanted answered just yet. A huge, rugged room, blazing fire in a mammoth fireplace at the end. Moose heads, a rug of thick black bear hide.
"Like to come up here a day or two ahead of the party, you know,"
Mackenzie was saying.
"Does a man good to commune with his soul once in a while. Do you like to hunt? You should join us, Dan. Libby and Donaldson will be up tomorrow with a couple of guides. We could find you an extra gun. They say hunting should be good this year."
One chair against the fireplace, a book hastily thrown down beside it. Sextra Special, cartoons by Culp. Great book for soul-searching senators. Things were all out of focus after the sudden change from the cold, but now Dan was beginning to see. One book, one chair, but 2 half-filled sherry glasses at the sideboard.
"Can't wait, Dwight. I have to get back to the city, but I couldn't find you down there, and they didn't know when you were coming back. I just wanted to let you know that I put you to all that trouble for nothing. We don't need the hearing date in December after all."
Wariness suddenly in Mackenzie's eyes.
"Well, nice of you to think of it, Dan, but it wasn't really any trouble. No trouble at all. December the 15th is fine. As a matter of fact, better than the February date would have been. Give the committee a chance to collect itself during the holidays. Well, it now seems to me it wouldn't be so good for me, Dwight. I'd much prefer it to be changed back to the February date. Well now."
Pause.
"Dan, we have to settle these things sooner or later, you know. I don't know whether we can do that now." "Don't know? Why not?"
The moose hunter licked both lips. Couldn't keep his eyes on Dan's eyes, focused on his nose instead, as if the nose were really the important part of the conversation.
"It isn't just me that makes these decisions, Dan. Other people have to be consulted. It's pretty late to catch them now, you know. It might be pretty hard to do that."
No more smiles from Dan.
"Now look, you make the calendar and you can change it."
Face getting red, getting angry. "Careful, Dan. Those 2 sherry glasses. Watch what you say."
"I want it changed back, and I've got to know right now." "But you told me you'd be ready to roll by December 15th.
To hell with caution. He had to have time.
"Look, there's no reason you can't do it if you want to, Dwight. I consider it a personal favor. I repeat, a very large personal favor. If you'd make the arrangements, I won't forget it."
What did the swine want? An arm off at the roots?
"Sorry,"
said a voice from the rear door of the room. Walter Reinhardt walked across to the sideboard.
"You don't mind if I finish this, Dwight?"
A deep breath from Mackenzie, like a sigh of relief.
"Go right ahead, Walt. Sherry, Dan?" "I don't think so."
It was Walter, all right. Tall, upright, dignified Walter. Fine shock of wavy hair that was white as the snow outside. Young old lines on his face. Some men looked finer after rejuvenation, much finer than before. There had been a chilly look about Walter Reinhardt's eyes before his first retread. Not now. A fine man, like somebody's dear old grandfather. Just give him a chunk of wood to whittle, and a jack blade to whittle it with. But inside, the mind was the same. Inside, no changes. Author of the Reinhardt criteria, the royal road to a self-perpetuating, immortal elite. Dan turned his back on Reinhardt and said to Mackenzie,
I want the date changed. I can't do it, Dan.
An inquiring glance at Reinhardt, a faint smiling nod in return. He knew he'd blundered then, blundered badly. Mackenzie was afraid. Mackenzie wanted another lifetime, one of these days. He decided that Reinhardt would be the one who could give it to him. But worse, far worse. Reinhardt knew now that something had happened. Something was wrong.
What's the matter, Dan?
He said smoothly.
You need more time? Why? You had it before, and you were pretty eager to toss it up. Well, what's happened, Dan?
That was all. Back against the wall. The thought of bluffing it through, swallowing the December 15th date, and telling them to shove it flashed through his mind. He threw it out violently, his heart sinking. That was only a few more days. They had weeks of work ahead of them. They needed more time. They had to have it. Reinhardt was grinning confidently.
Of course I'd like to cooperate, Dan. Only I have some plans for the hearings, too. You've been getting on people's nerves down in the city. There's even been talk of reconsidering your rejuvenation permit.
Your move, Dan. God, what a blunder. Why did you ever come up here? And every minute you stand there with your jaw sagging just tells Reinhardt how tight he's really got you. Do something. Anything. There was a way. Would Carl understand it? Carl had begged him never to use it. Ever. Under any circumstances. And Carl had trusted him when he said he wouldn't. But if Carl were standing here now, he'd say yes, go ahead, use it, wouldn't he? He'd have to.
I want the hearings on February 15th,
Dan said to Reinhardt.
Sorry, Dan, we can't be tossing dates around like that, unless you'd care to tell me why. Okay.
Dan grabbed his hat angrily.
I'll make a formal request for the change tomorrow morning and read it on the TVs. Then I'll also announce a feature attraction that the people can look forward to when the hearing date comes. We weren't planning to use it, but I guess you'd like to have both barrels right in the face, so that's what we'll give you.
Walter Reinhardt roared with laughter.
Another feature attraction? You do dig them up, don't you? Ken Armstrong's dead, you know. Peter Golden's widow isn't.
The smile faded on Reinhardt's face. He looked suddenly like a man carved out of grey stone. Dan trembled, let the words sink in.
You didn't think anybody knew about that, did you, Walt? Sorry, we've got the story on Peter Golden. Took us quite a while to piece it together, but we did with the help of his son. Carl remembers his father before the accident, you see, quite well. His widow remembers him even before that. And we have some fascinating recordings that Peter Golden made when he applied for rejuvenation, and when he appealed to the committee's decisions. Some of the private interviews, too, Walter. I gave Peter Golden 40 more years of life,
Reinhardt said.
You crucified him,
Dan said bluntly. There was silence, a long silence. Then,
Are you selling? I'm selling. Cut out my tongue, Carl, but I'm selling. How do I know you won't break it anyway? You don't know, except that I'm telling you I won't.
Reinhardt soaked that in with the last gulp of sherry. Then he smashed the glass on the stone floor.
Change the date,
he said to Mackenzie.
Then throw this vermin out of here.
Back in the snow and darkness, Dan tried to breathe again, and couldn't quite make it. He had to stop twice, going down to the plane. Then he was sick all the way back. End of Martyr, Part 2. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Martyr, Part 3 of 5 stories by Alan Nourse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Early evening as the plane dropped him off in New York Crater and picked up another charter. 2 cold eggs and some scalding coffee, eaten standing at the airport counter. Great for the stomach, but there wasn't time to stop. Anyway, Dan's stomach wasn't in the mood for dim lights and pale wine. Not just this minute. Questions howling through his mind. The knowledge that he had made the one Class A blunder of his 30 years in politics this last half day. A miscalculation of man. He should have known about Mackenzie, at least suspected. Mackenzie was getting old. He wanted a retread, and wanted it badly. Before, he had planned to get it through Dan. Then something changed his mind, and he decided Reinhardt would end up on top. Why? Armstrong's suicide, of course. Pretty good proof that even Reinhardt hadn't known it was a suicide. If Carl had brought back evidence of murder, Dan would win, Mackenzie thought. But evidence of suicide, it was shaky. Walt Reinhardt had his hooks in too deep. They piped down the 15-minute warning for the Washington jet. Dan gulped down the last of his coffee and found a Visaphone booth with a scrambler in working order. 2 calls. The first one to Jean, to line up round-the-clock guards for Peter Goldwyn's widow on Long Island. Jean couldn't keep surprise out of her voice. Dan grunted and didn't elaborate. Just get them out of there. Then a call to locate Carl. He chewed his cigar nervously. 2 minutes of waiting while they called Carl from wherever he was. Then, "I just saw Mackenzie. I found him hiding in Reinhardt's hip pocket." "Jesus, Dan, we've got to have time." "We've got it. But the price was very steep, son." Silence. Then as Carl peered at him, finally, "I see. If I hadn't been in such a hurry, if I'd only thought it out," Dan said miserably, "it was an awful error, and all mine too." "Well, don't go out and shoot yourself yet. I suppose it had to happen sooner or later. What about Mother?" "She'll be perfectly safe. They won't get within a mile of her. Look, son, is Fisher doing all right?" Carl nodded. "I talked to him an hour ago. He'll be ready for you tomorrow night, he thinks." "Sober?" "Sober and mad. He's the right guy for the job." Worried lines deepened on Golden's forehead. "Everything's okay? Reinhardt won't dare." "I scared him. He'd almost forgotten. Everything's fine." Dan rang off, scowling. He wished he was as sure as he sounded. Reinhardt's back was to the wall now. Dan wasn't too sure he liked it that way. An hour later he was in Washington, and Jean was dragging him into the Volta. "If you don't sleep now, I'll have to put you to sleep. Now shut up while I drive you home." A soft bed, darkness, escape. When had he slept last? It was heaven. He slept the clock around, which he had not intended, and caught the next night jet to Las Vegas, which he had intended. There was some delay with the passenger list after he had gone aboard, a flight of some sort, and the jet took off 4 minutes late. Dan slept again, fitfully. Somebody slid into the adjoining seat. "Well, good old Dan Fowler." A gaunt, frantic-looking man, with skin like cracked parchment across his high cheekbones, and a pair of carradine eyes looking down at Dan. If death should walk in human flesh, Dan thought, it would look like John Tyndall. "What do you want, Moses?" "Just dropped by to chat," said Tyndall. "You're heading for Las Vegas, eh? Why?" Dan jerked, fumbled for the upright button. "I like the climate out there. If you want to talk, talk and get it over with." Tyndall lifted a narrow foot and gave the recline button a sharp jab, dumping the senator back against the seat. "You're on to something. I can smell it cooking, and I want my share right now." Dan stared into the gaunt face and burst out laughing. He had never actually been so close to John Tyndall before, and he did not like the smell, which had brought on the laugh. But he knew all about Tyndall, more than Tyndall himself knew, probably. He could even remember the early rallies Tyndall had led, feeding on the fears and suspicions and nasty rumors grown up in the early days. It was evil, they had said. This was not God's way. This was man's way, as evil as man was evil. If God had wanted man to live 1,000 years, he would have given him such a body. Or, "They'll use it for a tool, political football. They'll buy it and sell with it. They'll make a cult of it. They're doing it right now. Look at Walter Reinhardt. Did you hear about his scheme? To keep it down to 500 a year? They'll make themselves a ruling class, an immortal elite, with Reinhardt for their black pope. Better that nobody should have it." Or, "Immortality, But what kind? You hear what happened to Harvey Tatum? That's right, the jet car man, big business. He was one of their Noble 10, they're always bragging about. But they say he had to have special drugs every night that he had changed. That's right, if he didn't get these drugs, see, he'd go mad and try to suck blood and butcher up children. Oh, they didn't dare publish it. Had to put him out of the way quietly. But my brother-in-law was down in Lancaster one night when... All it really needed was the man. And one day there was Moses Tyndall, the leader of the new crusade for God. Small at first, but the admin began supporting him, broadcasting his rallies, playing him up big. Abolish rejuvenation. It's a plot against man's immortal soul. Amen. Then the insurance people came along, with money. The admin and the insurance people weren't too concerned about man's immortal soul. They'd take their share now, thanks. But this didn't bother Tyndall too much. Misguided, but they were on God's side. He prayed for them. So they gave Tyndall the first abolitionist seat in the Senate in 2124, just 9 years ago. And the fight between Reinhardt and Dan Fowler, that was brewing even then, had turned into a three-cornered fight. Dan grinned up at Tyndall and said, "Go away, John, don't bother me." "You've got something," Tyndall snarled. "What is this damn shadow of yours nosing around Tenors for? Why the sudden leaping interest in Nevada? 2 trips in 3 days. What are you tracking down?" "Why on earth should I tell you anything, holy man?" The parchment face wrinkled unpleasantly. "Because it would be very smart, that's why. Reinhardt's out of it now. Washed up. Finished, thanks to you. But now it's just you or me, one or the other. You're in the way, and you're going to be gotten out of the way when you've finished up with Reinhardt, because I'm going to start rolling them. Go along with me now, and you won't get smashed, Dan." "Get out of here," Dan snarled, sitting bolt upright. "You gave it to Carl Golden a long time ago when he was with you, remember? Carl's my boy now. Do you think I'll swallow the same bait?" "You'd be smart if you did." The man leaned forward. "I'll let you in on a secret I've just recently had. A vision, you might say. There are going to be riots and fires and shouting, all around the time of the hearings. People will be killed. Lots of people. Spontaneous outbursts of passion. Of course, the great voice of the people against the abomination, and against you, Dan. A few repeaters may be taken out and hanged. And then, when you have won against Reinhardt, you'll find people thinking that you're really a traitor." "Nobody will swallow that," Dan snapped. "Just watch and see. I can still call it off if you say so." He stood up quickly, as Dan's face went purple. "New Chicago," he said smoothly. "Have to see a man here, and then get back to the capital. Happy hunting, Dan. You know where to reach me." He strode down the aisle of the ship, leaving Dan staring bleakly at an empty seat. Paul. He met Terry Fisher at the landing field in Las Vegas. A firm handshake, clear brown eyes looking at him the way a 4-year-old looks at Santa Claus. "Glad you could come tonight, Senator. I've had a busy couple days. I think you'll be interested." Remarkable restraint in the man's voice. His face was full of things unsaid. Dan caught it. He knew faces, read them like typescript. "What is it, son?" "Wait until you see." Fisher laughed nervously. "I thought for a while I was back on Mars." "Cigar?" "No, thanks. I never used them." The car broke through the darkness across bumpy pavement. The men sat silently. Then a barbed wire enclosure loomed up, and a guard walked over, peering at their credentials, and waved them through. Ahead lay a long, low row of buildings, and a tall something spearing up into the clear desert night. They stopped at the first building and hurried up the steps. Small, red-faced Leginsky greeted them, all warm, handshaking enthusiasm, and unmistakable happiness and surprise. "A real pleasure, Senator. We haven't had a direct governmental look-see in quite a while. I'm glad I'm here to show you around." "Everything's going along okay, eh?" "Oh, yes. She'll be a ship to be proud of. Now I think we can arrange some quarters for you for the night, and in the morning we can sit down and have a nice long talk." Terry Fisher was shaking his head. "I think the Senator would like to see the ship now, isn't that right, Senator?" Leginsky's eyes opened wide. His head bobbed in surprise. Young old creases on his face flickered. "Tonight? Oh, you can't really be serious. Why, it's almost 2 in the morning.
We only have a skeleton crew working at night. Tomorrow you can see. Tonight, if you don't mind."
Dan tried to keep a sharp edge out of his voice.
"Unless you have some specific objection, of course." "Objection? None whatsoever."
Leginsky seemed puzzled and a little hurt. He bounced back.
"Tonight it is, then. Let's go."
There was no doubting the little man's honesty. He wasn't hiding anything, just surprised. But a moment later there was concern on his face as he led them out toward the factory compounds.
"There's no question of appropriations, I hope, Senator?" No, nothing of the sort." "Well, I'm certainly glad to hear that. Sometimes our contacts from Washington are a little disappointed in the ship, of course."
Dan's throat tightened.
"Why?" "No reason, really. We're making fine progress. It isn't that. Yes, things really buzz around here. Just ask Mr. Fisher about that. He was here all day watching the workers. But there are always minor changes in plans, of course, as we recognize more of the problems."
Terry Fisher grimaced silently, and then followed them into a small whirlwind ground car. The little gyro car bumped down the road on its single wheel, down into a gorge, then out onto the flats. Dan strained his eyes, peering ahead at the spare of the starship gleaming in the distant night lights. Pictures from the last Starship Progress Report flickered through his mind, and a frown gathered as they came closer to the ship. Then the car halted on the edge of the building pit, and they blinked down and up at the scaffolded monster. Dan didn't even move from the car, he just stared. The report had featured photos, projected testing dates, even ventured a possible date for launching, with the building of the starship so near to completion. That had been a month ago. Now Dan stared at the ship and shook his head, uncomprehending. The hull plates were off again, lying in heaps on the ground in a mammoth circle. The ship was a skeleton, a long, gawky structure of naked metal beams. Even now a dozen men were scampering around the scaffolding before Dan's incredulous eyes, and he saw some of the beaming coming off of the body of the ship, being dropped onto the crane, moving slowly to the ground. 10 years ago the ship had looked the same. As he watched, he felt a wave of hopelessness sweep through him, a sense of desolate, empty bitterness. 10 years! His eyes met Terry Fisher's in the gloom of the car, begging to be told it wasn't so. Fisher shook his head. Then Dan said, "I think I've seen enough. Take me back to the airfield." "It was the same thing on Mars," Fisher was telling him as the return jet speared east into the dawn. "The refining and super-refining, the slowing down, the changes in viewpoint and planning. I went up there ready to beat the world bare-handed, to work on the frontier, to build that colony, and maybe even lead another one. I even worked out plans for a breakaway colony. We would need colony builders when we went to the stars, I thought." He shrugged sadly. "Carl told you, I guess. They considered the breakaway colony carefully, and then Barness decided it was really too early. Too much work already with just one colony. And there was, in a sense, frantic activity, noise, hubbub, hard work, fancy plans, all going nowhere. No drive, no real direction." He shrugged again. "I did a lot of drinking before they threw me off Mars. Nobody saw it happening. It wasn't the sort of thing you see. You could only feel it. It started when Armstrong came to the colony, rejuvenated, to take over its development. And eventually I think Armstrong did see it. That's why he suicided." "But the starship," Dan cried. "It was almost built and they were tearing it down. I saw it with my own eyes." "Ah, yes. For the 27th time, I think. A change in the engineering thinking, that's all. Keller and Leginsky came to the same conclusion, that the whole thing might fall apart in mid-air at the launching. Can you imagine it, when the rockets have been built for years, running to Mars every 2 months? But they could prove it on paper, and by the time they got through explaining it, every damn soul on the project was saying yes, it might fall apart at the launching. Why, it's a standing joke with the workers. They call Keller old jet propulsion, and always have a good laugh. But then, Keller and Stark and Leginsky should know what's what. They've all been rejuvenated, and working on the ship for years." Fisher's voice was heavy with anger. Dan didn't answer. There didn't seem to be much to answer, and he just couldn't tell Fisher how it felt to have a cold blanket of fear wrapping around his heart, so dreadful and cold that he hardly dared look 5 minutes ahead right now. We have a monster on our hands. He was sick when they reached Washington. The pain in his chest became acute as he walked down the gangway, and by the time he found a seat in the terminal and popped a nitro tablet under his tongue, he was breathing in deep, ragged gasps. He sat very still, trying to lean back against the seat, and quite suddenly he realized that he was very, very ill. The good red-headed Dr. Moss would smile in satisfaction, he thought bitterly. There was sweat on his forehead. It had never seemed very probable to him that he might one day die. He didn't have to die in this great, wonderful world of new bodies for old. He could live on, and on, and on. He could live to see the golden centuries of man. A solar system teeming with life. Ships to challenge the stars, the barriers breaking, crumbling before their very eyes. Other changes, as short-lived man became long-lived man. Changes in teaching, in thinking, in feeling. Disease, the enemy, was crushed. Famine, the enemy slinking back into the dim memory of history. War, the enemy pointless to extinction. All based on one principle: man must live. He need not die. If a man could live 40 years instead of 20, had it been wrong to fight the plagues that struck him down in his youth? If he could live 60 years instead of 40, had the great researchers of the 1940s and 50s and 60s been wrong? Was it any more wrong to want to live 1,000 years? Who could say that it was? He took a shuddering breath, and then nodded to Terry Fisher, and walked unsteadily to the cab stand. He would not believe what he had seen at Starship Project. It was not enough. Collect the evidence, then conclude. He gave Fisher an ashen smile. "It's nothing. The ticker kicks up once in a while, that's all. Let's go see what Carl and Jean and the boys have dug up." Fisher smiled grimly, an eager gleam in his eye. Carl and Jean and the boys had dug up plenty. The floor of offices Dan had rented for work of his organization was going like a Washington terminal at rush hour. A dozen people were here and there, working with tapes, papers, program cards. Jean met them at the door, hustled them into the private offices in the back.
"Carl just got here too. He's down eating. The boys outside are trying to make sense out of his insurance and advertising figures." "He got next to them, okay?" "Sure, but you were right. They didn't like it." "What sort of reports?"
The girl sighed.
"Only prelims. Almost all the stuff is up in the air, which makes it hard to evaluate. The admin have been figuring what they're going to do the next half-century, so that they'll be there with the right thing when the time comes. But it seems they don't like what they see. People have to buy what the admin are selling, or the admin shrivel up, and already the trend seems to be showing up. People aren't in such a rush to buy. They don't have the same sense of urgency that they used to."
Her hands fluttered.
"Well, as I say, it's all up in the air. Let the boys analyze for a while. The suicide business is a little more tangible. The rates are up all over, but break it into first generation and repeaters, and it's pretty clear who's pushing it up. Like Armstrong,"
Dan said slowly. Jean nodded.
"Oh, here's Carl now."
He came in, rubbing his hands, and gave Dan a queer look.
"Everything under control, Dan?"
Dan nodded. He told Carl about Tyndall's position. Carl gave a wry grin.
"He hasn't changed a bit, has he?" "Yes, he has. He's gotten lots stronger."
Carl scowled and slapped the desk with his palm.
"You should have stopped him, Dan. I told you that a long time ago, back when I first came with you. He was aiming for your throat even then, trying to use me and what I knew about Dad to sell the country a pack of lies about you. He almost did, too. I hated your guts back then. I thought you were the rottenest man that ever came up in politics, until you got hold of me and pounded sense into my head. And Tyndall's never forgiven you that either." "All right, we're still ahead of him. Have you just finished with the admin?" "Oh no, I just got back from a trip south. My nose is still cold."
Dan's eyebrows went up.
"And how was Dr. Aviato? I haven't seen a report from Antarctica Project for 5 years." "Yes, you have. You just couldn't read them. Aviato was quite a theoretician. That's how he got his money and his project down there, with plenty of room to build his reflectors and nobody around to get hurt if something goes wrong, except a few penguins. And he's done a real job of development down there since his rejuvenation." "Ah." Dan glanced up hopefully. "Now there," said Carl, "is a real lively project. Solar energy into power on a utilitarian level. The man is fantastic, of course, but with his plans he could actually be producing it in another 5 years." He lit a cigarette and drew on it as though it were bitter. "Could?" "Seems he's gotten sidetracked a bit," said Carl. Dan glanced at Terry Fisher. "How?" "Well, his equipment is working fine, and he can concentrate solar heat from 10 square miles onto a spot the size of a manhole cover, but he hasn't gone too far converting it to useful power yet." Carl suddenly burst out laughing. "Dan, this'll kill you. Billions and billions of calories of solar heat concentrated down there, and what do you think he's going to do with it? He's digging a hole in the ice 2,000 feet deep and a mile wide, that's what." "A hole in the ice?" "Exactly. Conversion? Certainly. But we want to be sure we're right. So right now this whole crew is very busy trying to melt down Antarctica. If you give him another 10 years, he'll have it done, by God." This was the last and most painful trip of all. Dan didn't even know why he was going, except Paul had told him that he should go, and no stone should be left unturned. The landing in New York Crater had been rough, and Dan had cracked his elbow on the bulkhead. He nursed it now as he left the Volta on the deserted street of Crater City, and entered the low one-story lobby of the ground scraper. The clerk took his name impassively, and he sat down to wait. An hour passed, then another. Then, "Mr. Devlin will see you now, Senator." Down in the elevator, 4, 5, 6 stories. Above him was the world. Here, deep below, with subtly efficient ventilators and shafts, and exotic cubby holes for retreat, a man could forget that a world existed above. Soft lighting in the corridor, a golden plastic door. The door swung open, and a tiny old man blinked out. "Mr. Chauncey Devlin?" "Senator Fowler." The little old man beamed. Come in, my dear fellow. If I'd realized it was you, I'd never have dreamed of keeping you so long." He smiled, obviously distressed. "Retreat has its disadvantages too, you see. Nothing is perfect but life, as they say. When you've lived for 190 years, you'll be glad to get away from people, and to be able to keep them out from time to time." In better light, Dan stared openly at the man. 190 years. It was incredible. He told the man so. "Isn't it, though?" Chauncey Devlin chirped. "Well, I was a was-baby. Can you imagine? Born in London in 1945. But I don't even think about those horrid years anymore. Imagine, people dropping bombs on each other." A tiny bird of a man, 3 times rejuvenated. And still the mind was sharp, the eyes were sharp. The face was a strange mixture of recent youth and very great age. It stirred something deep inside Dan, almost a feeling of loathing, an uncanny feeling. "We've always known your music," he said. "We've always loved it. Just a week ago we heard the Washington Philharmonic doing the Eighth." Chauncey Devlin cut him off disdainfully. "They always do the Eighth." "It's a great symphony," Dan protested. Devlin chuckled, and bounced about the room like a little boy. "It was only half finished when they chose me for the big plunge," he said. "Of course I was doing a lot of conducting then, too. Now, I'd much rather just write." He hurried across the long, softly lit room to the piano, came back with a sheaf of papers. "Do you read music? This is just what I've been doing recently. Can't get it quite right. But it'll come, it'll come." "Which will this be?" asked Dan. "The 10th. The 9th was under contract, of course. Strictly a pot boiler, I'm afraid. Thought it was pretty good at the time. But this one, ah!" He fondled the smooth sheets of paper. "In this one I could say something. Always before it was hit and run, make a stab at it, and then rush on to stab at something else. Not this one." He patted the manuscript happily. "With this one there'll be nothing wrong." "It's almost finished?" Oh, no. Oh, my goodness, no. A fairly acceptable first movement, but not what I will do on it, as I go along. I see. I understand. How long have you worked on it now? Oh, I don't know. I must have been down here somewhere. Oh, yes, it started in April 2057. 77 years.
They talked on until it became too painful. Then Dan rose and thanked his host, and started back for the corridor and life again. He had never even mentioned his excuse for coming, and nobody had missed it. Chauncey Devlin, perfect wax image of a man, so old, so wise, so excited and full of enthusiasm and energy and carefulness, working eagerly, happily. Accomplishing nothing, 77 years. The picture of a man who had been great, and who had slowly ground to a standstill. And now Dan knew that he hadn't really been looking at Chauncey Devlin at all. He had been looking at the whole human race. February 15th, 2135. The day of the hearings, to consider the charges and petition formally placed by the Honorable Daniel Fowler, independent senator from the great state of Illinois. The long oval hearing room was filling early. The gallery above was packed by 9:05 in the morning. TV boys all over the place. The Criterion Committee members taking their places in twos and threes, some old, some young, some rejuvenated, some not, taking their places in the oval. Then the other senators, not the president, of course, but he'll be well represented by Senator Reinhardt himself. Ah, yes. Don't worry about the president. Bad news in the papers. Trouble in Chicago, where so much trouble seems to start these days. Bomb thrown in the medical center out there. A bomb of all things. Shades of Lenin. Couple of people killed, and one of the doctors nearly beaten to death on the street before the police arrived to clear the mob away. Dan Fowler's name popping up here and there, not pleasantly. Whispers, accusations, sotto voce, and Moses Tyndall's network hook-up last night. Of course nobody with any sense listens to him. But did you hear that hall go wild? Reinhardt, yes, that's him. Well, he's got to look worried. If Dan can unseat him here now, he's washed up. According to the rules of government, you know, Fowler can legally petition for Reinhardt's chairmanship, without risking it as a platform plank for the next election, and get a hearing here, and then, if the Senate votes him in, he's got the election made. Dan's smart. They're scared to throw old Reinhardt out, of course. After all, he's let them keep their thumbs on rejuvenation all these years with his criteria. And if they supported him, they got named. And if they didn't get named. Not quite as crude as that, of course, but that's what it boiled down to, let me tell you. But now, if they reject Dan's petition, and the people give him the election over their heads, they're really in a spot. Out on the ice on the rosy red. How's that? Can't be too long now. I see Tyndall has just come in, Bible and all. See if he's got any tomatoes in his pockets. Old Moses really gets you going. Ever listen to him talk? Well, it's just as well. Damn, but it's hot in here. In the rear chamber, Dan mopped his brow, popped a pill under his tongue, dragged savagely on the long black cigar.
You with me, son?
Carl nodded.
You know what it means. Of course. There's your buzzer. Better get in there.
Carl went back to Jean and the others around the 80-inch screen set deep in the wall. Dan put his cigar down gently, as though he planned to be back to smoke it again before it went out, and walked through the tall oak doors. The hubbub caught up for a few moments, then dropped away. Dan took his seat, grinned across at Libby, leaned his head over to drop an aside into Parker's ear. Reinhardt staring at the ceiling as the charges were read off in a droning voice. Whereas the criterion for selection of candidates for subtotal prosthesis, first written by the Honorable Walter Reinhardt of the great state of Alaska, have been found to be inadequate, outdated, and utterly inappropriate to the use of subtotal prosthesis that is now possible. And whereas that same Honorable Walter Reinhardt has repeatedly used the criteria, not in the just, honorable, and humble way in which it was such criteria must be regarded, but rather as a tool and weapon for his own furtherance, and for that of his friends and associates. Dan waited patiently. Was Reinhardt's face whiter than it had been? Was the hall quieter now? Maybe not, but wait for the petition. The Senate of the United States of North America is formally petitioned that the Honorable Walter Reinhardt should be displaced from his seat as chairman in the Criterion Committee, and that his seat as chairman of that committee should be resumed by the Honorable Daniel Fowler, author of this petition, who has hereby pledged himself before God to seek through this committee, in any and every way possible, the extension of the benefits of subtotal prosthesis techniques to all people of this land, and not to a chosen few. Screams, hoots, catcalls, applause, all from the gallery. None below. Senatorial dignity forbade, and the anti-sound glass kept the noise out of the chamber below. Then Dan Fowler stood up, an older Dan Fowler than most of them seemed to remember. "You have heard the charges which have been read. I stand before you now, formally to withdraw them." "What?" Jaws sagging, eyes wide, TV camera frozen on the senator's face, then jerking wildly around the room to catch the reaction. "You have also heard the petition which has been read. I stand before you now formally to withdraw it." Slowly, measuring each word, he told them. He knew that words were not enough, but he told them. "Only 75,000 men and women have undergone the process at this date, out of almost 200 million people on this continent. Yet it has already begun to sap our strength. We were told that no change was involved, and indeed we saw no change, but it was there, my friends. The suicides of men like Kenneth Armstrong did not just occur. There may be many reasons that might lead a man to take his life in this world of ours: selfishness, self-pity, hatred of the world or of himself, bitterness, resentment. But it was none of these that motivated Kenneth Armstrong. His death was the act of a bewildered, defeated mind, for he saw what I am telling you now, and knew that it was true. He saw starships built and rebuilt and never launched, colonies dying of lethargy because there was no longer any drive behind them, brilliant minds losing sight of goals, and drifting into endless, inconsequential digressions, lifetimes wasted in repetition, in redoing and rewriting and reliving. He saw it, the downward spiral which could only lead to death for us all in the last days. This is why I withdraw the charges and petition of this hearing. This is why I reject rejuvenation, and declare that it is a monstrous thing which we must not allow to continue. This is why I now announce that I personally will nominate the Honorable John Tyndall for President in the elections next spring, and I will promise him my pledged support, my political organization and experience, and my every personal effort to see that he is elected." There seemed that there would be no end to it. When Dan Fowler had finished, Moses Tyndall had sat staring as the blood drained out of his sallow face. His jaw gaped, and he half rose from his chair, then sank back with a ragged cough, staring at the senator as if he had been transformed into a snake. Carl and Terry were beside Dan in a moment, clearing a way back to the rear chambers, then down the steps of the building to a cab. Senator Libby intercepted them there, his face purple with rage, and Mackenzie bristling and indignant. "You've lost your mind, Dan." "I have not. I'm perfectly sane." "But Tyndall, he'll turn Washington into a grand revival meeting." "Then we'll cut him down to size. He's my candidate, remember, not his own. He'll play my game if it pays him well enough. But I want an abolitionist administration, and I'm going to get one." In the cab he stared glumly out the window, his heart racing, his whole body shaking in reaction now. "You know what it means," he said to Carl for the 10th time. "Yes, Dan, I know. It means no rejuvenation, for you or any of us. It means providing something to people that they just don't want to believe, and cramming it down their throats if we have to. It means taking away their right to keep on living." "I know all that." "Carl, if you want out, yesterday was the time." "Okay then, we've got work to do." Up in the offices again, Dan was on the phone immediately. He knew politics and people, like the jungle cat knows the whimpering creatures he stalks. He knew that it was the first impact, the first jolting blow that would win for them, or lose for them. Everything had to hit right. He had spent his life working with people, building friends, building power, banking his resources, investing himself. Now the time had come to cash in. Carl and Jean and the others worked with him, a dreadful afternoon and evening, fighting off newsmen, blocking phone calls, trying to concentrate in the midst of bedlam. The campaign to elect Tyndall had to start now. They labored to record a work schedule, listing names, outlining telegrams, drinking coffee, as Dan swore at his dead cigar like old times once again, and grinned like a madman as the plan slowly developed and blossomed out. Then the phone jangled, and Dan reached out for it. It was that last small effort that did it. A sledgehammer blow from deep within him, sharp, agonizing pain, a driving hunger for the air that he just couldn't drag into his lungs. He let out a small cry and doubled over with pain. They found him seconds later, still clinging to the phone, his breath so faint as to be no breath at all. He regained consciousness hours later. He stared about him at the straight lines of the ceiling, at the hospital bed and the hospital window. Dimly he saw Carl Golden, head drooping on his chest, dozing at the side of the bed. There was a hissing sound, and he raised a hand, felt the tiny oxygen mask over his mouth and nose. But even with that help, every breath was an agony of pain and weariness. He was so very tired. But slowly, through the fog, he remembered. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, drenched his body. He was alive. He remembered crystal clear the thought that had exploded in his mind the instant the blow had come. "I'm dying. This is the end. It's too late now." And then cruelly, "Why did I wait so long?" He struggled against the mask, sat bolt upright in bed. "I'm going to die," he whispered, then caught his breath. Carl sat up and smiled at him.
"Lie back, Dan. Get some rest."
Had he heard? Had Carl heard the fear he had whispered? Perhaps not. He lay back panting, as Carl watched. "Do you know what I'm thinking, Carl? I'm thinking how much I want to live. People don't need to die. Wasn't that what Dr. Moss had said? It's such a terrible waste, he had said. Too late now." Dan's hands trembled. He remembered the senators in the Oval Hall, hearing him speak his brave words. He remembered Reinhardt's face, and Tyndall's, and Libby's. He was committed now. Yesterday, no. Now, yes. Paul had been right, and Dan had proved it. His eyes moved across to the bedside table. A telephone. He was still alive. Moss had said that sometimes it was possible, even when you were dying. That's what they did with your father, wasn't it, Carl? Brave Peter Golden, who had fought Reinhardt so hard, who had begged and pleaded for universal rejuvenation, waited and watched, and finally caught Reinhardt red-handed, to prove that he was corrupting the law and expose him. Simple, honest Peter Golden, applying so naively for his rightful place on the list, when his cancer was diagnosed. Peter Golden had been all but dead when he had finally whispered defeat and given Reinhardt his perpetual silence in return for life. They had snatched him from death indeed, but he had been crucified all the same. They had torn away everything and found a coward underneath. A coward? Why? Was it wrong to want to live? Dan Fowler was dying. Why must it be him? He had committed himself to a fight, yes, but there were others, young men who could fight, men like Peter Golden's son. But you are their leader, Dan. If you fail them, you will never win. Carl was watching him silently, his lean dark face expressionless. Could the boy read his mind? Was it possible that he knew what Dan Fowler was thinking? Carl had always understood before. It had seemed that sometimes Carl had understood Dan far better than Dan did. He wanted to cry out to Carl now, spill over his dreadful thoughts. There was no one to run to. He was facing himself now. No more cover-up, no deceit. Life or death, that was the choice. No compromise. Life or death. But decide now, not tomorrow, not next week, not in 5 minutes. He knew the answer then, the flaw, the one thing that even Paul hadn't known, that life is too dear, that a man loves life, not what he can do with life, but every life itself for its own sake, too much to die. It was no choice, not really. A man will always choose life as long as the choice is really his. Dan Fowler knew that now. It would be selling himself, like Peter Golden did. It would betray Carl and Jean and all the rest. It would mean derision and scorn and oblivion for Dan Fowler. Carl Golden was standing by the bed when he reached out his arm for the telephone. The squeaking of a valve. What? Carl's hand, infinitely gentle on his chest, bringing up the soft blankets, and his good clean oxygen dwindling. Carl, how did you know? She came into the room as he was reopening the valve on the oxygen tank. She stared at Dan, gray on the bed, and then at Carl. One look at Carl's face and she knew too. Carl nodded slowly. "I'm sorry, Jean." She shook her head, tears welling up. "But you loved him so. More than my own father." "Then why?" "He wanted to be immortal. Always that drove him. Greatness, power, all the same. Now he will be immortal, because we need a martyr in order to win. Now we will win. The other way we would surely lose, and he would live on, and die every day." He slowly turned to the bed and brought the sheet up gently. "This is better. This way he will never die." They left the quiet room. End of Martyr, Part 3. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. End of Martyr by Alan Nourse. Infinite Intruder, Part 1 of 5 stories by Alan Nourse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. When Roger Strang found that someone was killing his son, killing him horribly and often, he started investigating. He wasn't prepared to find the results of another investigation, this time about his own life. It was the second time they tried that Roger realized someone was trying to kill his son. The first time there had been no particular question. Accidents happen. Even in those days, with all the base safety regulations and strict speedway lane laws, young boys would occasionally try to gun their monowheels out of the slow lanes into the terribly swift traffic. When they did, accidents did occur. The first time, when they brought David home in the base ambulance, shaken but unhurt, with the twisted, smashed remains of his monowheel, Roger and Anne Strang had breathed weakly, and decided between themselves that the boy should be scolded within an inch of his life. And the fact that David maintained tenaciously that he had never swerved from the slow monowheel lane didn't bother his parents a bit. They were acquainted with another small boy frailty. Small boys on occasion are inclined to fib. But the second time, David was not fibbing. Roger Strang saw the accident the second time. He saw all the circumstances involved, and he realized, with horrible clarity, that someone, somehow, was trying to kill his son. It had been late on a Saturday afternoon. The free weekends at the Barrier Base engineers had once enjoyed to take their families for picnics outside or to rest and relax, were things of the past, and for the work on the Barrier was reaching a critical stage, demanding more and more of the technicians, scientists, and engineers engaged in its development. Already diplomatic relations with the Eurasian Combine were becoming more and more impossible. The Barrier had to be built, and quickly, or another more terrible New York City would be the result. Roger had never cleared from his mind the flaming picture of that night of horror, just 5 years before, when the mighty metropolis had burst into radioactive flame, to announce the beginning of the first atomic war. The year 2078 was engraved in millions of minds as the year of the most horrible, and the shortest, war in all history, for an armistice had been signed not 4 days after the first bomb had been dropped. An armistice, but an uneasy peace, for neither of the great nations had really known what atomic war would be like until it happened. And once upon them, they found that atomic war was not practical, for both mighty opponents would have been gutted in a matter of weeks. The armistice had stopped the bombs, but hostilities continued, until the combined scientific forces of one nation could succeed in preparing a defense. That particular Saturday afternoon had been busy in the main labs on the barrier base. The problems of erecting a continental-long electronic barrier to cover the coast of North America was a staggering proposition. Roger Strang was nearly finished and ready for home as dusk was falling. Leaving his work at the desk, he was slipping on his jacket when David came into the lab. He was small for 12 years, with tousled sand-brown hair standing up at odd angles about a sharp, intelligent face. "I came to get you, Daddy," he said. Roger smiled. "You rode all the way down here just to go home with me?" "Maybe we could get some icy pops for supper on the way home," David remarked innocently. Roger grinned broadly and slapped the boy on the back. "You'd sell your soul for an icy pop," he grinned. The corridor was dark. The man and boy walked down to the elevator, and in a moment were swishing down to the dark and deserted lobby below. David stepped first from the elevator when the men struck. One stood on either side of the door in the shadow. The boy screamed and reeled from the blow across the neck. Suddenly Roger heard the sharp pistol reports. David dropped with a groan, and Roger staggered against the wall from a powerful blow in the face. He shook his head groggily, catching a glimpse of 2 men running through the door into the street below, as 3 or 4 people ran into the lobby, flushed out by the shots. Roger shouted, pointing to the door, but the people were looking at the boy. Roger sank down beside his son, deft fingers loosening the blouse. The boy's small face was deathly white, fearful sobs choking his breath as he closed his eyes and shivered. Roger searched under his blouse, trying to find the bullet holes, and to his chagrin there weren't any bullet holes. "Where did you feel the gun?" David pointed vaguely at his lower ribs. "Right here," he said. "It hurt when they shoved the gun at me." "But they couldn't have pulled the trigger if the gun was pointed there." He examined the unbroken skin on the boy's chest, fear tearing through his mind. A security man was there suddenly, asking about the accident, taking Roger's name, checking over the boy. Roger resented the tall man in the gray uniform, felt his temper rise at the slightly sarcastic tone of the questions. Finally the trooper stood up, shaking his head. "The boy must have been mistaken," he said. "Kids always have wild stories to tell. Whoever it was may have been after somebody, but they weren't aiming for the boy." Roger scowled. "This boy is no liar," he snapped. "I saw them shoot." The trooper shrugged. "Well, he isn't hurt. Why don't you go home?" Roger helped the boy up angrily. "You're not going to do anything about this?" "What can I do? Nobody saw who the men were." Roger grabbed the boy's hand, helped him to his feet, and turned angrily to the door. In the failing light outside, the improbability of the attack struck through him strongly. He turned to the boy, his face dark. "David," he said evenly, "you wouldn't be making up stories about feeling that gun in your ribs, would you?" David shook his head vigorously, eyes still wide with fear. "Honest, Dad, I told you the truth." "But they couldn't have shot you in the chest without breaking the skin." He glanced down at the boy's blouse and jacket, and stopped suddenly, seeing the blackened holes in the ripped cloth. He stooped down and sniffed the holes suspiciously, and shivered suddenly in the cold evening air. The burned holes smelled like gunpowder. "Strang, you must have been wrong." The large man settled back in his chair, his graying hair smoothed over a bald spot. "Someone trying to kill you, I could see. There's plenty of espionage going on, and you're doing important work here. But your boy—" The chief of the barrier base security shook his head. "You must have been mistaken." "But I wasn't mistaken." Roger Strang sat forward in his chair, his hands gripping the arms until his knuckles were white. "I told you exactly what happened. They got him as he came off the elevator and shot at him. Not at me, Morrell, at my son. They just clubbed me in the face to get me out of the way." "What sort of men?" Morrell's eyes were sharp. Roger scowled, running his hand through his hair. "It was too dark to see. They wore hats and field jackets. The gun could be identified by ballistics. But they were fast, Morrell. They knew who they were looking for." Morrell rose suddenly, his face impatient. "Strang," he said, "you've been here at the base for quite a while now. Ever since a month after the war, isn't that right? August 2078? Somewhere around there, I know. But you've been working hard. I think maybe a rest would do you some good." "Rest!" Roger exploded. Look, man, I'm not joking. This isn't the first time. The boy had a monowheel accident 3 weeks ago, and he swore he was riding in the safe lane where he belonged. It looked like an accident then, now it looks like a murder attempt. The slugs from the gun must be in the building, embedded in the plasterwork somewhere. Surely you could try to trace the gun." He glared at the man's impassive face bitterly. "Or maybe you don't want to trace the gun." Morrell scowled. "I've already checked on it. The gun wasn't registered in the base. Security has a check on every firearm within a 50-mile range. The attackers must have been outsiders." Roger's face flushed. "That's not true, Morrell," he said softly, "and you know it's not true." Morrell shrugged. "Have it your own way," he said indifferently. "Take a rest, Strang. Go home, get some rest, and don't bother me with any more of your fairy tales." He turned suddenly on Roger. "And be careful what you do with guns, Strang. The only thing about this that I do know is that somebody shot a pistol off and scared the hell out of your son. You were the only one around as far as I know. I don't know your game, but you'd better be careful." Strang left security headquarters and crossed across to the labs, frustrated and angry. His mind spun over the incident, incredulous, but more incredulous that Morrell would practically laugh at him. He stopped by the labs building to watch the workmen putting up a large electronic projector in one of the test yards. Work was going ahead, but so slowly. Roger was aware of the tall thin man who had joined him before he had looked around. Martin Drango put a hand on his shoulder. "Been avoiding me lately?" "Martin!" Roger Strang turned, his face lighting up. "Not avoiding you. I've been so busy my wife hasn't seen me in 4 days." "How are things in maintenance?" The thin man smiled sadly. "How are things ever in maintenance? First a railroad breaks down, and then there's a steel strike. Then some paymaster doesn't make a payroll. The war knocked things for a loop, Roger. Even now things are still loopy. And how are things in production?" Roger scowled. "Let's have some coffee," he said. They sat back in a corner booth of the base dispensary as Roger told about David. Martin Drango listened without interruption. He was a thin man from top to bottom, a shock of unruly black hair topping an almost cadaverous face, blue eyes behind large thick lenses. His whole body was like a skeleton, his fingers long and bony as he lit a cigarette. But the blue eyes were quick, and the nods warm and understanding. He listened, and then he said, "It couldn't have been an outsider?" Roger shrugged. "Anything is possible, but why? Why go after a kid?" Drango hunched his shoulders forward. "I don't get it," he said. "David has done nothing to give him enemies." He drew on his cigarette. "What did Morrell have to say?" "He laughed at me, wouldn't even listen to me. Told me to go home and go to bed, that I was all wet. I tell you, Martin, I saw it. You know I wouldn't lie. You know I don't see things that don't happen." "Yes," said Martin glumly, "I believe you all right, but I can't see why your son should be the target. You'd be more likely." He stood up, stretching his long legs. "Look, old boy, take Morrell's advice, at least temporarily. Go home and get some sleep now. You're all worked up. I'll go in and talk to Morrell. Maybe I can handle that old buzzard better than you can." Roger watched his friend amble down the aisle and out of the store. He felt better now that he had talked to Drango. Smiling to himself, he finished his coffee. Many a scrape he and Martin had seen through together. He remembered that night of horror when the bomb fell on the city, his miraculous rescue, the tall thin figure, reflecting the red glare from his glasses, forcing his way through the burning timbers of the building, tearing Roger's leg loose from the rubble covering it. The frightful struggle through the rubbish, fighting off fear-crazed mobs that sought to stop them, rob them, kill them. They had made the long trek together, Martin and he, the evacuation road down to Maryland, the road of horrors, lined with the rotting corpses of the dead and the soon dead, the dreadful refuse of that horrible night. Martin Drango had been a stout friend to Roger. He had been with Martin the night they'd met Anne, took the ring from Martin's finger when they stood at the altar on their wedding day, shared with Martin his closest confidence. Roger sighed and paid for the coffee. What to do? The boy was home now, recovering from the shock of the attack. Roger caught an outbound tri-wheel and sped down the busy thoroughfare toward his home. If Martin could talk to Morrell and get something done, perhaps they could get a line. Somehow, perhaps, they could trace the attackers. In the morning he'd see Martin again, and they could figure out a scheme. But he didn't have a chance to see Martin again, for at 11:30 that night the marauders struck again, for the third time. Through his sleep he heard a door close down below, and sat bolt upright in bed, his heart pounding wildly. Only a tiny sound, the click of a closing door. Anne was sitting up beside him now, brown hair close around her head, her body tense. "Roger," she whispered, "did you hear something?" Roger was out of bed, bounding across the room into the hall. Blood pounded in his ears as he rushed to David's room, stopped short before the open door. Shots rang out like whip cracks, and he saw the yellow flame from the guns. There were 2 men in the dark room, standing at the bed where the boy lay rolled into a terrified knot. The guns cracked again and again, ripping the bedding, bursting the pillow into a shower of feathers, tearing the boy's pajamas from his thin body, a dozen blazing shots. Roger let out a strangled cry, grabbed one of the men by the throat in a savage effort to stop the murderous pistols. The other man caught him in a coarse blow behind the ear, and he staggered hard against the wall. Dully he heard the door slam, heavy footsteps down the corridor, running down the stairs. He struggled feebly to his feet, glancing at the still form on the bed. Choking back a sob, he staggered down the hall, shouting to Anne as he went down the stairs, redoubling his speed as he heard the purr of auto-jets in the driveway. In a moment he was in his own car, frantically stamping on the starter. It started immediately, the motor booming. The powerful jet engines forced the heavy car ahead dangerously, taking the corner on 2 of its 3 wheels. He knew that Anne would call security, and he raced to gain on the tail lights that were disappearing down the winding residential road to the main highway. Throwing caution to the winds, Roger swerved the car across a front lawn, down between 2 houses, into an alley, and through another driveway, gaining 3 blocks. Ahead at the junction with the main base highway, he saw the long black autojet turn right. Roger snaked into traffic on the highway and bore down on the black car. The traffic was light because of the late hour, but the patrol was on the road and might stop him instead of the killers. The other car was traveling at top speed, swerving around the slower cars. Roger gained slowly. He fingered the spotlight, preparing to snap it in the driver's eyes. Taking a curve at 90, he crept up alongside the black car as he heard the siren of a patrol car behind him. Cursing, he edged over on the black car, snapped the spotlight full in the face of the driver. The screaming siren forced him off the road, and he braked hard, his hands trembling. A patrolman came over to the car, gun drawn. He took a quick look at Roger, and his face tightened. "Mr. Strang," he said sharply, "we've been looking for you. You're wanted at security." "That car," Roger started weakly. "You've got to stop that car I was chasing." "Never mind that car," the patrolman snarled. "It is you they want. Hop out. We'll go in the patrol car." "You've got to stop them." The patrolman fingered his gun. "Security wants to talk to you, Mr. Strang. Hop out." Roger moved dazedly from his car. He didn't question the patrolman. He hardly even heard him. His mind raced in a welter of confusion, trying desperately to refute the brilliant picture in his mind from that split second that the spotlight had rested on the driver of the black car, trying to fit the impossible pieces into their places. For the second man in the black autojet had been John Morrell, chief of Barrier Base Security, and the driver had been Martin Durango. The man at the desk was a stranger to Roger Strang. He was an elderly man, stooped, with graying hair and a small clipped mustache that seemed to stick out like antennae. He watched Roger impassively with steel-gray eyes, motioning him to a chair. "You led us a merry chase," he said flatly, his tone brittle. "A very merry chase. The alarm went out for you almost an hour ago." Strang's cheeks were red with anger. "My son was shot tonight. I was trying to follow the killers." "Killers?" The man raised his eyebrows. "Yes, killers," Roger snapped. "Do I have to draw you a picture? They shot my son down in his bed." The man stared at him for a long time. "Well," he said finally in a baffled tone, "now I've heard everything." It was Roger's turn to stare. "Can't you understand what I've said? My son was murdered." The grey-haired man flipped a pencil down on the desk impatiently. "Mr. Strang," he said elaborately, "my name is Whitman. I flew down here from Washington tonight, after being called from my bed by the commanding officer of this base. I am the National Chief of the Federal Bureau of Security, Mr. Strang, and I'm not interested in fairy tales." I would like you to come off it now, and answer some questions for me. I don't want double talk, I want answers. Do I make myself quite clear?" Roger stared at him, finally nodded his head. "Quite," he said sourly. Whitman hunched forward in his chair. "Mr. Strang, how long have you been working in the barrier base?" "5 years, ever since the bombing of New York." Whitman nodded. "Oh yes, the bombing of New York." He looked sharply at Roger. "And how old are you, Mr. Strang?" Roger looked up surprised. 32, of course. You have my records. Why are you asking?" The grey-haired man lit a cigarette. "Yes, we have your records," he said offhandedly. "Very interesting records, quite normal, quite in order. Nothing out of the ordinary." He stood up and looked out on the dark street. "Just one thing wrong with your records, Mr. Strang. They aren't true." Roger stared. "This is ridiculous," he blurted. "What do you mean they aren't true?" Whitman took a deep breath and pulled a sheet of paper out of a sheaf on his desk. "It says here," he said, "that you are Roger Strang, and that you were born in Indianola, Iowa, on the 14th of June, 2051. That your father was Jason Strang, born August 11th, 2023, in Chicago, Illinois. That you lived in Indianola until you were 12, when your father moved to New York City, and was employed with the North American Electronics Laboratories. That you entered International Polytechnic Institute at age 21, studying physics and electronics, and graduated in June 2075 with a bachelor's degree of electronics. That you did further work, taking a master's and doctorate in electronics at Polytech in 2077. Whitman took a deep breath. "That's what it says here, a very ordinary record. But there's no record here of your birth in Indianola, Iowa in 2051 or any other time. There's no record there of your father, the alleged Jason Strang, or in Chicago. No one by the name of Jason Strang was ever employed by North American Electronics. No one by the name of Roger Strang ever attended Polytech." Whitman watched him with cold eyes. "To the best of our knowledge, and according to all available records, there never was anyone named Roger Strang until after the bombing of New York." Roger sat stock still, his mind racing. "This is silly," he said finally, "perfectly idiotic. Those schools must have records." Whitman's face was tight. "They do have records, complete records, but the name of Roger Strang is curiously missing from the roster of graduates in 2075, or any other year." He snubbed his cigarette angrily. "I wish you would tell me, and save us both much unpleasantness, just who you are, Mr. Strang, and where you come from." Strang stared at the man, his pulse pounding in his head. Filtering into his mind was a vast confusion. Some phrase, some word, some nebulous doubt that frightened him, made him almost believe that the grey-haired man in the chair before him. He took a deep breath, clearing his mind of the nagging doubt. "Look here," he said, exasperated. "When I was drafted for the barrier base, they checked on my origin, for my education and credentials. If they had been false, I'd have been snapped up right then, probably shot. They were shooting people for chewing their fingernails in those days. I wouldn't have stood a chance." Whitman nodded his head vigorously. "Exactly," he snapped. "You should have been picked up. But you weren't even suspected until we did a little checking after that accident in the labs building yesterday. Somehow false credentials got through for you. Security does not like false credentials. I don't know how you did it, but you did. I want to know how." "But I tell you—" Roger stood up, fear growing suddenly in his mind. He lit a cigarette, took 2 nervous puffs, and set it down forgotten in the ashtray. "I have a wife," he said shakily. "I married her in New York City. We had a son born in a hospital in New York City. He went to school there. Surely there must be some kind of record." Whitman smiled grimly, almost mockingly. "Good old New York City," he snarled. "Married there, you say? Wonderful. Son born there? In the one city in the country where that information can never be checked. That's very convenient, Mr. Strang, or whoever you are. I think you'd better talk." Roger snubbed out the cigarette viciously. "My son," he said after a long pause. "He was murdered tonight, shot down in his bed." The security chief's face went white. "Garbage," he snapped. "What kind of fool do you think I am, Strang?" "Your son murdered? Bah!" When the alarm went out for you, I personally drove to your home. Oddly enough, this wife of yours wasn't at home, but your son was. Nice little chap. He made us some coffee, and explained that he didn't know where his parents were, because he had been asleep all night, quietly asleep in his bed." The words were clipped out and rang in Roger's ears incredibly. His hand shook violently as he puffed his cigarette, burning his fingers on the short butt. "I don't believe it," he muttered hollowly. "I saw it happen." Whitman sneered. "Are you going to talk or not?" Roger looked up helplessly. "I don't know," he said weakly. "I don't know." The security chief threw up his hands in disgust. "Then we'll do it the hard way," he grated, flipping an intercom switch. His voice snapped out cold in the still room. "Send in Psych Squad," he growled. "We've got a job to do." Roger Strang lay back on the small bunk, his nerves yammering from the steady barrage, light still flickering green and red in his eyes. His body was limp, his mind functioning slowly, sluggishly. His eyelids were still heavy from the drugs, his wrists and forehead burning and sore where the electrodes had been attached. His muscles hardly responded when he tried to move, his strength completely gone, washed out. He simply lay there, his shallow breathing returning to him from the dark stone walls. The Inquisition had been savage. The hot lights, the smooth-faced men firing questions over and over, the drugs, the curious sensation of mouthing nonsense, of hearing his voice rambling on crazily, yet being unable in any way to control it, the hypnotic effect of Whitman's soft voice, the glitter in his steel-grey eyes, and the questions. The lie detector had been going by his side, jerking insanely at his answers, every time the same answers, every time setting the needle into wild gyrations. And finally the foggy, indistinct memory of Whitman mopping his forehead and stamping savagely on a cigarette, and muttering desperately, "It's no use, lies, nothing but lies, lies, lies. He couldn't be lying under this treatment, but he is, and he knows he is." Lies? Roger stretched his heavy limbs, his mind struggling up into a tardy rejection. Not lies. He hadn't lied. He had been answering the truth to the questions. He couldn't have been lying, for the answers were there, clear in his memory. And yet the same nagging doubt crept through, the same feeling that had plagued him throughout the Inquisition, the nagging, haunting, horrible conviction, somewhere in the depths of his numb brain, that he was lying. Something was missing somewhere, some vast gap in his knowledge, something of which he simply was not aware. The incredible turnabout of Martin Drango, the attack on David, who was killed, but was somehow not dead. He had to be lying. But how could he lie, and still know that he was not lying? His sluggish mind wrestled, trying to choke back the incredible doubt. Somewhere in the morass the picture of Martin Drango came through, Drango, the traitor, who was trying to kill his son. But the conviction swept through again, overpowering. The certain knowledge that Drango was not a traitor, that he must trust Drango. Drango was his friend, his stalwart, his agent. Strang sat bolt upright on the cot, his head spinning. The thought had broken through crystal clear in the darkness, revealed itself for the briefest instant, then swirled down again into the foggy gulf. Agent? Why should he have an agent? For what purpose? Frantically he scoured his memory for Drango, down along the dark channels, searching. Drango had come through the fire, into the burning building, carried him like a child through the flames into safety. Drango had been best man at his wedding, but he had been married before the bombing of the city. Or had he? Where did Drango fit in? Where was the fire the first time he had seen Drango? Something deep in his mind forced its way through, saying, "No, you have known him all your life." Roger fought it back frantically. Never. Back in Iowa there had been no Drango, nor in Chicago, nor in New York. He hadn't even known him in New Albany. End of Infinite Intruder, Part 1. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Infinite Intruder, Part 2, of 5 stories by Alan Nourse. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Roger Strang was on his feet, shaking, cold fear running through his body, his nerves screaming. Had they ruined his mind? He couldn't think straight any more, telling him things that weren't true, forcing lies into his mind, frightening him with the horrible conviction that his mind was really helpless, full of false data. What happened to him? Where had the thought of New Albany come from? He shivered, now thoroughly frightened. There wasn't any New Albany, nowhere in the world. There just wasn't any such place. Could he have two memories, conflicting memories? He walked shakily to the door, peered through the small peephole. In the morning they would try again, they had said. He shuddered, terribly afraid. He had felt his mind cracking under the last questioning. Another would drive him completely insane. But Drango would have the answers. Why had they shot little Davy? How did that fit in? Was this false credential business part of some stupendous scheme against him? Impossible. But what else? He knew with sudden certain conviction that he must see Martin Drango immediately before they questioned him again, before the fear and uncertainty drove him out of his mind. He called tentatively through the peephole, half hoping to catch a guard's attention, and the call echoed through the silent halls. And then he heard Anne's voice, clear, cool, sharp in the prison darkness. Fear, choking the shout, still ringing in his ears, gaped at the woman who stood in his cell. She was lovelier than he had ever seen her. Her tiny body clothed in a glowing fabric which clung to every curve, accenting her trim figure, her slender hips. Brown hair wreathed her lovely face, and Roger choked as the deep longing for her welled up in his throat. Speechlessly he took her in his arms, holding her close, burying his face in her hair, sobbing in joy and relief. And then he saw the glowing circle behind her, casting its eerie light into the far corners of the dark cell. In fiery greenness the ring shimmered in an aura of violent power. But Anne paid no attention to it. She stepped back and smiled at him, her eyes bright. "Don't be frightened," she said softly, "and don't make any noise. I am here to help you." "But where did you come from?" The question forced itself out in a sort of strangled gasp. "We have means of going where we want to, and we want you to come with us." She pointed at the glowing ring. "We want to take you back to the time area from which you came." Roger goggled at her, confusion welling into his mind again. "Anne," he said weakly, "what kind of trick is this?" She smiled again. "No trick," she said. "Don't ask questions, darling. I know you're confused, but there isn't much time. You'll just have to do what I say right now." She turned to the glowing ring. "We just step through here. Be careful that you don't touch the substance of the portal going through." Roger Stang approached the glowing ring, curiously, peering through, blinked, peered again. It was like staring at an inscrutable black surface in the shadow. No light reflected through it. Nothing could be seen. He heard a faint whir whining as he stood close to the ring, and he looked up at Anne, his eyes wide. "You can't see through it!" he exclaimed. Anne was crouching on the floor near a small metallic box, gently turning knobs, checking the dial reading against a small chronometer on her wrist. "Steady, darling," she said. "Just follow me, carefully, and don't be afraid. We're going back home, to the time area where we belong. You and I. I know you don't remember, and you'll be puzzled and confused, because the memory substitution job was very thorough. But you'll remember Martin Drango and John Morrell and me. And I was your wife there too. Are you ready?" Roger stared at the ring for a moment. "Where are we going?" he asked. "How far ahead, or behind?" "Ahead," she said, 80 years ahead, as far as we can go. That will bring us to the present time, the real present time, as far as we and you are concerned." She turned abruptly and stepped through the ring and vanished as effectively as if she had disintegrated into vapor. Roger felt fear catch at his throat. Then he followed her through. They were standing in a ruins. The cell was gone, the prison, the barrier base. The dark sky above was bespeckled with a myriad of stars, and a cool night breeze swept over Roger's cheek. Far in the distance a low rumble came to his ears. "Sounds like a storm coming," he muttered to Anne, pulling his jacket closer around him. "No storm," she said grimly. "Look." She pointed a finger toward the northern horizon. Brazen against the blackness, the yellow-orange fire was rising, great spurts of multicolored flames licking at the horizon. The rumble became a drone, a roar. Anne grasped Roger's arm and pulled him down to cover in the rubble as the invisible squadron swished across the sky, trailing jet streams of horrid orange behind them. Then to the south, in the direction of the flight, the drone of the engines gave way to the hollow booming of bombing, and the southern horizon flared. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the rumble died away, leaving the flames licking the sky north and south. Roger shivered. "War," he said. "Eurasia?" She shook her head. "If it only were. There is no Eurasia now. The dictator took care of that. Nothing but gutted holes and rubble." She stood up, helping Roger to his feet. Together they filed down through the rubbish, down onto a roadway. Anne dialed a small wrist radio. In a few moments, out of the dark sky, the dim outlights of a small copter came into view, and the machine settled delicately onto the road. Two strange men were inside. They saluted Anne and helped Roger aboard. They swiftly clamped down the hatch tight, and the ship rose again silently into the air. "Where are we going?" asked Roger Strang. "We have a headquarters. Our data must be checked first. We can't reach a decision without checking. Then we can talk." The copter swung high over the blazing inferno of the city far below. Strang glanced from the window, eyes widening at the holocaust. The crater holes were mammoth, huge spires of living flame rising into the sky, leaving mushroom columns of grey-black smoke that glowed an evil red from the furnace on the ground. "Not Eurasia?" Roger asked suddenly, his mind twisting in amazement. "But who? This is America, isn't it?" "Yes, this is America. There is no Eurasia now. Soon there may not be an America, nor even an Earth." Roger looked up at Anne, eyes wide. "But those jet planes, the bombing, who's doing the bombing?" Anne Strang looked down at the sullen red fires of the city for a moment, her eyes quite sad. "Those are Martian planes," she said. The copters settled silently down into the heart of the city, glowing red from the flames and bombing. They hovered over the shining palace, still tall and superb and intact, gleaming like a blood-streaked jewel in the glowing night. The copter settled on the roof of a low building across a large courtyard from the glittering palace. Anne Strang stepped out, and motioned Roger to follow down a shaft and stairway into a small room below. She knocked at a door, and a strange man dressed in curious glowing fabric opened it. His face lit up in a smile. "Roger," he cried, "we were afraid we couldn't locate you. We weren't expecting the security to meddle. Someone got suspicious somewhere and began checking your references from their sources, and of course they were false. We were lucky to get you back at all, after security got you." He clapped Roger on the back and led him into the room. John Morrell and Martin Drango were standing near the rounded window, their faces thrown into grotesque relief against the red-orange glow outside. They turned and saluted, and Roger almost cried out, his mind spinning, a thousand questions cutting into his consciousness, demanding answers. But quite suddenly he was feeling a new power, a new effectiveness in his thinking, in his activity. He turned to Martin Drango, his eyes questioning, but no longer afraid. "What year is this?" he asked. "This is 2165. March 2165, and you're in New Albany, in the United States of North America. This is the city where you were born, the city you loved, and look at it." Roger walked to the window. The court below was full of people now, ragged people, some of them screaming, a disconsolate muttering rising from 1,000 throats, burned people, mangled people. They milled about the mammoth courtyard before the glorious palace, aimlessly, mindlessly. Far down the avenue leading from the palace, Roger could see the people evacuating the city. A long, desolate line of people, strange autos, carts, even animals, running down the broad avenue to escape the flaming city. "We're not in danger here," said Drango at his elbow. "No fire nor bomb can reach us here. That is the result of your mighty Atlantic coast barrier, nothing more. It was never perfected in time, before the great Eastern invasion and the Second Atomic War. That was due to occur 3 years after the time area where we visited. We were trying to stem it, to turn it aside. We don't know yet whether we succeeded or not." He turned to the tall man standing at the door. "Markson, all the calculations are prepared. The calc is evaluating the data against the equation now, figuring all the variables. If our work did any good, we should know it soon." He sighed and pointed to the palace. "But our fine dictator is still alive, and the attack on Mars should be starting any minute. If we didn't succeed, nothing in all time will stop him." Roger lit a cigarette, his eyes questioning Drango. "Dictator?" Drango sat down and stretched his legs. The dictator appeared about 4 years ago, a nobody, a man from the masses of people on the planet. He rose into public favor like a skyrocket, a remarkable man, an amazing man, a man who could talk to you and control your thoughts in a single interview. There has never been a man with such personal magnetism and power, Roger, in all the history of Earth. A man who raised himself from nothing into absolute dictatorship, and has handled the world according to his whim ever since. He's only a young man, Roger, just 32 years of age, but an irresistible man can win anything from anybody. He writhed into the presidency first, and then deliberately set about rearranging the government to suit him, and the people let him get away with it, followed him like sheep. And then he was dictator, and he began turning the social and economic balance of the planet into a whirlwind. And then came Mars. Martin stretched again and lit a cigarette, his thin face grave in the darkened room. The first landing was 30 years ago, and the possibilities for rich and peaceful commerce between Earth and Mars were clear from the first. Mars had what Earth lacked: the true civilization, the polished culture, the lasting socio-economic balance, the permanent peace. Mars could have taught us so much. She could have guided us out of the mire of war and hatred that we have been wallowing in for centuries. But the dictator put an end to those possibilities. Drango shrugged. He was convinced that the Martians were weak, backward, decadent. He saw their uranium, their gold, their jewelry, their labor, and started on a vast, impossible imperialism. If he had had his way, he would have stripped the planet in 3 years. But the Martians fought against us, turned from peace to suspicion, and finally to open revolt. And the dictator could not see. He mobilized Earth for total war against Mars, draining our resources, decimating our population, building rockets, bombs, guns. He stopped for a moment, breathing deeply. But the dictator didn't know what he was doing. He had never been on Mars. He has never seen Martians. He had no idea what they think, what they're capable of doing. He doesn't know what we know, that the Martians will win. He doesn't realize that the Martians can carry out a war for years without shaking their economy one iota, while he has drained our planet to such a degree that a war of more than 2 or 3 months will break us in half. He doesn't know that Mars can win, and that the Earth can't. Roger walked across the room, thoughtfully, his mind fitting pieces into place. But where do I come in? David, Anne, I don't understand. Drango looked at Roger straight in the eye. The dictator's name, he said, is Farrell Strang. Roger stopped still. Strang? He echoed. Your son, Roger, yours and Anne's. But you said the dictator was only 32, Roger trailed off, regarding Anne in amazement. Martin smiled. People don't grow so quickly nowadays, he said. You are 57 years old, Roger. Anne is 53. He leaned back in his chair, his gaunt smile fading. The dictator has not been without opposition. You, his parents, opposed him at the very start, and he cast you off. People, wiser than the crowds, were able to rebuff his powerful personal appeal, to see through the robe of glory he had wrapped around himself. He has opposition, but he has built himself an impregnable fortress, and dealt swift death to any person suspected of treason. A few have escaped: scientists, technologists, sociologists, physicists. The work of one group of men gave us a weapon which we hoped to use to destroy the dictator. We found a way to move back in time. We could leave the normal time stream and move to any area of past time. So 4 of us went back, searching for the core of the economic and social upheaval on Earth, and trying to destroy the dictator before he was born. Given time travel, it should have been possible. So we went back, myself, John Morrell, Anne Strang, and you. Roger shook his head, a horrible thought forming in his mind. You were trying to kill David, my son. He stopped short. David couldn't have been my son. He whirled on Martin Drango. Who was that boy? Martin looked away then, his face white. The boy was your father, he said. The drone of jet bombers came again, whining into the still room. Roger Strang stood very still, staring at the gaunt man. Slowly the puzzle was beginning to fit together. The horror filtered into his mind. My father, he said. Only 12 years old, but he was to be my father. He stared helplessly at the group in the room. You were trying to kill him. Martin Drango stood up. his lean face grave. We were faced with a terrific problem. Once we returned to the time area, we had no way of knowing to what extent we could affect people and events that had already happened. We had to go back, to fit in somehow, in an area where we never had been, to make things happen that had never happened before. We know that if there was any way of doing it, we had to destroy Farrell Strang. But the patterns of history which had allowed him to rise had to be altered too. Destroying the man would not have been enough. So we tried to destroy him in the time area where the leading time patterns of our time had been formed. We had to kill his grandfather. Roger shivered. But if you killed David, what would have happened to me? Presumably the same thing would have happened to the dictator. In theory, if we had succeeded in killing your father, David, both you and the dictator would have ceased to exist. Drango took a deep breath. The idea was yours, Roger. You knew the terrible damage your son was doing as dictator. It was a last resort, and Anne and John and I pleaded with you to reconsider, but it was the obvious step. Anne walked over to Roger, her face pale. You insisted, Roger, so we did what we could to make it easy. We used the dictator's favorite trick, the psycho-purge, to clear your mind of all conscious and subconscious memory of your true origin and environment, replacing it with the history and memory of the past time area where we were going. We chose the contact time carefully so that we appeared in New York in the confusion of the bombing of 2078, making sure that your records would stand up under all but the closest examination. From then on, when Martin carried you out from the fire, we stored your own memory of that time area and became a legitimate member of that society. But how could we pose as David's parents if he was my father? Anne smiled. Both David's parents were killed in the New York bombing. We knew that David survived, and we knew where he could be found. There was a close physical resemblance between you and the boy, though actually the resemblance was backwards, and he accepted you as a foster father without question. With you equipped with complete memory of your marriage to me in that time, of David's birth, and of your own history before and after the bombing of New York, you fit in well and played the part to perfection. Also, you acted as a control to guide us, since you had no conscious knowledge beyond that time area. Martin and Morrell were to be the assassins, the intruders, and I was to keep tabs on you. And the success of the attempt? Anne's face fell. We don't know yet. We don't know what we accomplished, whether we stemmed the war or not. The tall man who had stepped into the room moved forward and threw a sheaf of papers on the floor, his face heavy with anger, his voice hoarse. Yes, I'm afraid we do know, he said bitterly. Martin Drango whirled on him, his face white. What do you mean, Markston? The tall man sank down in a chair tiredly. We've lost Martin. We don't need these calculations to tell. The word was just broadcast on the telecast. Farrell Strang's armada has just begun its attack on Mars. For a moment, the distant bombing was the only sound in the room. Then Martin Drango said, So he gave the order, and we've lost. We had only a theory to work on, said Morrell, staring gloomily at the curved window. A theory and an equation. The theory said that a man returning through time could alter the social and technological trends of the people and times to which he returned, in order to change history that was already past. The theory said that if we could return to the social patterns and technological trends just slightly away from where they were, we could alter the entire makeup of our society in our own time. And the equation was the tool, the final check on any change. The equation which evaluates the sum of social, psychological, and energy factors in any situation, any city or nation or human society. The equation has been proven, checked, time and time again, but the theory didn't fit it. The theory was wrong. Roger Strang sat up suddenly alert. That boy, he said, his voice sharp. You nearly made a sieve of him, trying to shoot him. Why didn't he die? Because he was on a high-order variable. Picture it this way. From any point in time, the possible future occurrences could be seen as vectors. An infinite number of possible vectors. Every activity that makes an alteration, or has any broad effect on the future, is a high-order variable. But many activities have no grave implications for future time, and could be considered unimportant or low-order variables. If a man turns a corner and sees something that stimulates him into writing a world-shaking manifesto, the high-order variable would have started when he decided to turn the corner instead of going the other way. But if he took one way home instead of another, and nothing of importance occurred as a result of the decision, a low-order variable would be set up. We found that the theory of alterations held quite well for lower-order variables. Wherever we appeared, whatever we did, we set up a definite friction in the normal time stream, a distortion, like pulling a taut rubber band out, and we could produce changes on low-order variables. But the elasticity of the distortion was so great as to wrap the change back into the time stream without causing any lasting alteration. When it came to high-order changes, we simply couldn't make any. We tried putting wrong data into the machines that were calculating specifications for the barrier, and the false data went in. But the answers that came out were the answers that should have appeared with the right data. We tried to commit a murder, to kill David Strang, and try as we would, we couldn't do it, because it would have altered a high-order variable, and they simply wouldn't be altered. "But you, Morrell," Roger exclaimed, "how about you? You were top man in the Barrier Base Security Office. You must have made an impression." Morrell smiled tiredly. "I really thought I had, time after time. I would start off a series of circumstances that should have had grave alternative effect, and it would look for a while as if a long-range change was going to be effected, and then it would straighten itself out again, with no important change occurring. It was maddening. We worked for 5 years trying to make even a small alteration, and brought back our data." He pointed to the papers on the floor. "There are the calculations, applied on the equation. Meaningless. We accomplished nothing. And the dictator is still there." Drango slumped in his chair. "And he started the war. The real attack. This bombardment outside is nothing. There are 15 squadrons of space destroyers already unloading automatic bombs on the surface of Mars, and that's the end for us. Farrell Stang has started a war he can never finish." Roger Strang turned sharply to Drango. "This dictator," he said, "where is he? Why can't he be reached now and destroyed?" "The barrier. He can't be touched in the palace. He has all his offices there, all his controls, and he won't let anyone in since the attempted assassination 3 months ago. He's safe there, and we can't touch him." Roger scowled at the control panel on the wall. "How does this time portal work?" he asked. "You say it can take us back. Why not forward?" "No good. The nature of time itself makes that impossible. At the present instant of time, everything that has happened has happened. The three-dimensional world in which we live has passed through the fourth temporal dimension, and nothing can alter it. But at this instant there are a number of infinite things that could happen next. The future is an infinite series of variables, and there's no conceivable way to predict which variable will actually be true." Roger Strang sat straight up, staring at Drango. "Will that portal work both ways?" he asked tensely. Drango stared at him blankly. "You mean, can it be reverse wired?" "I suppose so. But anyone trying to move into the future would necessarily become an infinity of people. He couldn't maintain his identity, because he'd have to have a body in every one of an infinite number of places he might be, until the normal time stream caught up with him in the future. And then he'd be in whatever place he fit." Roger's voice rose excitedly. "Martin, can't you see the implications? Send me ahead, just a little ahead, an hour or so, and let me go into the palace. If I moved my consciousness to the place where the palace should be, where the dictator should be, then when normal time caught up with me, I could kill him." Drango was on his feet, staring at Roger with rising excitement. Suddenly he glanced at his watch. "By God," he muttered, "maybe you could." Blackness. He had no body, no form. There was no light, no shape, nothing but eternal, dismal, unbroken blackness. It was the void, the place where time had not yet come. Roger Strang shuddered, and felt the cold chill of the blackness creep into his marrow. He had to move. He wanted to move, to find the right place, moving with the infinity of possible bodies. A stream of consciousness was all he could grasp, for the blackness enclosed everything. A sort of death, but he knew he was not dead. Blackness was around him, and in him, and through him. He could feel the timelessness, the total absence of anything. He felt the loneliness, for he knew there was no going back. He had to transfer his consciousness, his mind, to the place where the dictator was, hoping against hope that he could find the place before time caught him wedged in the substance of the stone walls of the palace. He reached the place that should be right, and waited. And waited. There was no time in this place, and he had to wait for the normal time stream. The blackness worked at his mind, filling him with fear, choking him, making him want to scream in frightened agony, waiting. And suddenly, abruptly, he was standing in a brightly lighted room. The arched dome over his head sparkled with jewels, and through panelled windows the red glow of the city's fires flickered grimly. He was in the palace. He looked about swiftly and crossed the room toward a huge door. In an instant he had thrown it open. The bright lights of the office nearly blinded him, and the man behind the desk rose angrily, caught Roger's eye full. Roger gasped, his eyes widening. For a moment he thought he was staring into a mirror, for the man behind the desk, clothed in rich glowing tunic, was a living image of himself. The dictator's face opened into startled surprise and fear as he recognized Roger, and a frightened cry came from his lips. There was no one else in the room, but his eyes ran swiftly to the visiphone. With careful precision, Roger Strang brought the heat pistol to eye level and pulled the trigger. Farrell Strang crumpled slowly from the knees, a black hole scorched in his chest. Roger ran to the fallen man, stared into his face incredulously. His son and himself, as alike as twin dolls for all the age difference. Drango's words rose in Roger's mind. "Medicine is advanced, you know. People don't grow old so soon these days." Swiftly Roger slipped from his clothes, an impossible bold idea translating itself into rapid action. He stripped the glowing tunic from the man's flaccid body and slipped his arms into the sleeves, pulling the cape in close to cover the burn spot. He heard a knock on the door. Frantically he forced the body under the heavy desk, and sat down in the chair behind it, eyes wide with fear. "Come in," he croaked. A young deputy stepped through the door and approached the desk deferentially. "The first report, sir," he said, looking straight at Roger. Not a flicker of suspicion crossed his face. "The attack is progressing as expected." "Turn all reports over to my private teletype," Roger snapped. The man saluted. "Immediately, sir." He turned and left the room, closing the door behind him. Roger panted, closing his eyes in relief. He could pass. Turning to the file, he examined the detailed plans for the Martian attack, the numbers of ships, the squadron leaders, the 0 hours. Then he was at the teletype keyboard, passing on the message of peace, the message to stop the war with Mars, to make armistice. "All squadrons and ships, attention. Cease and desist in attack plans. Return to Terra immediately by order of Farrell Strang." Wildly he tore into the files, ripping out budget reports, stabilization plans, battle plans, evacuation plans. It would be simple to dispose of the dictator's body as that of an impostor, an assassin, and simply take control himself in Farrell's place. They would carry on with his plans, his direction, and an era of peace and stability and rich commerce would commence at long last. The sheaf of papers grew larger and larger as Roger emptied out the files. Plans of war, plans of conquest, of slavery. He aimed the heat pistol at the pile, saw it spring into yellow flame and circle up to the vaulted ceiling in blue smoke. And then he sat down, panting, and flipped the visiphone switch. "Send one man, unarmed, to the building across the courtyard. Have him bring Martin Drango to me." The deputy's eyes widened on the screen. "Unarmed, sir?" "Unarmed," Roger repeated, "by order of your dictator." End of Infinite Intruder, Part 2. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. End of Infinite Intruder by Alan Nourse. Marley's Chain of 5 Stories by Alan Nourse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Tam's problem was simple. He lived in a world that belonged to someone else. They saw Tam's shabby clothing and the small weather-beaten bag he carried, and they ordered him aside from the flow of passengers, and checked his packet of passports and visas with extreme care. They ordered him to wait. Tam waited, a chilly apprehension rising in his throat. For 15 minutes he watched them helplessly. Finally, the spaceport was empty, and the huge liner from the outer asteroid rings was being lifted and rolled by the giant hooks and cranes back into its berth for dry dock and repair, her curved, meteor-dented hull gleaming dully in the harsh arc lights. Tam watched the creaking cranes and shivered in the cold night air, feeling hunger and dread gnawing at his stomach. There was none of the elation left. None of the great, expansive, soothing joy at returning to earth after 8 long years of hard work and bitterness. Only the cold, corroding uncertainty, the growing apprehension. Times had changed since that night back in '87, just how much he hardly dared to guess. All he knew was the rumors that he had heard, the whispered tales, the frightened eyes, and the scarred backs and faces. Tam hadn't believed them then, so remote from earth. He had just laughed and told himself that the stories weren't true. And now they all welded back into his mind, tightening his throat and making him tremble. "Hey, Sharky, come here." Tam turned and walked slowly over to the customs official who held his papers. "Everything's in order," he said, half defiantly, looking up at the officer's impassive face. "There isn't any mistake." "What were you doing in the ring, Sharky?" The officer's voice was sharp. "Indenture, working off my fare back home." The officer peered into Tam's face incredulously. "And you come back here?" He shook his head and turned to the other officer. "I knew these Sharkies were dumb, but I didn't think they were that dumb." He turned back to Tam, his eyes suspicious. "What do you think you're going to do now?" Tam shrugged uneasily. "Get a job," he said. "A man's got to eat." The officers exchanged glances. "How long you been on the rings?" 8 years. Tam looked at him anxiously. "Can I have my papers now?" A cruel grin played over the officer's lips. "Sure," he said, handing back the packet of papers. "Happy job hunting," he added sardonically. "But remember, the ship's going back to the rings in a week. You can always sign yourself over for fare." "I know," Tam said, turning away sharply. "I know all about how that works." He tucked the papers carefully into a tattered breast pocket, hefted the bag wearily, and began trudging slowly across the cold concrete of the port toward the street and the underground. A wave of loneliness, almost overpowering in intensity, swept over him, a feeling of emptiness, bleak and hopeless. A chilly night wind swept through his unkempt blonde hair as the automatics led him out into the street, and he saw the large, dirty New Denver Underground sign with the arrow at the far side off the road. Off to the right, several miles across the mountain plateau, the great capital city loomed up, shining like 1,000 twinkling stars in the clear cold air. Tam jingled his last few coins listlessly, and started down the downward ramp. Somewhere down there he could find a darkened corner, maybe even a bench, where the police wouldn't bother him for a couple of hours. Maybe, after a little sleep, he'd find some courage hidden away somewhere, just enough to walk into an office and ask for a job. That, he reflected wearily as he shoveled into the tunnel, would take a lot of courage. The girl at the desk glanced up at him, indifferent, and turned her eyes back to the letter she was typing. Tam Peters continued to stand, awkwardly, his blond hair rumpled, a little crow's feet of weariness creeping around the corner of his eyes. Slowly he looked around the neat office, feeling a pang of shame at his shabby clothes. He should have at least found some way to shave, he thought, some way to take some of the rumple from his trouser legs. He looked back at the receptionist and coughed lightly. She finished her letter at a leisurely pace, and finally looked up at him, her eyes cold. "Well?" "I read your ad. I'm looking for a job. I'd like to speak to Mr. Randall." The girl's eyes narrowed, and she took him in a rapid sweeping glance. His high pale forehead, the shock of mud-blonde hair, the thin, sensitive face with the exaggerated lines of approaching middle age, the slightly misty blue eyes. It seemed to Tam that she stared for a full minute, and he shifted uneasily, trying to meet the cold inspection, and failing, finally settling his eyes on her prim, neatly manicured fingers. Her lip curled very slightly. "Mr. Randall can't see you today. He's busy. Try again tomorrow." She turned back to typing. A flat wave of defeat sprang up in his chest. The ad said to apply today, the earlier the better. She sniffed indifferently and pulled a long white sheet from the desk. "Have you filled out an application?" "No." You can't see Mr. Randall without filling out an application." She pointed to a small table across the room, and he felt her eyes on his back as he shuffled over and sat down. He began filling out the application with great care, making the printing as neat as he could with the old-style vacuum pen provided. Name, age, sex, race, nationality, planet where born, pre-revolt experience, post-revolt experience, preference. Try as he would, Tam couldn't keep the ancient pen from leaking, making an unsightly blot near the center of the form. Finally he finished, and handed the paper back to the girl at the desk. Then he sat back and waited. Another man came in, filled out a form, and waited too, shooting Tam a black look across the room. In a few moments the girl turned to the man. "Robert Stover?" "Yeah," the man said, lumbering to his feet. "That's me. Mr. Randall will see you now." The man walked heavily across the room, disappeared into the back office. Tam eyed the clock uneasily, still waiting. A Gary's picture on the wall caught his eyes, a large, very poor oil portrait of a very stout, greying man dressed in a ridiculous green suit with a little white turban affair on the top of his head. Underneath was a little brass plaque, with words Tam could barely make out. Abram L. Farrell, 1947 to 1986. Founder and first president, Marsport Mines Incorporated. Unto such men as these we look to leadership. Tam stared at the picture, his lip curling slightly. He glanced anxiously at the clock as another man was admitted into the small back office. Then another man. Anger began creeping into Tam's face, and he fought to keep the scowl away, to keep from showing his concern. The hands of the clock crept round, and then around again. It was almost noon. Not a very new dodge, Tam thought coldly. Not very new at all. Finally, the small cold flame of anger got the better of him, and he rose and walked over to the desk. "I'm still here," he said patiently. "I'd like to see Mr. Randall." The girl stared at him indignantly and flipped an intercom switch. "That Peters application is still out here," she said brittly. "Do you want to see him or not?" There was a moment of silence, then the voice on the intercom grated. "Yes, I guess so. Send him in." The office was smaller, immaculately neat. 2 visiphone units hung on a switchboard at the man's elbow. Tam's eyes caught the familiar equipment, recognized the interplanetary power coils on one. Then he turned his eyes to the man behind the desk. "Now then, what are you after?" asked the man, settling his bulk down behind the desk. His eyes guarded, revealing a trace of boredom. Tam was suddenly bitterly ashamed of his shabby appearance, the 2-day stubble on his chin. He felt a dampness on his forehead, and tried to muster some of the old power and determination into his voice. "I need a job," he said. "I've had plenty of experience with radio electronics and remote control power operations. I'd make a good mine operator." "I can read," the man cut in sharply, gesturing toward the application with the ink blot in the middle. "I read all about your experience, but I can't use you. There aren't any more openings." Tam's ears went red. "But you're always advertising," he countered. "You don't have to worry about me working on Mars either. I've worked on Mars before, and I can work 6-7 hours even, without a mask or equipment." The man's eyebrows raised slightly. "How very interesting," he said flatly. "The fact remains there aren't any jobs open for you." The cold, angry flame flared up in Tam's throat suddenly, forcing out the sense of futility and defeat. "Those other men," he said sharply. "I was here before them. That girl wouldn't let me in." Randall's eyes narrowed amusedly. "What a pity," he said sadly. "And just think, I hired every one of them." His face suddenly hardened, and he sat forward, his eyes glinting coldly. "Get smart, Peters. I think the Marsport mines can somehow manage without you. You or any other Sharkie. The men just don't like to work with Sharkies." Rage swelled up in Tam's chest, bitter, futile rage, beating at his temples and driving away all thought of caution. "Look," he grated, bending over the desk threateningly, "I know the law of this system. There's a Fair Employment Act on the books. It says that men are to be hired by any company in order of application when they qualify equally in experience. I can prove my experience." Randall stood up, his face twisted contemptuously. "Get out of here," he snarled. "You've got nerve, you have. Come crawling in here with your law. Where do you think you are?" His voice grated in the still air of the office. We don't hire sharkies, law or no law. Get that? Now get out of here." Tam turned, his ears burning, and strode through the office, blindly kicking the open door and almost running into the quiet air of the street outside. The girl at the desk yawned and snickered, and went back to her typing with an unpleasant grin. Tam walked the street, block after block, seething, futile rage swelling up and bubbling over, curses rising to his lips, clipped off with some of the last vestige of self-control. At last he turned into a small downtown bar, and sank wearily onto a stool near the door. The anger was wearing down now to a sort of empty, hopeless weariness, dulling his senses, exaggerating the hunger in his stomach. He had expected it, he told himself. He had known what the answer would be, but he knew that he had hoped, against what he had known to be the facts, hoped desperately that maybe someone would listen. Oh, he knew the laws all right, but he had plenty of time to see the courts in action. Unfair employment was almost impossible to make stick under any circumstances, but with the courts rigged the way they were these days, he sighed, and drew out one of his last credit coins. "Beer," he muttered as the barkeep looked up. The bartender scowled, his heavy-set face a picture of fashionable distaste. Carefully he filled every other order at the bar. Then he grudgingly set up a small beer, mostly foam, and flung some small coin change down the bar before Tam. Tam stared at the glass, the little proud flame of anger flaring slowly. A fat man sitting nearby stared at him for a long moment, then took a long swill of beer from his glass. "Smarter, Sharky? What you drink your beer in and get the hell out of here." Tam stared fixedly at his glass, giving no indication of having heard a word. The fat man stiffened a trifle, swung around to face him. "Goddamn Sharky's too good to talk to a guy," he snarled loudly. "What's the matter, Sharky? You deaf?" Tam's hand trembled as he reached for the beer, took a short swallow. Shrugging, he set the glass on the bar and got up from his stool. He walked out, feeling many eyes on his back. He walked. Time became a blur to a mind beaten down by constant rebuff. He became conscious of the great weariness of mind and body. Instinct screamed for rest. Tam sat up, shaking his head to clear it. He shivered from the chill of the park, the cruel pressure of the bench. He pulled up his collar and moved out into the street again. There was one last chance. Cautiously his mind skirted the idea, picked it up, regarded it warily, then threw it down again. He had promised himself never to consider it, years before, in the hot, angry days of the revolt. Even then he had some inkling of the shape of things, and he had promised himself bitterly never to consider that last possibility. Still, another night in the cold out of doors would kill him. Suddenly he didn't care any more, didn't care about promises or pride or anything else. He turned into a public telephone booth, checked an address in the thick New Denver book. He knew he looked frightful as he stepped onto the elevator, felt the cold eyes turn away from him in distaste. Once he might have been mortified, felt the deep shame creeping up his face, but he didn't care any longer. He just stared ahead at the moving panel, avoiding the cold eyes, until the 5th floor was called. The office was halfway down the dark hallway. He saw the sign on the door dimly, United Continents Bureau of Employment, and down in small letters below, Planetary Division, David G. Hawk. Tam felt the sinking feeling in his stomach, and opened the door apprehensively. It had been years since he had seen Dave, long years filled with violence and change. Those years could change men too. Tam thought fearfully. They could even make the greatest men change. He remembered briefly his promise to himself, made just after the revolt, never to trade on past friendships, never to ask favors of those men he had known before and befriended. With a wave of warmth, the memory of those old days broke through, those days when he had roomed with David Hawk, the long, probing talks, the confidences, the deep, rich knowledge that they had shared each other's dreams and ideals, that they had stood side by side for a common cause, though they were such different men, from such very different worlds. Ideals had been cheap in those days. Talk easy, but still, Tam knew that Dave had been sincere, a firm, stout friend. He had known then the sincerity of the big lad's quiet voice, felt the rebellious fire in his eyes. They had understood each other, then deeply, sympathetically, in spite of the powerful barrier they sought to tear down. The girl from the desk caught his eye, looked up from her work without smiling. "Yes?" "My name is Tam Peters. I'd like to see Mr. Hawk." His voice was thin, reluctant, reflecting overtones of the icy chill in his chest. So much had happened since those long dead days, so many things to make men change. The girl was grinning, her face like a harsh mask. "You're wasting your time," she said, her voice brittle. Anger flooded Tam's face. "Listen," he hissed. "I didn't ask for your advice. I asked to see Dave Hawk. If you choose to announce me now, that's fine. If you don't see fit, then I'll go in without it. And you won't stop me." The girl stiffened, her eyes angry. "You better not get smart," she snapped, watching him warily. "There are police in the building. You'd better not try anything, or I'll call them." "That's enough, Miss Jackson." The girl turned to the man in the office door, her eyes disdainful. The man in the doorway, a giant with curly black hair above a high, intelligent forehead, dark brooding eyes gleaming like live coals in a sensitive face. Tam looked at him, and suddenly his knees would hardly support him. His voice was a tight whisper. "Dave!" And then the huge man was gripping his hand, a strong arm around his thin shoulders, the dark brooding eyes soft and smiling. "Tam, it's been so damn long, man. Oh, it's good to see you, Tam. Why, the last I heard, you'd taken passage to the rings, years ago." Weakly, Tam stumbled into the inner office, sank into a chair, his eyes overflowing, his mind a turmoil of joy and relief. The huge man slammed the door to the outer office and settled down behind the desk, sticking his feet over the edge, beaming. "Where have you been, Tam? You promised you'd look me up any time you came to New Denver, and I haven't seen you in a dozen years." He fished in a lower drawer. "Drink?" No, thanks. I don't think I could handle a drink." Tam sat back, gazing at the huge man, his throat tight. "You look bigger and better than ever, Dave." Dave Hawk laughed, a deep bass laugh that seemed to start at the soles of his feet. "Couldn't very well look thin and wan," he said. He pushed a cigar box across the desk. "Here, light up. I'm on these exclusively these days. Remember how you tried to get me to smoke them, back at the university? How you couldn't stand cigarettes. Said they were for women, a man should smoke a good cigar. You finally converted me." Tam grinned, suddenly feeling the warmth of the old friendship swelling back. "Yes, I remember. You were smoking that rotten corn cob then, because old Prof. Tennelly smoked one that you could smell in the back of the room, and in those days the Prof. could do no wrong." Dave Hawk grinned broadly, settled back in his chair as he lit the cigar. "Yes, I remember. Still got that corn cob around somewhere." He shook his head, his eyes dreamy. "Good old Prof. Tenley, 1 in a million. There was an honest man, Tam. They don't have 'em like that in the colleges these days. Wonder what happened to the old goat." "He was killed," said Tam softly, "just after the war. Got caught in a revolt riot, and he was shot down." Dave looked at him, his eyes suddenly sad. "A lot of honest men went down in those riots, didn't they? That was the worst part of the revolt. There wasn't any provision made for the honest men, the really good men." He stopped and regarded Tam closely. "What's the trouble, Tam? If you'd been going to make a friendly call, you'd have done it years ago. You know, this office has always been open to you." Tam stared at his shoe, carefully choosing his words, lining them up in his mind, a frown creasing his forehead. "I'll lay it on the line," he said in a low voice. "I'm in a spot. That passage to the rings wasn't voluntary. I was shanghaied onto a freighter, and had to work for 8 years without pay to get passage back. I'm broke and I'm hungry, and I need to see a doctor." "Well, hell," the big man exploded. "Why didn't you holler sooner? Look, Tam, we've been friends for a long time. You know better than to hesitate." He fished for his wallet. "Here, I can let you have as much as you need. A couple $100? No, that's not what I'm getting at." Tam felt his face flush with embarrassment. "I need a job, Dave. I need one bad." Dave sat back, and his feet came off the desk abruptly. He didn't look at Tam. "I see," he said softly. "A job." He stared at the ceiling for a moment. "Tell you what," he said. "The government's opening a new uranium mine in a month or so. Going to be a big project. They'll need lots of men, on Mercury." Tam's eyes fell, a lump growing in his throat. "Mercury," he repeated dully. "Why sure, Tam, good pay, chance for promotion." I'd be dead in 6 months on Mercury." Tam's eyes met Dave's, trying to conceal the pain. "You know that as well as I do, Dave." Dave looked away. "Oh, the docs don't know what they're talking about." "You know perfectly well that they do. I couldn't even stand Venus very long. I need a job on Mars, Dave, or on Earth." "Yes," said Dave Hawk sadly, "I guess you're right." He looked straight at Tam, his eyes sorrowful. "The truth is, I can't help you. I'd like to, but I can't. There's nothing I can do." Tam stared, the pain of disillusionment sweeping through him. "Nothing you can do!" he exploded. "But you're the director of this bureau. You know every job open on every one of the planets." "I know, and I have to help them get filled. But I can't make anyone hire, Tam. I can send applicants and recommendations till I'm blue in the face, but I can't make a company hire." He paused, staring at Tam. "Oh, hell," he snarled, suddenly his face darkening. "Let's face it, Tam, they won't hire you. Nobody will hire you. You're a Sharkie, and that's all there is to it. They aren't hiring Sharkies, and there's nothing I can do to make them." Tam sat back as if he had been struck, the color draining from his face. "But the law, Dave, you know there's a law. They have to hire us if we apply first and have the necessary qualifications." The big man shrugged uneasily. "Sure, there's a law, but who's going to enforce it?" Tam looked at him, a desperate tightness in his throat. "You could enforce it. You could if you wanted to." The big man stared at him for a moment, then dropped his eyes, looked down at the desk. Somehow this big body seemed smaller, less impressive. "I can't do it, Tam. I just can't." "They'd have to listen to you." Tam's face was eager. "You've got enough power to put it across. The court would have to stick to the law." "I can't do it." Dave drew nervously on his cigar, and the light in his eyes seemed duller now. "If it were just me, I wouldn't hesitate a minute. But I've got a wife, a family. I can't jeopardize them. Dave, you know it would be the right thing." "Oh, the right thing be damned. I can't go out on a limb, I tell you. There's nothing I can do. I can let you have money, Tam, as much as you need. I could help you set up in business, maybe, or anything, but I can't stick my neck out like that." Tam sat stiffly, coldness seeping down into his legs. Deep in his heart he had known that this was what he had dreaded. Not the fear of rebuff, not the fear of being snubbed, unrecognized, turned out. That would have been nothing, compared to this change in the honest, forthright, fearless Dave Hawk that he had once known. "What's happened, Dave? Back in the old days you would have leapt at such a chance." "I would have the shoe on the other foot then." "We talked, Dave. Don't you remember how we talked? We were friends. You can't forget that. I know you. I know what you believe, what you think. How can you let yourself down?" Dave Hawk's eyes avoided Tam's. "Times have changed. Those were the good old days, back when everybody was happy almost. Everybody but me and a few others at least. It looked that way to you. But those days are gone. They'll never come back. This is a reaction period, and the reaction is bitter. There isn't any place for fighters now. The world is just the way people want it, and nobody can change it. What do you expect me to do?" He stopped, his heavy face contorted, a line of perspiration on his forehead. "I hate it," he said finally, "but my hands are tied. I can't do anything. That's the way things are." "But why?" Tam Peters was standing, eyes blazing, staring at the big man behind the desk, the bitterness of long, weary years tearing into his voice, almost blinding him. "Why is it that the way things are? What have I done? Why do we have this mess, where a man isn't worth any more than the color of his skin?" Dave Hawk slammed his fist on the desk, and his voice roared out of the close air of the office. "Because it was coming," he bellowed. "It's been coming, and now it's here. There's nothing on God's earth that can be done about it." Tam's jaw sagged, and he stared at the man behind the desk. "Dave, I think what you're saying, Dave—" "You know right well what I'm saying," Dave Hawk roared, his eyes burning bitterly. "Oh, you have no idea how long I've thought, the fight I've had with myself, the sacrifices I've had to make. You weren't born like I was, you weren't raised on the wrong side of the fence. Well, there was an old Christmas story that I used to read, years ago before they burned the Sharkie books. It was about an evil man who went through life cheating, hating and hurting people, and when he died, he found that every evil deed he had ever done had become a link with a heavy iron chain, tied and shackled to his waist. And he wore that chain he had built up, and he had to drag it from one eternity to the next. His name was Marley, remember?" "Dave, you're not making any sense." "Oh, yes, all kinds of sense. Because you Sharkies have a chain too. You started forging it around your ankles back in the classical Middle Ages of Earth. Year by year you build it up, link by link, build it stronger, heavier. You could have stopped it any time you chose, but you didn't ever think of that. You spread over the world building up your chain, assuming that things would always be just the way they were, just the way you wanted them to be." The big man stopped, breathing heavily, a sudden sadness creeping into his eyes, his voice taking a softer tone. "You were such fools," he said softly. "You waxed and grew strong, and clever and confident, and the more power you had, the more you wanted. You fought wars, and then bigger and better wars, until you couldn't be satisfied with gunpowder and TNT any longer. And finally you divided your world into two armed camps, and brought fury out of her box. Fought with the power of the atoms themselves, you clever Sharkies, and when the dust settled and cooled off, there weren't very many of you left. Lots of us. It was your war, remember, not very many of you. Of course there was a revolt then, and all the boxed up, driven in hatred and bloodshed boiled up over and over, and you Sharkies at long last got your chain tied around your waists. You were a long, long time building it, and now you can wear it." Tam's face was chalky. "Dave, there were some of us. You know there were many of us that hated it as much as you did before the revolt. Some of us fought, some of us at least tried." The big man nodded his head bitterly. "You thought you tried, sure. It was the noble thing to do, the romantic thing, the good thing to do. But you didn't really believe it. I know. I thought there was some hope back then, some chance to straighten things out without a revolt. For a long time I thought that you, and those like you, really meant all you were saying. I thought somehow we could find an equal footing, an end to the hatred and bitterness. But there wasn't any end, and you never really thought there ever would be. That made it so safe, it would never succeed. So when things were quiet, it was a nice idea to toy around with this, equality for all, a noble project that couldn't possibly succeed. But when things got hot, it was a different matter." He stared at Tam, his dark eyes brooding. "Oh, it wasn't just you, Tam. You were my best friend, even though it was hopeless, futile friendship. You tried, you did the best you could, I know. But it just wasn't true, Tam. When it came to the pinch, to a real jam, you'd have been just like the rest, basically. It was built up in you, drummed into you, until no amount of fighting could ever scour it out." Dave Hawkes stood up, walked over to the window, staring out across the great city. Tam watched him, the blood roaring in his ears, hardly able to believe what he had heard from the big man, fighting to keep his mind from sinking into total confusion. Somewhere a deep voice within him seemed to be struggling through the confirmation, telling him that Dave Hawkes was right, that he really never had believed. Suddenly Dave turned to him, his dark eyes intense. "Look, Tam," he said quickly, urgently, "there are jobs you can get. Go to Mercury for a while, work the mines. Not long, just for a little while, out there in the sun. Then you can come back." Tam's ears burned, fierce anger suddenly bursting in his mind, a feeling of loathing. "Never," he snapped. "I know what you mean. I don't do things that way. That's a coward's way, and by God I'm no coward." "But that would be so easy, Tam." Dave's eyes were pleading now. "Please." Tam's eyes glinted. "No dice. I've got a better idea. There's one thing I can do. It's not very nice, but at least it's honest and square. I'm hungry. There's one place where I can get food. Even Sharkies get food there. And a bed to sleep in and books to read. Maybe even some Sharky books, and maybe some paper to write on." He stared at the big man, oddly, his pale eyes feverish. Yes, there's one place I can go, and get plenty to eat, and get away from this eternal rottenness." Dave looked up at him, his eyes suspicious. "Where do you mean?" "Prison," said Tam Peters. "Oh, now see here, let's not be ridiculous." "Not so ridiculous," snapped Tam, his eyes brighter. "I figured it all out before I came up here. I knew what you were going to say. Sure, go to Mercury, Tam, work in the mines a while. Well, I can't do it that way. And there's only one other answer." "But, Tam—" "Oh, it wouldn't take much. You know how the courts handle sharkies. Just a small offense to get me a few years, then a couple of attempts to break out and I'll be in for life. I'm a sharkie, remember? People don't waste time with us." "Tam, you're talking nonsense. Good Lord, man, you have no freedom, no life." "What freedom do I have now?" Tam snarled, his voice growing wild. "Freedom to starve? Freedom to crawl on my hands and my knees for a little bit of food? I don't want that kind of freedom." His eyes grew shrewd, shifted slyly to Dave Hawkes' broad face. "Just a simple charge," he said slowly. "Like assault, for instance. Criminal assault. It has an ugly sound, doesn't it, Dave? That should give me 10 years." His fist clenched at his side. "Yes, criminal assault is just what ought to do the trick." The big man tried to dodge, but Tam was too quick. His fist caught Dave in the chest, and Tam was on him like fury, kicking, scratching, snarling, pounding. Dave choked and cried out, "Tam, for God's sake, stop!" A blow caught him in the mouth, choking off his words as Tam fought, all the hate and bitterness of long weary years translated into scratching, swearing desperation. Dave pushed him off, like a bear trying to disentangle a maddened dog from his fur, but Tam was back at him, fighting harder. The door opened and Miss Jackson's frightened face appeared briefly, then vanished. Finally Dave lifted a heavy fist, drove it hard into Tam's stomach, then sadly lifted the choking, gasping man to the floor. The police came in seconds later, clubs drawn, eyes wide. They dragged Tam out, one on each arm. Dave sank back, his eyes filling, a sickness growing in the pit of his stomach. In court a sharkie would draw the maximum sentence without leniency. 10 years in prison. Dave leaned forward, his face in his hands, tears running down his black cheeks, sobs shaking his broad, heavy shoulders. Why wouldn't he listen? Why couldn't he have gone to Mercury? Only a few months, not long enough to hurt him. Why couldn't he have gone and worked out in the sun? Got that hot sun down on his hands and face, not for long, just for a little while. 2 or 3 months, and he'd have been dark enough to pass. End of Marley's Chain. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. Contamination Crew of 5 Stories by Alan Nourse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kirk Ziegler. Orders were orders. The creature had to be killed. But just how does one destroy the indestructible? The following is taken from the files of the Medical Disciplinary Board, Hospital Earth, from the preliminary hearings in R.E. Profession versus Samuel B. Jenkins, Physician. First Court of Medical Affairs, final action pending. COM, COD, S221 VB 73. Vorochislav Sector, 4th Galactic Period, 22-2341. General Survey Ship Mercy to Hospital Earth. Via fastest possible routing. Priority unassigned. To Lucius Darby, Physician Grade 1, Black Service Director of the Galactic Periphery Services, Hospital Earth. From Samuel B. Jenkins, Physician Grade 6, Red Service General Practice Patrol Ship Lancet. Attached to GSS Mercy Pro Tem. Sir, the following communication is directed to your attention in hopes that it may anticipate various charges which are certain to be placed against me as a physician of the Red Service upon the return from the General Survey Ship Mercy to Hospital Earth. Expected arrival 4 months from above date. These charges will undoubtedly be preferred by one Tuvold Nielsen, Physician Grade 2 of the Black Service, and Commander of the Mercy on its current survey mission for Vorochislav Sector. Exactly what the charges will be I cannot say, since the Black Doctor in question refuses either audience or communication with me at the present time. However, it seems likely that treason, incompetence, and mutinous insubordination will be among the milder complaints registered. It is possible that even malpractice might be added, so you can readily understand the reasons for this statement. The following will also clarify my attached request that the GSS Mercy, upon arrival in orbit round Hospital Earth, be met immediately by a decontamination ship carrying a vat of hydrochloric acid, concentration 3.7%, measuring no less than 20 by 30 by 50 feet, and that quarantine officials be prepared to place the entire crew of the Mercy under physical and psychiatric observation for a period of no less than 6 weeks upon disembarkation. The facts in brief are as follows. 3 months ago, as the crew of the General Practice Patrol ship Lancet, my colleague Green Dr. Wallace Stone and myself began investigating certain peculiar conditions existing on the 4th planet of Mauki, Vorochislav sector, Class 1 Medical Service Contract. The entire population of that planet was found to be suffering from a mass psychotic delusion of rather spectacular proportions, namely, that they and their entire planet were in imminent danger of being devoured, in toto, by an indestructible, non-humanoid creature which they called a Lorg. The Malkivi were insistent that a Lorg had already totally consumed a non-existent outer planet in their system, and was now hard at work on neighboring Mauki 5. It was their morbid fear that Mauki 4 was next on the list. No amount of reassurance could convince them of the foolishness of these fears, although we exhausted our energy, our patience, and our food and medical supplies in the effort. Ultimately, we referred the matter to the Gray Service, feeling confident that it was a psychiatric problem rather than medical or surgical. We applied to the GSS Mercy to take us aboard and to replenish our ship's supplies, and provide us a much-needed recovery period. The Black Doctor in command approved our request and brought us aboard. The trouble began 2 days later. There were 3 classes of dirty words in use by the men who traveled the spaceways back and forth from Hospital Earth. There were the words you seldom used in public, but they were colorful and descriptive in private use. Then there were the words which you seldom used even in private, but which effectively relieved feelings when directed at mere inanimate objects and people who had just left the room. Finally, there were the words that you just didn't use, period. You knew they existed, you'd heard them used at one time or another, but to hear them spoken out in plain Earth English was enough to rock the most space-hardened of the galactic pill peddlers back on his well-worn heels. Black Doctor Tervold Nielsen Earth English was spotty at best, but the word came through without any possibility of misinterpretation. Red Doctor Sam Jenkins stared at the little man and felt his face turning as scarlet as the lining of his uniform cape. "But that's ridiculous," he finally stammered, "quite aside from the language you used to suggest it." "Ah, so the word still has some punch left, eh? At least you puppies bring something away from your medical training, even if it's only taboos." The Black Doctor scowled across the desk at Jenkins' lanky figure. "But sometimes, my good doctor, it's better to face a fact than to wait for the fact to face you. Sometimes we have to crawl out of our ivory towers for a minute or two, you know." Jenkins reddened again. He had never had any great love for the physicians of the Black Service. Who did? But he found himself disliking this short, blunt-spoken man even more cordially than most. "Why implicate the Lancet?" he burst out. "You've landed the Mercy on plenty of planets before we brought the Lancet aboard her." "But we didn't have it with us before the Lancet came aboard, and we do have it now. The implication is obvious. You've brought aboard a containment." He'd said it again. Red Doctor Jenkins' face darkened. "The Green Doctor and I have maintained the Lancet in perfect conformity with the sterility code. We've taken every precaution on both landing and disembarking procedures. What's more, we've spent the last 6 months on a planet with no mutually compatible flora or fauna. From Hospital Earth viewpoint, Mauki 4 is sterile. We made only the briefest check stop on Mauki 5 before joining you. It was a barren rock, but we decontaminated it again after leaving. If you have a containment on board your ship, sir, it didn't come from the Lancet, and I won't be held responsible." It was strong language to use to a Black Doctor, and Sam Jenkins knew it. There were doctors of the Green and Red Services who had spent their professional lives on some god-forsaken planetoid at the edge of the galaxy for saying less. Red Doctor Sam Jenkins was too near the end of his internship, too nearly ready for his first permanent planetary appointment with the rank, honor, and responsibility it carried to lightly risk throwing it into the wind at this stage. But a Red Doctor does not bring a containment aboard a survey ship, he thought doggedly, no matter what the Black Doctor says. Nielsen looked at the young man slowly. Then he shrugged. "Of course, I'm merely a pathologist. I realize that we know nothing of medicine, nor of disease, nor of the manner in which disease is spread. All this is beyond our scope. But perhaps you'll permit one simple question from a dull old man, just to humour him." Jenkins looked at the floor. "I'm sorry, sir." "Just so. You've had a very successful cruise this year with the Lancet, I understand." Jenkins nodded. "A most successful cruise. 4 planets elevated from Class 4 to Class 2 contracts, they tell me. Morale elevated from Class 5 to Class 1 with certain special riders. A plague panic averted on Setman 1, and a very complex virus-bacteria symbiosis unravelled on Orb 3. An illustrious record you and your colleagues from the Green Service are hoping for a year's exemption from training, I imagine." The Black Doctor looked up sharply. "You searched your holds after leaving the Malky planets, I presume?" Jenkins blinked. "Why, no, sir. That is, we contaminated according to—" "I see. You didn't search your holds. I suppose you didn't notice your food supplies dwindling at an alarming rate?" "No." The Red Doctor hesitated. "Not really." "Ah." The Black Doctor raised his eyes wearily and flipped an activator switch. The scanner on the far wall buzzed into activity. It focused on the rear storage hold of the Mercy where the little Lancet was resting on its landing rack. "Look closely, Doctor." At first, Jenkins saw nothing. Then his eye caught a long pink glistening strand laying across the floor of the hold. The scanner picked up the strand, followed it to the place where it emerged from a neat pencil-sized hole in the hull of the Lancet. The strand snaked completely across the room and disappeared through another neat hole in the wall next to the storage hold. Jenkins shook his head as the scanner flipped back to the hole in the Lancet's hull. Even as he watched, the hole enlarged and a pink blob began to emerge. The blob kept coming and coming until it rested soggily on the edge of the hole. Then it teetered and fell splat on the floor. "Friends of yours?" the Black Doctor asked casually. It was a pink heap of jelly, just big enough to fill a scrub bucket. It sat on the floor quivering noxiously. Then it sent out pseudopods in several directions, probing the metal floor. After a few moments it began oozing along the strand of itself that lay on the floor, and squeezed through the hole into the next hold. "Ah," said Sam Jenkins, feeling suddenly sick. "The hydrophonic tanks are in there," the Black Doctor said. "You've seen one of those before?" "Not in person." Jenkins shook his head weakly. "Only pictures. It's a Lorg. We thought it was only a Malkivi persecution fantasy." "This thing is growing pretty fast for a persecution fantasy. We spotted it 8 hours ago, demolishing what was left of your food supply. It's twice as big now as it was then." "Well, we've got to get rid of it," said Jenkins, suddenly coming to life. "Amen, Doctor. I'll get the survey crew alerted right away. We won't waste a minute. And my apologies." Jenkins was hurrying for the door. "I'll get it cleared out of here fast." "I do hope so," said the Black Doctor. "The thing makes me ill just to think about." "I'll give you a clean ship report in 24 hours," the Red Doctor said as confidently as he could, and beat a hasty retreat down the corridor. He was wishing fervently that he felt as confident as he sounded. The Malkivi had described the Lorg in excruciating detail. He and Green Dr. Stone had listened and smiled sadly at each other day after day, marvelling at the fanciful delusion. Lorgs indeed, and such creatures to dream up, eating, growing, devouring plant, animal, and mineral without discrimination. And the Malkivi had stoutly maintained that this Lorg of theirs was indestructible. Green Doctor Wally Stone, true to his surgical calling, was a man of action. "You mean there's such a thing?" he exploded when his partner confronted him with the news. "For real? Not just somebody's pipe dream?" "There is," says Jenkins, "and we've got it. Here, on board the Mercy. It's eating like Helen and doubling its size every 8 hours." "Well, what are you waiting for? Toss it overboard." "And what happens to the next party it happens to land on?" "We're supposed to be altruists, remember? We're supposed to worry about the health of the galaxy." Jenkins shook his head. "Whatever we do with it, we have to find out just what we're tossing before we toss." The creature had made itself at home aboard the Mercy. In the spirit of invited guests since time immemorial, it had established a toehold with remarkable asperity, and was now digging in for the long winter. Drawn to the hydrophonic tanks like a flea to a dog, the Lorg had settled its bulbous pink body down in their murky depths with a contented gurgle. As it grew large, the tank levels grew lower, the broth clearer. The fact that the 25 crewmen of the Mercy depended on those tanks for their food supply on the 4th-month run back to Earth Hospital didn't seem to bother the Lorg a bit. It just sank down wetly and began to eat. Under Jenkins' whip hand, and with the Green Doctor Stone's assistance, the survey crew snapped into action. The survey was the soul and lifeblood of the medical services supplied by Hospital Earth to the inhabited planets of the galaxy. Centuries before, during the era of exploration, every Earth ship had carried a rudimentary survey crew: a physiologist, a biochemist, an immunologist, a physician to determine the safety of landings on unknown planets. Other races were more advanced in technological and physical sciences, in sales or in merchandising, but in the biological sciences men of Earth stood and excelled in the galaxy. It was not surprising that their casual offerings of medical services wherever their ships touched had led to a growing demand for those services, until the first medical service contract with Deneb III had formalized the planetary specialty. Earth had become Hospital Earth, physician to a galaxy, surgeon to 1,000 worlds, midwife to those susceptible to midwifery, and psychiatrist to those whose inner lives zigged when their outer lives zagged. In the early days it had been a haphazard arrangement, but gradually distinct services appeared to handle problems of medicine, surgery, radiology, psychiatry, and all the other functions of a well-appointed medical service. Under the direction of the Black Service of Pathology, hospital ships and survey ships were dispatched to serve as bases for the tiny general practice patrol ships that answered the calls of the planets under contract. But it was the survey ships that did the basic dirty work on any new planet taken under contract, outlining the physiological and biochemical aspects of the races involved, studying their disease patterns, their immunological types, their susceptibility to medical, surgical, or psychiatric treatment. It was an exacting service to perform, and the survey did an exacting job. Now, with their own home base invaded by a hungry pink jelly blob, the survey crew of the Mercy dug in with all fours to find a way to exercise it. The early returns were not encouraging. Bowman, the anatomist, spent 6 hours with the creature. He'd go after the functional anatomy first, he thought, as he approached the task with gusto. Special organs, vital organ systems after all. Every Achilles had its heel. Functional would spot it if anything would. 6 hours later he rendered a preliminary report. It consisted of a blank sheet of paper and an expression of wild frustration. "What's this supposed to mean?" Jenkins asked. "Just what it says." "But it says nothing." "That is exactly what it means." Bowman was a thin, wistful-looking man with a hawk nose and a little brown mustache. He subbed as the ship's cook when things were slow and his specialty. He wasn't a very good cook, but what could anyone do with the sludge from the harvest shelf of a hydroponic tank? Now, with the Lorg incumbent, there wasn't even any sludge. "I drained off a tank and got a good look at it before it crawled over to the next one," Bowman said. "Ugly bastard, but from a strictly anatomical standpoint I can't help you a bit." Green Doctor Stone glowered over Jenkins' shoulder at the man. "But surely you can give us something." Bowman shrugged. "Want it technical? Any way you like. Your Lorg is an ideal anamorph, a nothing. Protoplasm, just protoplasm." Jenkins looked up sharply. "What about his cellular organization?" "No cells," said Bowman, "unless they're submicroscopic, and I'd need an electron peeker to tell you that." "No organ systems?" "Not even an integument. You saw how slippery he looked. That's why. There's nothing holding him in but energy." "Now look," said Stone. "He eats, doesn't he? He must have waste materials of some sort." Bowman shook his head unhappily. "Sorry, no urates, no nitrates, no CO2. Anyway, he doesn't eat because he has nothing to eat with. He absorbs, and that includes the lining of the tanks, which he seems to like as much as the contents. He doesn't bore those holes he makes, he dissolves them." They sent Bowman back to quarters for a hot bath and a shot of Happy-O, and looked up Arunta, the biochemist. Arunta was glaring at the paper electrophoretic patterns and pulling out chunks of hair around his bald spot. He gave them a snarl and shoved the sheaf of papers into their hands. "Metabolic survey?" Jenkins asked. "Plus," said Arunta. "You're not going to like it either." "Why not? If it grows, it metabolizes. If it metabolizes, we can kill it. Axiom number 17, paragraph number 4. Oh, it metabolizes all right, but you'd better find yourself another axiom pretty quick. Why? Because it not only metabolizes, it consumes. There's no sign of the usual protein-carbohydrate metabolism going on here. This baby has an enzyme system that's straight from hell. It bypasses the usual metabolic activities that produce heat and energy and gets right down to the basic. Jenkins swallowed. What do you mean? It attacks the nuclear structure of whatever matter the creature comes in contact with. There's a partial mass energy conversion in its rawest form. The creature goes after carbon-bearing substances first. Then the sea seems to break down more easily than anything else, hence its preference for plant and animal matter material over non-sea stuff. But it can use anything if it has to. Jenkins stared at the little biochemist, an image in his mind of the pink creature in the hold, growing larger by the minute as it ate its way through the hydroponics, through the dry stores. Is there anything it can't use? If there is, I haven't found it, Arunta said sadly. In fact, I can't see any reason why it couldn't consume this ship and everything in it, right down to the last rivet. They walked down to the hold for another look at their uninvited guest, and almost wished they hadn't. It had reached the size of a small hippopotamus, although the resemblance ended there. 20 hours had elapsed since the survey had begun. The Lorg had used every minute of it, draining the tanks, engulfing dry stores, devouring walls and floors as it spread out in search of food, leaving trails of eroded metal wherever it went. It was ugly in its pink shapelessness, ugly in its slimy, half-sentient movements, in its very purposefulness. But its ugliness went even deeper, stirring primordial feelings of revulsion and loathing in their minds as they watched it oozing implacably across the hold to another dry storage bin. Wally Stone shuddered. It's grown. Too fast. Bowman charts it as geometric progression. Stone scratched his jaw as a lone pink pseudopod pushed out on the floor toward him. Then he leaped forward and stamped on it, severing the strand from the body. The severed member quivered and lay still for a moment. Then it flowed right back to join the body with a wet gurgle. Stone looked at his half-dissolved shoe. Egotropism, Jenkins said. Bowman played around with that too. A severed piece will rejoin it if it can. If it can't, it just takes up independent residence, and we have 2 Lorgs. What happens to it outside the ship? Stone wanted to know. It falls dormant for several hours. Then it splits up into 1,000 independent chunks. One of the boys spent half of yesterday out there gathering them up. I tell you, this thing is equipped to survive. So are we, said Green Dr. Stone grimly. If we can't outwit this free-flowing gob of obscenity, we deserve anything we get. Let's have a conference. They met in the pilot room. The Black Doctor was there, so were Bowman and Arunta. Chambers, the physiologist, was glumly clasping and unclasping his hands in a corner. The geneticist, Piccione, drew symbols on a scratch pad and stared blankly at the wall. Jenkins was saying, "Of course, these are only preliminary reports, but they serve to outline the problem. This is not just an annoyance any longer, it's a crisis. We'd all better understand that." The Black Doctor cut him off with a wave of his hand, and glowered at the papers as he read them through minutely. As he sat hunched at the desk, with the black cowl of his office hanging down from his shoulders, he looked like a squat black judge. Jenkins thought, a shadow from the Inquisition, a passer of spells. But there was no medievalism in the Black Dr. Nielsen. In fact, it was for that reason, and only that reason, that the Black Service had come to be the leaders and the whips, the executors and directors of all the manifold operations of Hospital Earth. The physicians of the General Practice Patrol were fledglings, newly trained in their specialties, inexperienced in the rigorous discipline of medicine that was required of the directors of permanent planetary dispensaries in the heavily populated systems of the galaxy. On outlying worlds, where little was known in the ways of medicine, the temptation was great to substitute faith for knowledge, cant for investigation, nonsense rituals for hard work. But the physicians of the Black Service were always waiting to jerk wandering neophytes back into the scientific disciplines that made the service of Hospital Earth so effective. The Black Doctors would not tolerate sloppiness. "Show me the tissue, Doctor," they would say. "Prove to me what you say is so. Prove that what you did was valid medicine." Their laboratories were the morgues and autopsy rooms of 1,000 planets, the temples of truth from which no physician since the days of Pasteur and Lister could escape for long and retain his position. The black doctors were pragmatists, the gadflies of Hospital Earth. For this reason it was surprising to hear Black Dr. Nielsen saying, "Perhaps we're being too scientific just now. When the creature has exhausted our food stores, it will look elsewhere for food. Perhaps we must cut at the tree and not at the root." "A frontal attack?" asked Jenkins. "Its enzyme system is its vulnerability. Enzyme systems operate under specific optimum conditions, right? And every known enzyme system can be inactivated by adverse conditions of one sort or another. A physical approach may tell us how in this case. Meanwhile, we'll be on emergency rations, and hope that we don't starve to death in finding out." The Black Doctor paused, looking at the men around him. "And in case you're thinking of enlisting help from outside, forget it. I've sent plague warnings out for galactic relay. We have this thing isolated, and we're going to keep it that way as long as I command this ship." They went gloomily back to their laboratories to plan their frontal attack. That was the night that Harunda disappeared. He was gone when they came to wake him from his sleep period. His bunk had been slept in, but he wasn't in it. In fact, he wasn't anywhere on the ship. "But he just couldn't vanish," the Black Doctor burst out when they told him the news. "Maybe he's hiding somewhere. Maybe this business was working on his mind." Green Dr. Stone took a crew of men to search the ship again, even though he considered it a waste of precious time. He had his private convictions about where Harunda had gone. So did every other man on the ship, including Jenkins. The Lorg had stopped eating. Huge and round, wet and ugly, it squatted in the afterhold, quivering gently, without any other sign of life, like a fat man after a turkey dinner. Jenkins reviewed progress with the others. No stone had been left unturned. They had sliced the Lorg and squeezed it. They had boiled it and frozen it. They had dropped chunks of it in acid vats and covered other chunks with desiccants and alkalis. Nothing seemed to bother it. A cold environment slowed down its activity, true, but it was also stimulated in the process of fission. Warmed up again, the portions sucked back together again and resumed eating. Heat was a little more effective, but not much. It stunned the creature for a brief period, but it would not burn. It hissed frightfully and gave off an overpowering stench, and curled up at the edges, but as soon as the heat was turned off again, it began to recover. In Harunda's lab, chunks of the Lorg sat in a dozen vats on tables and in sinks. Some contained antibiotics, some concentrated acids, some desiccants. In each vat a blob of pink protoplasm wiggled happily, showing no sign of discomfiture. On another table were the remains of Harunda's unsuccessful attempt to prepare an anti-Lorg serum. But no Harunda. "He was down there with the thing all day," Bowman said sadly. "He felt it was his responsibility, really. Harunda thought biochemistry was the answer to all things, of course. Very conscientious man. But he was in bed. He claimed he did his best thinking in bed. Maybe he had a brainstorm and went down to try it out, and—" "Yes," Jenkins nodded sourly. "And—" He walked down the row of vats. "You'd think that at least concentrated sulfuric would desiccate it a little. But it's just formed a crust of coagulated protein around itself and sits there." Bowman peered over his shoulder, his mustache twitching. "But it does desiccate, if you use enough long enough." "What about concentrated hydrochloric?" "Same thing. Maybe a little more effective, but not enough to count." "Okay, next we try combinations. There's got to be something the wretched beast can't tolerate." There was, of course. Dr. Stone brought it to Jenkins as he was getting ready to turn in for a sleep period. Jenkins had checked to make sure the double guards were posted in the Lorg's vicinity, and jolted them with sleep knot to keep them on their toes. All the same, he tied a length of stout cord around his ankle just to make sure he didn't do any sleepwalking. He was tying it to the bunk when Stone came in with a pan in his hand and a peculiar look on his face. "Look at this," he said. Jenkins looked at the sickly brown mass in the tray, and then up at Stone. "Where did you find it?" "Down in the hold. Our Lorg has broken precedent. It rejected something that it ate." "Yeah. What is it?" "I don't know. I'm taking it to Nielsen for paraffin sections. But I know what it looks like to me." I know." Jenkins felt sick. Stone headed up to the Path Lab, leaving the Red Doctor settled in his bunk. 10 minutes later Jenkins sat bolt upright in the darkness. Frantically, he untied himself and slid into his clothes. Idiot, he growled to himself. Seventh son of a seventh son. 5 minutes later, he was staring at the vats in Arunta's laboratory. He found the one he was looking for. A pink blob of Lorg wiggled slowly around the bottom. Jenkins drew a beaker of distilled water and added it to the fluid in the vat. It hissed and sputtered and sent up quantities of acrid steam. When the steam had cleared away, Jenkins peered in eagerly. The pink thing in the bottom was turning sickly violet. It had quit wiggling. As Jenkins watched, the violet color changed to gray mud, then to black. He prodded it with a stirring rod. There was no response. With a whoop, Jenkins buzzed Bowman and Stone. "We've got it," he shouted to them when they appeared. "Look at it." Bowman poked and probed and broke into a wide grin. The piece of Lorg was truly and sincerely dead. "It inactivates the enzyme system and renders the base protoplasm vulnerable to anything that normally attacks it. What are we waiting for?" They began tearing the laboratory apart, searching for the right bottles. The supply was discouragingly small, but there was some in stock. The three of them raced down the corridor for the hold where the Lorg was. It took them 3 hours of angry work to exhaust the supply. They whittled chunks off the Lorg, tossed them in pans of the deadly fluid. With each slice, they stopped momentarily to watch it turn violet, then black as it died. The Lorg, dwindling in size, sensed the attack and slapped frantically at their ankles, sending out angry plumes of wet jelly, but they ducked and dodged and whittled some more. The Lorg quivered and gurgled and wept pinkish goo all over the floor, but it grew smaller and weaker with every whack. "Arunta must have spotted it and come down here alone," Jenkins panted between slices. "Maybe he slipped, lost his footing. I don't know." They continued to work until the supply was exhausted. They had reduced the Lorg to a quarter of its previous size. "Check the other labs, see if they have some more," said Stone. "I already have," Bowman said. "They don't. This is it." "But we haven't got it all killed. There's still—" He pointed to the thing quailing in the corner. "I know. We're licked, that's all. There isn't any more of the stuff on the ship." They stopped and looked at each other. Then Jenkins said, "Oh, yes, there is." There was silence. Bowman looked at Stone, and Stone looked at Bowman. They both looked at Jenkins. "Oh, no, sorry, I decline." Stone shook his head slowly. "But we have to. There's no other way. The enzyme system is inactivated. It's just protoplasm. There's no physiological or biochemical reason." "You know what you can do with your physiology and biochemistry," Bowman said succinctly. "You can also count me out." He left them, and the hatchway clanged after him. "Wally?" "Yeah." "It'll be months before we get back to Hospital Earth. We know we can hold it in check until we get there." "Yeah? Well?" Green Doctor Wally Stone sighed. "Greater love hath no man," he said wearily. "We better go tell Nielsen, I guess." Black Doctor Turvold Nielsen's answer was a flat, unequivocal no. "It's monstrous and preposterous. I won't stand for it. Nobody will stand for it." "But you have the proof in your own hands," Jenkins said. "You saw the specimen that the Green Doctor brought you." Nielsen hunched back angrily. "I saw it. And your impression of it, as a pathologist?" "I fail to see how my impression applies one way or the other." "Doctor, sometimes we have to face facts, remember?" "All right." Nielsen seemed to curl up into himself still further. "The specimen was stomach." "Human stomach?" "Human stomach." "But the only human on this ship that doesn't have a stomach is Arunta," said Jenkins. "So the Lorg ate him." "Most of him, not quite all. It threw out one part of him it couldn't eat, the part containing a substance that inactivated its enzyme system. Dilute hydrochloric acid, to be specific. We used the entire ship's supply and cut the Lorg down to 3/4 size, but we need a continuous supply to keep it whittled down until we get home. And there's only one good, permanent, reliable source of dilute hydrochloric acid on this ship." The Black Doctor's face was purple. "I said no," he choked. "My answer stands." The Red Doctor sighed and turned to Green Doctor Stone. "All right, Wally," he said. From the files of the Medical Disciplinary Board, Hospital Earth. "I am certain that you can see from the foregoing that a reasonable effort was made by Green Doctor Stone and myself to put the plan in effect peaceably, and with full approval of our commander. It was our conviction, however, that the emergency nature of the circumstances required that it be done with or without his approval. Our subsequent success in containing the Lorg to at least reasonable and manageable proportions should bear out the wisdom of our decision. Actually, it has not been as bad as one might think. It has been necessary to confine the crew to their quarters and to restrain the Black Doctor forcibly, but with liberal use of Happy-O we can occasionally convince ourselves that it is rare beefsteak, and the Green Doctor, our pro tem cook, has concocted several tasty sauces, such as mushroom, onion, etc. We reduce the lorg to half its size each day, and if thoroughly heated the chunks lie still on the plate for quite some time. No physical ill effects have been noted, and the period of quarantine is recommended solely to allow the men an adequate period for physiological recovery. I have only one further recommendation, that the work team from the Gray Service be recalled at once from their assignment on Mauki 4.
The problem is decidedly not psychiatric,
And it would be one of the tragedies of the ages if our excellent psychiatric service were to succeed in persuading the Maukivi out of their delusion. After all, Hospital Earth cannot afford to jeopardize a contract. Samuel B. Jenkins, physician, grade 6, Red Service, GPP ship Lancet. Attached, GSS Mercy, Pro Tem. Signed, Samuel B. Jenkins. End of Contamination Crew. Recording by Kirk Ziegler, Ogden, Utah. Voiceovers by Kirk.com. End of 5 stories by Alan Nourse.